The time is now 8:33 a.m. and I would like to call the December 16, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail,
Present.
Kent Howe,
Here.
Henley Jenkins,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
and Byer.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have one.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, I do have two agenda modifications. So agenda item I is council's review and necessary approval of the updated agreement between the Port of Morrow and Alto Columbia LLC, the site certificate holder of the ethanol production plant in Boardman. Council previously approved an agreement between those two entities, which resulted in a reduction in the financial assurance amount based on the Port of Morrow's accepted obligation of retaining significant portions of the facility at the end of its life cycle. Essentially, the facility is located in an important industrial area. Even when this facility ceases operations, the board has said this is a valuable asset. So we want to retain a good portions of the building, the concrete pad, the associated infrastructure. So they took on the obligation to essentially be responsible for that. So commensurate with that agreement, council agreed with that and allowed for the bond, or letter of credit, I forget which, to be reduced by that amount. Subsequent to that agreement, the site certificate holder's name changed. This didn't result in a transfer amendment based on our evaluation, but based on our evaluation of the facility during the annual compliance review this year, that agreement didn't change between the Port of Morrow and the certificate holder to reflect the new site certificate holder's name. So that was indicated to them that they needed to do that. We thought ready to go for the agenda item I for today's council meeting, but we just recently received a potential changes to the agreement by the Port of Morrow, which we have not had time to review and evaluate to see if they have any substantive implications. So my recommendation is we remove that from the agenda and likely we'll be ready for January and put it on the January's agenda. That's acceptable.
Thank you. Council members, does everyone agree with the recommendation to hold us off?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly, really? Okay, thank you. We will move that on the agenda for today.
And then one more agenda modification. So in the motion language that you now have in front of you, the paper version, in the consent calendar, there is a motion to adopt the October meeting minutes. But the time that we sent this out or produced this, we weren't sure if the November meeting minutes would be available. Those were completed. They were sent out to council around midday on Tuesday. So there is the opportunity, at least if you had the chance to review those, to adopt those today. If council members had not had a chance to review those, we can certainly put that off until the January council meeting as well. But if you have had a chance, then you can either do a joint motion for both meeting minutes, or if there are any changes that need to be made, separate motions. It's just not within your timeline motion language.
Thank you. Did everyone have a chance to see the November minutes? Yeah. Okay, so I think we'll be making a motion for both of them when the time comes.
And that's the conclusion of my changes.
Thank you. I have the following announcements. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone or receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda items B, state line amendment transfer hearing, E, public comment period, and H, annual rulemaking prioritization, there are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a comment registration card associated with the agenda items, which is available on the table near the entrance, and submit it to Nancy Hatch. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says "Sign up for emails updates." You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meetings are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Now let's move on to agenda item A, which is approval of minutes. Would anyone like to offer any comments, questions on the minutes?
Sure, Madam Chair. This is Hanley. I move the council approve the minutes of the October 28, 2022 and November
Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
and November 17 and 18, 2022 meeting minutes for approval as presented.
Thank you.
Chair Griffiths Kent.
Yes, Ken?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the minutes from October and November. Any questions, comments? Jessica?
I wasn't present at the October meeting, but I did listen to the videotape, and so I feel comfortable, voting on the minute.
Thank you. Seeing or hearing no further, don't look at the screen either. Seeing or hearing no further, comments or questions, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Graham.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we can move on to the council secretary.
Thank you, Chair. As I had reported last month, Richard Devlin was appointed by Governor Kenneth Brown to replace Hanley Jenkins on the council. Last Friday, Mr. Devlin was confirmed by the Oregon Senate, and his term on the council begins January 1st of next year. So this is Hanley's time. So if council will indulge me, I'd like to take some time to express staff's appreciation to Hanley.
Yes, please.
Okay. Some of you know, many of you probably don't. I've known Hanley since probably around 2001. That's when I became the planning director for Wasco County. At that time, I was encouraged by my predecessor to attend the monthly county planning director meetings. So every, I think it was third Friday of every month, the county planning directors would get together and discuss current and significant land use issues. And so as I started to attend those meetings, I quickly realized the tremendous value of them. So particularly with planning directors like Hanley and Kent and later on Ann, who are willing to share their vast knowledge of Oregon's land use program and how to implement it, which can be quite tricky. So for a new planning director like myself at the time, it was incredibly valuable and I learned a lot. So lucky for me, when I moved from the Wasco County to here, Hanley also moved over here within a couple of years. And so I was able to continue learning from Hanley. His knowledge and experience in Oregon's land use system, particularly on the county side, is really unprecedented. So he's been a tremendously valuable asset, and I continue to learn from him while he's been on council. So I very much appreciate that. So for two-term council members, I typically like to do something to express the volume of effort that has occurred over their period of time. In the past, I've used prop to express the miles traveled. And so I think Hanley, you know, that would have been a good one for Hanley, because I think he probably at this point has traveled more than any other council member, you know, given his location and his time on council. But since I've already done that one, I decided probably not. I've also done the volume of materials provided to council. But again, you know, 10 years, and particularly with the Boardman of Hemingway project, I think council or Hanley probably has beat everybody else with that as well. So for Hanley, I've come up with something a little bit different. Let's see. Yeah, so I doubt anybody outside of FSEC council members or Patrick truly understand the significant volume of materials that we provide to council on every meeting. And so it's a tremendous amount of information to receive, to review, to absorb, to be able to be comfortable enough to make decisions on. And it's a tremendous amount. But with Hanley, I'm convinced that he reads every single word that we provide to him, which again is pretty monumental. And the reason I'm convinced is that not only does he find Scrivener errors in the staff reports, in the orders, draft rules, and of course, meeting minutes, but he frequently finds very substantive changes that need to be made as well. And all of those changes, whether they be small Scrivener errors or big significant things, make our documents, make our products much better, more professional, and at the end of the day, what they need to be, which is legally defensible. So for that, I really, really, truly appreciate that. But in order to kind of convey that, what that looks like and what that means, I got a couple of things. So let's start with, you saw it. Okay, so what I have here is a little token. It has the state of Oregon seal on it. So for those of you who really can't see it, it's a little smaller than a quarter. So I'm going to hand this to you, Anna. So what that represents is a single change. Scrivener error, big, whatever it is. That represents one signal change. But over 10 years, what does that look like? And so Chris, help with the assist. So if you can imagine all of those boxes filled with that coin, that is the volume. Put that right behind you. So everybody can kind of see that.
Well, believe it or not, I still have all my 3 red binders. And I'm afraid that it's probably stressing my attic.
So again, thank you for all of your time and effort. You know, I can't tell you how much it's appreciated by staff. And yet there's more. So we have a few other things as well. The first is a letter from Director Benner. So unfortunately, Director Benner had a conflicting meeting today, so she couldn't be here. So she's provided a letter of thanks, which I will read on her behalf. And it says, "Dear Councilmember Jenkins, as you well know, the Energy Facility Siting Council is one of the more demanding of the governor's boards and commissions based on frequency of meetings, volume of materials to review for those meetings, the extensive travel obligations to have those meetings in proximity to where projects are produced to ensure that average citizens can more easily engage the state siting process, and the complexity and controversy that can come with reviewing these important energy projects. It's not an easy assignment, and you not only served your term with distinction, but we're willing to continue to serve the state as we search for another council member. I know from my staff that you have been a model council member in your preparation, attendance, and leadership. I want to express my sincerest gratitude for your 10 years of service to Oregon on the council. As the daughter of a land use attorney, I especially appreciate that you brought a dedication to and knowledge of Oregon's land use system, which is so important to consider as we determine where energy facilities should go. Your value to the council and Oregon's energy facility siting process will be difficult, if not impossible, to replace. Sincerely, Judy Benner." All right, and again, more. So we have a plaque. So as you can see, it is shaped in the state of Oregon. It has the Oregon seal. Nancy for working on this and getting this all done. So Hanley Jenkins II, council member and chair, in grateful appreciation of your service and dedication to the state of Oregon on the Energy Facility Siting Council from December 2012 to December 2022. And there's a quote. To give real service, you must add something which cannot be bought or measured with money, and that is sincerity and integrity.
Ooh.
Douglas Adams. And a little bit more. We do have a thank you card signed by all the staff, and I will give you the thank you card, and in the thank you card, since you are such an avid fisherman and hunter, we also have a gift card from Cabela's. And so it's actually a placeholder for a gift card. We're gonna do an e-gift card, which I'll email to you later on. It's similar, so it's a made-up one. All right, let's see. That's actually all we have on there. So, oh, and later on, we have catering.
Oh.
Yeah, all enough to stop. So these really are only small tokens of our appreciation. They really cannot truly express how valuable you've been to the council and how much we think about you and how much we're gonna miss you. So thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn it over in case any of staff members would like to say anything or any of the council members would like to say anything.
Yes, Anne?
So I just want to recognize Hanley's contribution to not just the council, but to the state of Oregon. Before Hanley joined FSAC, he served on the Land Conservation and Development Commission for a full term. And the level of public service is just so admirable, and you are a great role model, so thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Others?
This Kent,
Go ahead, Ken.
Hanley, I've known you since the late 80s. We've been colleagues and friends, and we worked on secondary lands that started way back then. And we were each pilot counties in that effort, and goes back, doesn't it? But anyway, yeah, you've been a great person to sit on agencies for the state of Oregon. And, you know, you're dependable, you do your homework, you come prepared, and it's been a great service that you've provided to the state, and it's been nice knowing you, working with you, like Ann said, a role model and a good friend and colleague. And I hope you get to Christmas Island.
Pictures.
Yeah, if I ever get there.
Well,
Yeah, Ken's point is I have 7 times been canceled since 2019 for going on this trip because of COVID. So I'm now rescheduled to go the end of April, and I have my fingers crossed.
We will all cross the fingers. Well, I would just like to say, so I'm on my 6th year here, and from the time I was appointed, you've been nothing but gracious to me personally. And I stink at math. I have made no bones about it. I have to work really hard at math. And I've always prided myself on my grammar and English. And I have learned a lot from you in that capacity, which means I now feel extra pressure to read in your absence. I think the way that you have handled some personal attacks, I'll say, and some folks who have dissenting views from the things that you brought to the council, you done so with grace and integrity for the role of chair, or excuse me, vice chair, and then as a council member. And I don't always personally do a great job of masking my emotions, and watching you do so was very enlightening for me. So I will miss talking to you about Eastern Oregon and being able to learn from you as we move forward. So thank you for your service to our state, and thank you for your guidance and friendship.
Thank you, Marcy.
Yes, Ms. Cindy?
either as one who is newest, I guess, or has the shortest tenure with you. And unfortunately, during COVID, I think my first meeting was live and then we went to COVID. And I don't know anything or didn't know anything about land use, really. And through the last 2.5 years, two and a half years that I've been on the council, you have been a particular inspiration for doing the work in preparation. It's like, okay, Hanley's gonna do this, so, okay, I'm getting to it. But to your attention to detail, that, you know, a spelling error is not just a spelling error, it matters. And so you've really impressed on me the need for that kind of detail and that kind of work in preparation. And I know when I was confirmed by the Senate, Senator Deborah said, do you know how much reading there is? And I thought I did, but I didn't. And so you're an impressive individual council member, and thanks for your service to the state board.
Thanks, Sandy.
Anyone else? Oh, Sarah?
For the record, I'm just kidding. So obviously, we love you, Hanley, and we're devastated that you're going to leave us. We'll likely have a hearing in Union County in about 6 months. So if you don't come, maybe we can visit you. But I just wanted to thank you. You've been here for most of those that are in the siting division's entire career so far. And we've learned so much from you in terms of interpretation and application, and we can't thank you enough. So you're a great leader.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you like to say anything about?
You know, just say it's been a privilege to work with all of you. You know, I will miss it at one level. I won't miss the driving. But yeah, you know, I've enjoyed it, and I think that Oregon has a lot of challenges ahead. It's going to take people like you to be able to address some of those issues. So thank you all, and I really enjoy having the opportunity to serve with the people that I've had, you know, the opportunity to serve with both on LCDC and here at NFSET, and work with the various staffs. So it's been enjoyable, and like I said, at some point I'll miss it. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
At least now you can attend remotely.
Hold your breath then.
All right, well, we have one last meeting, so let's, with Councilmember Jenkins, so let's take advantage of it.
All right.
Still got a few things on my secretary report. We get into project updates. So we're currently aware of 3 appeals to the Boardman Hemingway transmission line site certificate to the Oregon Supreme Court. I think the deadline is next Monday, final deadline, in and around next Monday. There's possible that there will be additional, but there's at least 3 have been submitted so far. And as the appeal process moves forward at the Supreme Court, we'll keep council members updated as to the timing and status of that. And then, yeah, so we're on tap. We had been requested to provide the full record, and you understand what that means. But to the Department of Justice, who's going to convey that to the Oregon Supreme Court. So it's a big effort. So good job to Kellen for taking the lead on putting that together. It was a pretty significant effort to make that happen. No, way more than that. Next is the first amendment to the Boardman Hemingway transmission line. So on December 7th, the department received amendment number 1. The amendment seeks 2 things: relocation of the transmission line on 3 properties. So, you know, as the council approved the alignment, based on work with some property owners, Idaho Power is seeking to make some changes to that, and also a refinement of the location of certain roads associated with the project. So we, as I said, just received that on December 7th. We will, actually, the notice went out yesterday, correct? Yes, the notice went out yesterday for that. For amendments, we have a certain time frame, 14 days to get the public notice out. So we got the notice out yesterday. Has the website been updated yet? If the website hasn't been updated to include the application information, it will be shortly.
Yes. Chair Graham,
Yes, ma'am.
quick question. You said that relocation of alignment in an amendment, is that then different from one of the alternative alignments?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's, and I haven't had a chance to look at the details of it, but I mean, essentially, if you think of, the alignment going through a landowner's property, I think there is some desire from some landowners to shift that, certain distance away from that.
Fine tuning.
Fine-tuning. So it definitely justifies an amendment, and we don't know if, until we get into the review, if there are potential significant issues or not. So the Idaho Power indicated in the amendment, they will follow the default type A amendment process, so they did not request the type B. And just for those listening, so in our amendment process, the notice of the preliminary request for amendment does not trigger a public notification comment timeframe. Well, a public comment timeframe. The notice is just to make people aware so they can go on the website and start looking at the materials if they want to. The amendment is preliminary, it's not complete. There may be changes to that based upon our review. So it's really just a way to get the information out there to people so they're starting to become aware of it. Once we determine the application to be complete and issue the draft proposed order, that's when the next notice will go out, and that will trigger a public comment timeframe and a public hearing in vicinity of the project. And so we'll have to look at where the location is of the proposed changes to make that determination of where that public hearing needs to be. Any questions on either of those before I move on to my next project update?
Yes, and, do you know what the basis for the appeals are?
I don't, and Patrick might be better able to kind of field that question in terms of substance and process.
I can tell you who has appealed. They haven't filed their open briefs yet.
Okay.
The parties that have appealed are Stop, B2H, Irene Gilbert, and Mr. McAllister.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Cascade Renewable Transmission Line. So we recently received a notice of intent for that project. If you remember, a year and a half ago, they came and did a presentation. So we had a PowerPoint presentation as to what that would entail, which is between the Dalles and Portland. The majority of the line would be in the bed of the Columbia River and would involve some kind of trenching work to site that in the Columbia River. So 320 kilovolt direct current line, 1100 megawatts transmission kind of capacity. And so, as I said, the majority of it would be, it looks like sort of weaving back and forth across the state line in the Columbia River between Oregon and Washington. So there'll be a Washington review component. There will also be a federal review component, assuming that will be the Corps of Engineers will be the lead federal agency. In terms of the land portions, so between the Columbia River and the existing Bonneville Power Administration Big Eddy substation, it'll kind of exit the river and then have an overline transmission line connecting into that Big Eddy substation. Above the Bonneville Dam, they'll have to come back out of the river. They will go on the Washington side below the Bonneville Dam and go back into the river. So there'll be some on-site or on-land components there. And then finally, at the Harborton, PGE's Harborton substation, that's where it'll exit and enter into that substation. So again, some on-land components there. We are currently evaluating the notice of intent to ensure that it includes all the required information. So we have a notification requirement. There's an optional public information meetings, but for this project, we will do public information meetings, along the route of the project to allow people to get a little better understanding of what the project is and what our process is. But we haven't determined that the notice of intent includes everything that's needed. So if it does, we'll issue the notice and figure out the locations. If not, we'll let the applicant know what they need to submit. And then last on my project updates is the perennial wind chaser project. So that's the natural gas power plant in Hermiston. The deadline to challenge the council's decision to accept perennial wind chaser station's preliminary plan to decommission the facility as the final plan and terminate the site certificate has passed. Nobody appealed that. So effectively, it is terminated. We just need to do a little bit of final work in order to clean up the record and write a letter to the prior site certificate holder, but that one is effectively terminated. Can you bring up the slide with the, thank you. So as we started last month, we'd indicated we're going to give council updates on inspections and incidences that occurred over the prior month. So there are a couple of slides. The first two slides are inspections and the last slide is incidences. And so this is just, as we'd said, we're going to be a little bit judicious in what we bring up. We won't talk about every single site inspection we've done, but just things of note. And then as we go kind of along, you can let us know that maybe that's not something that's necessary, but we're trying to fine tune this. And you can see the very right-hand column, at the last council meeting, there was a request for some estimated completion time frame. And so we've added that as much as I indicated that we can forecast those.
This is Marcy. So I'm looking at the last one. It's to be determined. Who's going to determine that?
Let's see that one. Oh, I think, well, so in that instance, so the specific one is, we had determined that they had not done the required fire safety kind of inspection training with their personnel on site. So we said, you have to do that. They're working on that now. So I'm hoping next month we'll have the ability to say that that's either been done or we have a definitive date. So, there's some things that we can be definitive about. I don't think this one we gave them an absolute deadline, but that's a fairly short time frame because these are construction contractors that are out there. So it won't be long, but we didn't want to say, next week or the week after, because it may take a little bit longer than that.
That was my question. My point is because it's theoretically wet right now. We're not rolling up on fire season, but it will come fast and furious. So thank you.
Yeah, and so any of those ones where, it's a good point, I think what we'll try to do is any of those ones where we don't know, whether it's the next month or the month after, we will follow up on those.
Thank you. Other questions, comments on this?
It's great.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
So that one, I don't need to get into, the Leading Juniper. So this is a wind energy facility, the updated fire protection plan to include the current emergency contact list, employee training, and real roster map and GPS locations of the turbines, and confirmation that the North Gillum Rural Fire and Arlington Fire received the fire protection plan. So essentially, this shows you when we do these annual inspections, what we're looking at. We're looking at all the conditions, marching through. Some of them are very big, significant. Some of them may be smaller, but they're all required to be met. And this is one where they had not met that one. And so we said we need to meet this, and we're estimating by the end of the year that will be submitted. That was Leading Juniper 2A, 2B, kind of a similar, there was a requirement for a spill prevention control countermeasure. That plan also needs to be updated. So again, as we're going through those operational conditions associated with these facilities, we recognize some things hadn't been done. And then I talked about the state line one. So next slide, please. It's like was there a slide missing? So there should have been, the first one should have been Hermiston Power in Alto, Columbia.
There it is.
Okay. Yeah, so that was, yeah, so the first one is the Columbia Ethanol Project, and we talked about that for the last agenda item. So that was the thing, one of the things that we noticed that agreement didn't get updated. Eugene Medford transmission line. We requested they provide evidence to demonstrate compliance with the conditions related to noise, landowner and county coordination, vegetation management, sensitive habitat. So you can see that one should be done today. And then for Hermiston Power Project, natural gas fired power plant, Wally's been doing an evaluation of all of the carbon offsets and whether they're compliant with the amount of carbon offsets they've provided to the climate trust, or whether they're need to provide more. So as we have evaluations that have to be done on some frequency, and they always estimate this is the amount that we're gonna produce over a 30-year time frame. Then they make that payment, we do the calculations, but if then at the next time they've increased the amount of production, then that typically means that they will exceed the 30-year amount that they've provided and will have to provide an additional payment. So that's what Wally's working on right now with all the projects. Councilmember Condon, did you have a question?
I do, just for instance, Eugene to Medford. So I'm presuming that the certificate holder knows the conditions and were these, this evidence due sometime before 10/13? And they didn't provide it. And so now this is a reminder that we need to have it by this date.
Yeah.
So do you find that certificate holders are well aware, have a kind of a run book, I need to provide this report by October 1st, or do you know how they're managing these?
Yeah, so the way that it works with just about every site certificate holder is by April 30th of every year, they have to provide an annual report of the prior calendar year.
Okay,
And so in that, they, whatever phase they're at, they have to basically be looking at and evaluating whether they're adhering to all the conditions. So we're kind of in the process of retooling that, what they submit, what we ask them to submit to us, so we can better evaluate it. So that we're making sure that they're looking at it, that we go through the details of it and making sure, condition by condition, that all of those are current and being met. So what I would say is we're kind of in the middle of a transition right now. And so the short answer is yes, they should be aware of it. They should have met that. They didn't. And so we're going through that and making sure that, they have a process by which they're clearly evaluating all of the applicable conditions that should be met during that prior calendar year. And the best case scenario is when we sit down either in person or doing a kind of an online audit with them, that everything will have been submitted and everything will be good and clear. That's where we want to get to. And these incidences that were these sort of conditions which aren't being fully met, hoping next year we will not see that again.
thank you.
Yes, Pam.
Is the Columbia Ethanol Project, that estimated completion date really 23?
It should have been 23, yeah. Good catch.
You were practicing.
And like I said, that one will likely be at the next council meeting. Once we've had a chance to look at the proposed changes that the Port of Morrow has made to the agreement. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Okay, last two are incidences that we were notified of. And the first is Bigelow Canyon. As you're aware, this is a wind energy facility. There was an oil spill involving two pad-mounted transformers, similar to what we heard about before with the same facility. So these are additional. I think the reason why was maybe a little bit different. So each of the transformers contain approximately 486 gallons of non-PC mineral oil. The oil was released onto the gravel pads. So it didn't extend out to kind of the farm fields or anything. No water has been impacted associated with that. PG is contracted with NRC US Ecology to assist in cleanup. This was also reported to DEQ. And then, so the failures with these were based upon an electrical fault in the collector line. So they were doing some testing associated with the electrical collector lines. Those collector lines, you know, as they sound, connect each of the wind turbines to each other, and then those move to like a ramp up station. And so why it happened, we don't know, but it was part of that testing of those transmission lines that resulted in those two transformer failures and oil spill. So that turbine string has been shut down for the time being as they're doing an evaluation. So just received this, is it either this week or I think it was, yeah, it was very recent. So we don't have any further details on it. And next one is Carty Generating Station. So this is a natural gas power plant, also a PG-owned facility. So they received a letter that could be construed as a potential bomb threat. So their security kind of detail at PGE notified the Laurel County Sheriff's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, Oregon Public Utility Commission, and RC West, which is the reliability coordinator for the Western United States Balancing Authorities and Transmission, and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC. So you may have seen articles. There's been some hot shots at some facilities, and as we've heard, this was only one of the facilities that received a similar type of bomb threat. So they reported up to us. There's really probably nothing we're going to do about it, but they did report it to us to be aware of.
Why, this is Marcy. What I would say about that is, I personally believe these will continue going forward, and it might be something that is, we evaluate applications, that we really, the security and what your plans are around your emergency management and getting some of the safety issues. I think it's going to continue happening because that's just the world we're in right now.
And last on my list is the next council meeting, January 19th and 20th. So we are at this point pretty confident, I wouldn't say 100%, but pretty confident that we're going to need to have the meeting. It will need to be in Condon if we do have the meeting, and that will result in a Thursday night public hearing and then a Friday regular council meeting. So we'll verify that early next week just to make sure. But as I said, right now, we believe that will be the case.
So this is Marcy. Kent might need you to start the meeting off on Thursday. I'm gonna have to fly back from Vegas where I've got a health and welfare trust, and I'm the only one from my local that's on it, so I can't miss it. So depending on how that goes, I will land and drive fast.
The January 19th and 20th. So, you know, because it's hard to predict weather at this point in time, so this would be the trigger for this meeting in this location would be draft proposed order hearing on an amendment. There is a in-person in vicinity requirement, not by statute, but by council's rules. But if you recall, I don't know, year and a half ago, council also made changes to the rules to allow for a kind of good cause waiver of that. So if, you know, 2 days before the meeting, you know, it's blizzard conditions, then the council could make the choice to hold that remotely only. So, but because it's so far out, there's no way we can predict and forecast the weather with any kind of accuracy. So if we decide we're going to have the meeting, we will, you know, send it out, it'll be forecasted to be in that location, and then we would just keep an eye on the weather and make sure that it was safe to travel for everybody. It is the Oregon Trail Solar Amendment. They have submitted a request for amendment to extend the beginning construction timeline. And that was, if you recall, that was Montag Wind. This is one of the projects where there's been a lot of changes to. Montag Wind had an amendment to add solar, and then that was subsequently split into multiple facilities. So this is kind of the progeny of the Montag Wind facility. But it's currently just actually solar and wind. So it has two components that they could build. Unless there's any questions, that concludes my extra long council secretary report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is agenda item B. This is the State Line Wind Project Transfer Amendment Request. This is a hearing and action item. I, Chair Grail, will be acting as the hearing officer, and the council is going to conduct a hearing on a request to transfer ownership from the State Line Wind Project Site Certificate from FPL Energy State Line 2 Incorporated to Vancicle 2 Wind Generation Facility. The purpose of the transfer hearing is to provide the public an opportunity to provide oral comments on the transfer request and applicable council standards, specifically organizational expertise and retirement and financial assurance to council. So the time is now 9:19, and I'd like to open the transfer hearing on the request for amendment to transfer certificate holder ownership of the State Line Wind Project Site Certificate from FPL Energy State Line 2 Incorporated to Vancicle 2 Wind LLC. Testimony at this hearing must be limited to the request for transfer and the evaluation of the new owner's ability to satisfy the requirements under the council's organizational expertise standard, retirement, and financial assurance standard as presented in the proposed order. Is the new owner available, and do they wish to provide comments or to testify? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, if we might, I think we probably set this up a little bit off. I think we're probably be helpful for council and those listening to get a brief overview of what the project is and what the request is. So my apologies for setting this up a little bit awkwardly.
Sarah.
Thank you so much, Chair. And good morning. We just have a brief intro, won't take too long. Again, my name is Sarah Esterson. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor in the Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division. Would also just like to announce in the room today, we have representatives from the State Line Wind Project, including David Lawler, and their resident and state attorney from Stoll Reeves, Miss Sarah Stover Curtis. As Chair Grail has already mentioned, this agenda item will include 3 parts. I'll do a brief overview first of the facility and the amendment request. And then Chair Grail will open a hearing on the transfer request. After that concludes, then we will go through your review of the transfer request and any issues raised on the record. So our overview, this transfer request applies to the State Line Wind Project Site Certificate. This site certificate is a little unique in that it does include 2 certificate holders, and within the site certificate itself, it allocates facility components into 2 units. The units are separated by geography and they have names in the site certificate. State Line 1 and 2 is 1 unit name, and then Vancicle 2 is another unit name. And then the site certificate itself includes separate and distinct conditions for these 2, and then assigns the certificate holders to each of one of those units. So the 2 certificate holders are LLC subsidiaries of NextEra Energy Resources. Those 2 LLCs are FPL Energy Vancicle 2 and FPL State Line 2 Inc. The scope of this transfer request applies to the Vancicle 2 facility components, which are owned by FPL Energy State Line 2 Inc. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so under the State Line Wind Project, in totality, it is an existing operational facility, 223 megawatt wind, and located in Umatilla County. So on the screen is a picture of the site boundary. The larger polygon on the western side, I guess, is State Line 1 and 2, and then this other polygon is the Van Sickle 2 unit. And just to note that that is the unit that was being repowered in the last couple of months. The site certificate was originally issued by council in 2001 and has subsequently been amended 7 times. So this would be the 8th amendment. And again, the request for transfer is a request for transfer of site certificate ownership for one of the certificate holders from existing certificate holder FPL Energy State Line 2 Inc. to Van Sickle 2 Wind LLC. Okay, so before we roll into the transfer hearing, that just a reminder, so FSEC rules require a site certificate amendment if there's a change in ownership of the facility or the certificate holder. And in this instance, we have a change in ownership of the facility. And it applies to the Van Sickle 2 facility unit area, as we've discussed. An amendment to transfer is distinct from the council's sort of normal type A, B, or even C process. It has its own procedural requirements in OAR Chapter 345, Division 270400, where it only triggers 2 of council standards generally, unless you're a CO2 emitting facility. You won't see those very much anymore. And those are the organizational expertise and retirement and financial assurance standards. So a transfer request has to include the information requirements that go with those standards, as well as a certification from the new owner that they agree to abide by the terms and conditions of the existing site certificate in place. So council's scope of review here would be to determine whether the new owner has demonstrated an ability to comply to meet those 2 standards, and that the new owner has the ability to lawfully possess or control the site of the facility. There are not many procedural steps in a transfer request. It's really that the department has to issue a notice upon receipt and notice of a comment period and of a hearing. And then council has to conduct a hearing before they make a decision. That is why we're here today. And so now I will hand it back over to Chair Grail. I believe we've already opened the hearing, so I will just step aside to then cross over to where you were before.
Apologies for jumping ahead without you there. So just so I get straight back out, do I need to do anything different at this point?
No, I think just basically defer probably to Nancy if we have anybody in the audience who would like to comment, and then anybody on the webinar.
All right,
And I
thank you.
think there's an opportunity if the certificate holder or the representative would like to comment, they can as well.
All right, so we'll look over to Nancy.
So just to make everybody aware, if you would like to raise your hand and make a comment on the WebEx, you're going to look at the bottom right of the main window. There's a set of icons. Click on the participants, and that will raise your hand. You can click it again to lower your. See your hand raised. I will unmute your microphone. If you are participating on the phone, press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand, and then you will press *3 again on your keypad to lower your hand. No hands raised at this time.
Thank you. We will allow for a moment. Would you like to come on up while we are waiting for anyone on the phone? We have someone in the room who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Good morning.
Council, staff. My name is David Lawler. I'm the Regional Director for Development for NextEra Energy Resources in your fine state. And this transfer is important as we're going through our repowering construction phase, which, just as a way of an update, looking like it will push into 2023, but not very long into 2023. And so, yeah, we're appreciative of it, and we hope that we can come to a conclusion on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else on the phone, according to Nancy, wishing to speak. This last call, are there any other individuals in person on the WebEx or on the conference line who wish to testify or make comments on this transfer request? Okay, thank you, Nancy. So, again, Todd, just for, I don't know how much time we need to allow.
Maybe 1 more minute,
Okay,
just to be sure.
all right.
Chair Brown, just for the record, no written comments came in. Thank you.
Okay, well, at this time, there is no additional testimony, so the transfer hearing on the request for amendment to transfer the Summit Ridge Wind Farm Site Certificate is closed. The time is now 9:29. So, the hearing's closed, so that gets us over to us. So Sarah has come back to us, and we will turn things back over to Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, so now we'll move into your review of the transfer request. And as a friendly reminder, the transfer request is proposing a new owner, a new certificate holder in the site certificate for the Van Sickle 2 facility components. And that new owner would be Van Sickle 2 Wind LLC. Just to highlight some of the information that you were provided in the transfer request, it included attachment A1, which is the certificate of formation from the Secretary of State, State of Delaware, dated April 29th, 2022. In attachment A2, we were provided a certification from the new owner agreeing to abide by the terms and conditions of the existing site certificate and affirms that assets would be transferred over to them. And then attachment A3 is an Oregon registration with the Oregon Secretary of State of the LLC. Those are required in rule, and just affirming that they were provided and included what the rule requires. Okay, a brief overview of the procedural history. For this transfer request, there's a little bit more history before the start date, but we received a formal notification of the certificate holder's intent to transfer on November 22nd, 2022. That identified who the new owner would be and identified December 2022 as the pending transfer date. Then we received the formal request on November 28th. We then issued our notice of receipt of the transfer request of a 10-day comment period and of the December 16th hearing. That notice was issued on December 6th. We just conducted the transfer hearing on December 16th, and then your review and potential decision is on the same date. Okay, again, we have been monitoring today if any comments were received up until the close of the hearing, and we did not receive any written comments during the comment period. For a review of an amendment to transfer, there's 2 standards that are under review: Council's organizational expertise and retirement and financial assurance standards. And then if applicable, the CO2 standards would also apply, which is not the case for this one facility. Okay, so now we're going to review the organizational expertise and the ability of the new owner to satisfy the requirements. The organizational expertise has basically 4 components. It requires council to find that the new owner has the ability to operate the facility in a manner that protects public health and safety. They have the ability to operate the facility in compliance with site certificate conditions, all other applicable requirements, and that they have the ability to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. So some facts that were presented in the transfer request about the new owner. They are a project-specific limited liability company, wholly owned by NextEra Energy Resources LLC, which is the same structure as the existing certificate holder. It's just a new LLC. The new owner and certificate holder have requested in the transfer that council rely on the organizational expertise of its parent, and then offer 3 FSEC jurisdictional facilities where there's this LLC to parent relationship, and that is the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 2, Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 3, and then the State Line Wind Project. Okay, and then I just wanted to give you a few details about those 3 projects where, again, the certificate holder is an LLC, wholly owned subsidiary by NextEra. So using those experiences and structures to say this would be equivalent. Wheat Ridge 2 was constructed in 2020. It's a 200 megawatt wind facility in Morrow County. It was constructed in about 12 months, operational by December. During that time frame, up until today, no violations have been issued to that facility by FSEC or any other state agency. We have not received any complaints through pre-construction all the way to operation related to site certificate compliance. We were made aware of a complaint for the Wheat Ridge 2 facility at the county level that was, we believe, is outside of council jurisdiction. It has to do with sort of annoyance of light flicker at night by the flashing on the turbines. But we have been working with NextEra and asking that they respond to the county's concerns, and they have been very responsive. So just pointing that again as experience with the LLC to parent structure, where to date for that project, we've had success. The Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 3 is a 50 megawatt solar facility in Morrow County. It was started construction in 2021 and was completed by 2022. A similar situation where we had no incidents reported for that facility to date, no corrective actions, written corrective actions or violations for that facility. And then State Line Wind Project, for their experience as relevant, they've been in operation for over 10 years. So they've actually had more history to have incidents being reported, incidents like fire, transformer failure, even tower collapse and blade failure issue. Although our records show that all of those incidences were reported in compliance with the standard and were resolved timely. One of the issues that we point out in the order that was an attachment to the staff report that we are aware of in terms of their kind of compliance history is that LLCs owned by NextEra were issued quite a hefty fine from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but that they admitted to the issue and have been working to pay the fine. So we have recommended that council find this experience demonstrates that they would continue to have adequate experience to meet the standard. So, any questions on organizational expertise?
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. I don't really have a question. I have a comment. I actually supportive of this for the reasons stated in the record. What I am concerned about is our rule, I guess, for organizational expertise and the specific language of applicant who becomes the certificate holder and the parent company is not recognized at all. And we have other projects that certainly I've commented on related to that. This is different to me because it is an operating entity. It will have assets. And there is an operational history with the same structure. So it is different. It presents differently. So thank you for the work and certainly the presentation to fill that out.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay, moving over to the other standard that's reviewed in a transfer amendment, retirement and financial assurance. Just to go over the language of the standard. So council is obligated to find that the new owner has the ability to restore the site to a useful, non-hazardous condition at the end of the facility's useful life, and an ability to obtain a bond or letter of credit in an amount and form deemed satisfactory by council. So for this transfer request, we aren't reevaluating whether the decommissioning estimate previously approved is adequate. No changes have triggered a reevaluation of tasks and actions. So then we go to a legal opinion letter that they provided in their transfer request to evaluate whether they can take on this project without violating any of their other bond provisions, and they provided that from Squire Patton Boggs. We also have an existing bond in place from the existing certificate holder using an entity that's approved by council. It's Fidelity and Deposit Company of Maryland. And they have affirmed, they being the new owner, that they can get that bond reissued under the new name in a period of 3 weeks. So I think those are the facts we have to review. And with that, we have recommended council find that the new owner would still be able to meet the standard.
Yes, Cindy Condon, for the record, sorry, I didn't say that last time. Sarah, on the ability to obtain bond, surety bond issued by Zurich American Insurance Company. So is that the bond issued today that will be replaced by the?
This is the bond we have on file today, and it would be issued to the new owner, but same form.
Should be essentially transferred.
Right.
They're recognizing the new owner.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now I think you have the 3 options we recommended in the staff report, that the transfer request be approved. If that's approved and the final order is issued, then an amended site certificate with new owner would be incorporated. And then you have 2 other options to approve the request with changes, or to deny.
Thank you.
Cindy, this is Cindy. I'll move to approve the request for the transfer as recommended by staff.
Kent?
This is Kent. I'd like to insert something, if I may, before seconding that. Because at the last council meeting in November, during Council Rowe's presentation on the case law, we said that we highlighted that the council needs to be very clear with reasoning for our decision and explain reasons for our decision rather than just making a motion as presented by staff. And so this is going to be duplicative, and we need to decide, do we really want to do it like this, or because of the value that council, Patrick Rowe would get out of this, it would help in the future. So here we go. See what you think. It's maybe too long-winded, I don't know. So the transfer amendment request requires we find a new owner satisfies the requirement of the organizational expertise, the retirement financial assurance, and emission and carbon dioxide standards. Well, the carbon standard doesn't apply because it's a wind energy facility. So we move on to organizational expertise. The letter from the current site certificate holder confirms that Van Sickle 2 Wind Project will be assigned to Van Sickle 2 Wind LLC and demonstrates that it will be in control and possession of the facility and will abide by all the terms and conditions of the 7th amended site certificate. And the council previously found that the parent company, NextEra Energy Resources LLC, has the organizational expertise to construct, operate, and retire the proposed facility in compliance with council standards and conditions of the site certificate. Regarding the retirement financial assurance, because all assets of the Van Sickle 2 unit will be transferred to the new owner, and because the new owner is owned by the same parent company, I find the new owner has a reasonable likelihood of pending a bond or letter of credit in form required by the site certificate. So, Madam Chair, this is where I go. I move the council approve this request to transfer ownership because it's in compliance with the council standards that the new owner is lawfully entitled to possession of control of the site or facility described in the site certificate.
Okay, so I'm going to look over at council and Todd to see I think that was the appropriate time to ask questions. So we've got a motion and then Kent provided rationale for the motion. When you gave us our presentation last meeting, was that your intention that we provide such detail?
It's certainly helpful. If anyone in the future is trying to determine why did council take an action that it took, Kent provided an explanation as to why he believes council would be approving this request.
Okay. Cindy?
So can I withdraw my motion and defer to Kent?
Or friendly amendment.
Yeah,
Friendly amendment. Accepted.
Okay, so, thank you for that, because I do
Yes.
think that there's no wiggle room, right? It's all spelled out. So, anyone else have any comments?
Thank you, Kent.
Do I need a second?
There needs to be a second.
I need a second.
If I may, one other thing, if you're going to continue this in the future, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, the motion stands, this is just an explanation
Okay.
of why you do it.
Oh,
I'll
okay,
second.
okay.
Okay,
Councilor Condon's motion. I'll second.
thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Yes, Todd?
Just for clarification for the record, Todd on that. So with that in mind, does that become the motion, the vice chair, how read, or is that explanation that goes into the minutes?
I would consider it an explanation for why council would be voting with their,
Okay,
but presumably they're voting. Cindy has made a motion, Kent has explained this is why I voted, would be second again,
got it.
and then everyone else can.
So the motion for the record would be the same. The motion itself, but in the minutes would reflect the justification.
Correct, that's.
Okay. I just want to be clear to make sure, because I'm going to need to get your handwritten notes, Vice Chair. Make sure that we have all of that in the record.
And it's all being recorded as well.
And it's, you know, we'll have to, but it's easier to type it out. but-
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
think that's a good
that's-
exercise for
very
us all
good.
as we move forward. So your work was not,
I was listening.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional comments? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Ann Meyer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes,
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
thank you. That was extremely helpful. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
And that will conclude agenda item B. We are relatively on target, but before we have our next agenda item, I just want to check with council members. Would you rather take a break now? Is everybody good? Everybody need a break?
Yeah, I took it.
Okay, so if we could just take a
Yeah.
5-minute break to prepare before we dive into agenda item C. All right, the time is now 9:46, so we could be back in 5 minutes then. One, that would be swell.
Just before you grab your things, it's nice to see you and not just on a screen.
Okay, thank you. So we are up to agenda item C. This is a citing table overview, an information item that Oriana Magnera from the Energy, Climate and Transportation Program Manager with Verde is going to present an update on a stakeholder working group that's been discussing the citing process in Oregon. Oriana, are you with us?
I am here, and I'll be, so for the record, my name is Oriana Magnera, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, members of the Energy Facility Siting Council. We're going to switch up our order a little bit because we've got a presenter who needs to drop at 10. So I'll do a very brief intro. We'll dive into something that seems very wonky and specific, and then we'll pull back out. So just a brief note about the work that we've been doing. Verde, Thousand Friends of Oregon, and Renewable Northwest have been helping to convene a conversation about the siting process in Oregon, bringing together a number of stakeholders from a variety of different perspectives who are impacted by siting in the state to have dialogue about what's working, what may not be working, where the challenges and opportunities are, and where we can make some improvements. And so our order today is I'll kick it off to Laura Tabor from the Nature Conservancy first to talk a little bit about some of the conversations we've been having about transmission. and then kick it back to Diane Brandt from Renewable Northwest to talk about kind of the history of this work. I'll talk about what it is we're doing and bring it back to some of what Lara shares. And then we'll talk about some of the other work groups within this process, like the ones that Lara is just about to talk about, and some of the things they're working on. So Lara will kick us off to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and opportunities associated with transmission. Apologies for jumping around a little bit, but want to make sure that we have all our presenters have the opportunity to speak. Go ahead, Lara.
Thank you, Oriana. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Lara Tabor. I'm the Climate Action Director with the Nature Conservancy in Oregon. And I have been working with Kathy Moyd to co-facilitate the transmission working group within the broader group that Oriana has been convening. We've covered a number of topics with a sort of underlying theme of the clear mismatch between permitting timelines and the timeline that we have to meet our clean energy goals. Oregon's 2030 target for 80% clean electricity is approaching quickly, and as I'm sure this council is well aware, it takes years, often over a decade, to permit new transmission projects. Transmission permitting processes are complex, especially here in Oregon, where most transmission is federally owned and operated by the Bonneville Power Administration. And there's also a tension between the desire to streamline and accelerate these processes, but still ensure opportunities for meaningful community engagement. This group has discussed some opportunities, including around regional coordination, recognizing that in other regions with RTOs in place, there are often more efficient ways to allocate transmission capacities for new projects and interconnection requests. We're also discussing how Oregon can make it easier to upgrade existing transmission and co-locate new transmission in existing right-of-ways. The Nature Conservancy's recent Power of Place West study, which analyzed energy and conservation to identify scenarios for meeting energy goals with lower environmental impacts, found that west-wide, half of the new transmission capacity we need could be met with reconductoring and co-location, and recommends focusing on these options to make sure that we're still adding capacity while new siting processes unfold, as we know those will still take time. Lastly, the group has... Sorry?
If I can interrupt you for 1 second. Do we have this presentation? Will we get this? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we can, so it wasn't part of the PowerPoint slides that we sent out last week, but it has been updated, so we will resend that out to council.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how much I need to write. Thank you.
No problem. So the last thing I'll mention is we've also talked about what the state can do to incorporate early outreach, both in its own processes and as it coordinates with federal processes. Some of our group members have noted that there are definitely opportunities for the state to prepare to move quickly once projects hit state jurisdiction by proactively analyzing our own energy needs and corridor options. So thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I'm sorry I won't be able to stay on for discussion, but I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentation. Thanks, Oriana.
Thanks so much, Lara. And now I'll kick it back to Diane Brandt with Renewable Northwest to share a little bit about the history of this conversation, and we'll kind of get back on track with the order as it was planned. And as Wally mentioned, we will send around the updated slides later today, so folks can have that content. Go ahead, Diane.
Great, thanks, Oriana. Good morning, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, members of the council. For the record, my name is Diane Brandt, and I'm the Oregon Policy Manager with Renewable Northwest, a regional nonprofit based in Oregon that advocates for the responsible decarbonization of the electricity grid. Our members include renewable energy industry and business, environmental NGOs, consumer advocates, and others. As Oriana mentioned, I'm here to talk a little bit about the history and also Renewable Northwest's work and interest in policy efforts and conversations around the siting of renewable energy projects in Oregon, and to offer a little bit of context for the panel. Over the years, we have worked with our members and partners to understand the challenges facing renewable energy development and look for possible solutions. One of these areas has been the siting process, and as such, we've supported various legislative efforts, some successful and others not, focused on easing some of the difficulties around the siting of renewable energy projects. So this has included efforts on updating Goal 13 to include renewable energy as a beneficial use of Oregon's land, opening a rulemaking, proposing to open a rulemaking to look at the goal exception process, and also looking at the thresholds for projects being eligible to be permitted at the county level. We also regularly engage at FSEC on rulemakings and other opportunities for comment, and we had the privilege of presenting to the council in April on renewable energy development and procurement. And we continue to look for workable solutions that would ease siting barriers facing renewable energy projects to help meet 100% clean by 2040. As you are all aware, siting is an incredibly complex discussion. It ranges from the technical considerations to local land use and community values. It also involves a large number of stakeholders when viewed from all of these angles, and raises questions around how we as Oregonians choose to use our land and resources. And now, post House Bill 2021 and moving towards 100% non-emitting electricity by 2040, the need to address the existing pressure points in siting in a way that is inclusive is even more important to ensure the large amount of renewable projects needed to meet the clean energy mandates and climate goals is met. And so we must find a workable and inclusive solution and on an ambitious timeline. To add another angle to this, Renewable Northwest continues to view that House Bill 2021 can and will drive renewable development in Oregon. And siting is how we install these renewables. Perhaps more on a practical side, in our work in the regulatory process at the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, we see that Oregon renewable projects fare well in the regulatory process, meaning the selection of Oregon projects appear frequently in the preferred portfolios identified in the utility integration resource plans. However, what actually comes online is a different matter, meaning while the utilities indicate a willingness and desire to select Oregon projects, the Oregon projects do not always come online for one reason or another. This is just another indicator of a potential disconnect or presence of difficulties in the siting process. Some of these actually we presented on at the aforementioned April presentation to the council. Which leads me to the current siting table, the conversation we're having today, which is a timely, inclusive effort to understand and seek and propose solutions around the difficulties of siting renewable energy projects in Oregon. And we are enthusiastically co-convening this effort, recognizing the importance of approaching siting reform in an inclusive and collaborative way. And we hope it will not only create durable solutions, but it has already offered a space for creating some shared understanding of the breadth and challenges of the issue. So we look forward to continued engagement in this effort, exploring strategies and solutions, and to any questions that you might have. And I'll pass it back to Oriana. Thank you.
Once again, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, members of the Energy Facility Siting Council. For the record, my name once again is Oriana Maniera. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Energy, Climate, and Transportation Manager at Verde. Verde's mission is to build environmental wealth through organizing, advocacy, and social enterprise. Environmental wealth can mean many things, from clean air and water to affordable energy bills. It can also mean renewable energy projects that create benefits for communities through jobs, resilience, and economic development, or the ability to diversify and protect agricultural land. The latter is what brings me and the rest of the panel here today. 2 sessions ago, the legislature passed House Bill 2021, which set Oregon's ambitious path to 100% clean energy by 2040. While the bill did not go as far as some wanted in terms of mandating that energy be built in Oregon, there are still many projects and many acres of land that will be needed to meet our renewable energy and transmission needs. At the same time, climate is causing increased pressures on our working lands and wildlife habitat. We are faced with a difficult tension. We need renewable energy to help mitigate the impacts of a changing climate, but many of the best sites for renewable energy projects have already been utilized, and there's little to no low-hanging fruit left. The intersecting goals of our land use system mean that Oregon values many different ways to use our land and benefit communities, but oftentimes these land uses come into conflict, not to mention the lack of needed transmission capacity that prevents many projects from being built. At the same time, our state is rich in historic and cultural resources and first foods important to tribal governments and communities. Protecting these valuable and irreplaceable assets is imperative. Our energy siting processes must weigh all of these things and do so in ways that also include meaningful tribal consultation, accessible opportunities to engage for the communities impacted by projects, and a streamlined process that makes it possible to get things built. There are ways in which our current regime does this and ways it does not. If we are to meet our goals while also not communicating to tribes and communities that we will do so by any means and all means, whether they agree with those goals or not, then it is necessary to ask what we can do better in the energy siting and how we can work together across many interests, perspectives, and levels of experience to deploy the right strategies to ensure that the ample benefits of renewable energy and transmission are made possible without adding to the already complicated and lengthy and costly process. Everything I've articulated is why Verde, Renewable Northwest, and Thousand Friends of Oregon convened a conversation to include as many voices as possible with interest in and ideas about how our renewable energy and transmission siting system could be improved. We believe that no one organization, nor only a handful of organizations, can do it alone. We need many creative perspectives, insights, and most importantly, relationships to make it happen. The purpose of the conversation is not necessarily to make and pass legislative policy, although that has been enabled by 2 placeholder legislative concepts that may be introduced should it be the right path. The purpose is to address the challenges I outlined and to do so in ways that bring together voices who may never have worked together, help them build empathy and understanding, collaborate and ideate, and see where we can get with collective power. The group has been meeting since the end of August, and it includes a large number of voices, not fully representative of the categories of the slide. There are certainly places where we could be better in regards to participation from conservation voices and tribal communities. Although we are working to convene a separate space to get input from tribal governments and working to ensure better representation from conservation voices, as well as a broad swath of government voices from local governments in Eastern Oregon. We began the process by hearing from state agencies about what they do and regulate and brainstorming the challenges and opportunities people see in the current siting system. Rather than plunge into strategy conversations, we've received some wise cautions to spend time learning from one another and better understand not only how the system works from an agency perspective, but how it is felt on the ground by developers, local governments, and communities. It's easy to describe how something is supposed to work and much more difficult to understand the realities. At present, we're narrowing the scope to discuss what we want, where we want to go from here, and we'll hone and find alignment to potential strategies in the new year. To develop potential strategies and identify opportunities to enhance or improve the current system, we've divided up into 4 working groups about whom you'll hear more in a moment, and you've already heard about the transmission working group from Laura. These working groups are focused on how siting and land use interact and where pressures might be relieved through goal changes or changes to the exception process, understanding and addressing transmission capacity needs and alleviating transmission constraints on project development and acknowledging that new transmission is difficult and sometimes contentious to build, improving resources and capacity for local governments and how they engage around siting and mitigation, and ensuring that value systems related to communities, historic and cultural resources, and first foods and conservation are all taken into account while still finding ways to streamline the process. I will pass it off to the rest of the work group leaders to share more about what we're learning and forecast some of the ideas that may emerge in the coming weeks. I also want to extend great thanks to them for leaning in and helping guide the way. And the next person I'll pass it to is Mary Kyle McCurdy, who is the Deputy Director of Thousand Friends of Oregon. Go ahead, Mary Kyle.
Good morning, Chair Grail and members of the council. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy. I'm the Deputy Director of 1000 Friends of Oregon. And my organization agreed to be a co-convener of this large group because the issue of renewable energy siting in a number of past legislative sessions. And while there is agreement on the need, I'm sorry, I'm hearing another voice. Okay. And while there is agreement on the need to increase renewable energy production, the conflicts between different but all legitimate interests have not been resolved. However, even in those conversations, some paths forward do seem possible, but they are simply not reachable in the hurry of a legislative session in the context of one type of renewable energy or one geography or just a few stakeholders. So this large conversation over the past months has enabled that sharing of needs, opportunities, and challenges, and hopefully a better understanding of the perspectives of different stakeholders. The term land use can seem abstract, but it is important to recognize that it is shorthand for a variety of economic, social, and environmental values that are encompassed in the statewide planning goals. These are lands where people make a living growing food, habitat and wildlife, cultural resources, etc., as well as lands that can be places for generating renewable energy. The land use planning process offers a structure to balance and mitigate these different needs, but it is only one part of the puzzle here. So we believe that in the next few weeks, we will be exploring whether there is a process by which to identify areas or characteristics of areas with lower conflicts or where they may be more readily mitigated and provide for a more streamlined process. Thank you.
The next person I'll pass it over to is the Executive Director of the Community Renewable Energy Association, Mike MacArthur, who will talk about the work we're doing as it relates to the interaction of local process and the siting process.
Thank you, Oriana. Chair Grail, members of the council, I'm Mike MacArthur, Executive Director of the Community Renewable Energy Association. And I'm getting that feedback that Mary Kyle heard as well. I don't know what I can do to adjust, but let me know if there is something technical. But at any rate, Korea is a public entity organized under ORS Chapter 190. We represent local governments and renewable energy developers as ex officio members. Korea's members include most of the counties where renewable energy projects are being sited in Oregon. I've agreed to lead the subgroup of the large group on the local siting process. That's the slide you're seeing here. House Bill 2021, as you've heard and probably know, is going to require a significant build out of renewable generation. Korea wants to see that happen in Oregon. Some developers say Oregon's the hardest state in the region to site projects. The current BPA interconnection queue indicates requests to connect to the grid for more than 46,000 megawatts in just 4 counties in Oregon. For instance, in Sherman County, 15,000 megawatts are proposed. And if only 10% of those projects go forward, it would mean more than double the generation from Sherman, which is already leading the state in renewable energy generation. The rural counties where renewable energy development's happening typically have very small planning staffs, like 1 person at Sherman. Even so, projects that are able to use the local siting process get sited sooner and less expensively, but there are limits on the size of projects that are eligible for the county process. Renewable energy is not currently explicitly recognized as a land use value under Oregon's land use goals, and that conflicts with House Bill 2021 and the governor's Climate Executive Order 20-04. That means other land use values are given more weight in the permitting process, which is contributing to some of these difficulties. The Oregon land use system needs to be updated to account for renewable energy. And I appreciate the self-examination that the council is doing. I've filled out the survey and be interested to see where that leads. We need to find ways to expedite siting, reduce conflicts, and develop, and that development inevitably creates. We don't need to create further obstacles and processes that delay the development of renewable energy if we're going to reach those goals. That's why Korea is participating in this work. Finally, I'd be remiss if I wouldn't pile on to the appreciation of Hanley Jenkins and his service on the council over all these years. Hanley has been a great representative for rural Oregon, Eastern Oregon, local government, and I personally have very much appreciated his expertise and congratulate him on his service. Thank you.
Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Our final work group is focused on community conservation and historic, cultural, and trust resource value systems. The draft aim of this group is to ensure early and meaningful tribal and community engagement, education, and accessibility in siting to better understand and respond to local, community, cultural, and conservation values. Much of the early discussion has focused on how to engage communities meaningfully from the start while also finding ways to streamline process. A common fear I've heard from developers about what might come out of these conversations is added steps or requirements around community engagement that would weigh down an already difficult path to getting a project built. The goal of this work group is at least to avoid that while still finding ways to help ensure that communities feel the benefits of projects and have a voice in the process. One possible idea that has been discussed is better enabling or incentivizing community benefits agreements and giving projects that utilize them a faster track to siting. To wrap up, I'll forecast what the next few weeks look like and also encourage anyone who has not yet gotten involved that there is still time to help generate strategies and help shape any outcomes. I'm especially interested, we meet on Fridays from 1 to 3 p.m. and today we're throwing a lot of idea spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. We'll then take a much needed year-end break and return to flesh out the strategy ideas by identifying the agency, venue, the mechanisms such as rulemaking or legislation, the timeline, the lift, and any key details. It's important to note that not all potential ideas may not be legislation, or any for that matter. Although, as I mentioned, there will be a vehicle introduced to enable that, and that is legislative concepts 1887 and 1888, which are the placeholders. I also want to forecast some of the ideas that are percolating, but are by no means inevitable, that may impact FSEC's work. Amending or making new rules for Goal 13 to broadly incorporate renewable energy sources, creating pathways to expedite permitting that also help to improve community process and local control, whether through mapping or energy zone identification to identify low conflict areas, or through community benefits agreements, or by lowering thresholds for larger projects to go through the county process. Aligning the land use goal exception process with FSEC thresholds, providing resources for communities, local governments, and tribal governments to better engage with the siting process, improve tribal consultation and timing of consultation, particularly figuring out how to implement the language in Section 2 of HB 2021 that requires that bill be implemented with attention to tribal consultation, defining and supporting early engagement for communities impacted by project siting without adding steps to the siting process, giving FSEC more power to give input on transmission routes, and changing the repowering thresholds to make it easier to add capacity to existing lines, which is something that Laura Tabor from the Nature Conservancy mentioned briefly. This work is a tall order, and these are not easy topics. I'm incredibly grateful for all the folks who stuck with the process and are now delving in with enthusiasm and creativity, and especially to the people who felt concerns at what might come, but have had faith nonetheless. This kind of collaborative work is only possible when we're willing to set aside assumptions and dig in with humor and grace. Thank you for your time, and the other presenters for their incredible leadership and partnership. I'm happy to answer any questions, as are the other presenters, and have shared my contact information if folks want to reach out to engage or with questions, comments, or concerns. And I'll stop sharing my screen for the question and answer portion.
Thank you, Brianna. Any questions, comments from council? Go ahead, Kent.
This is Kent, and I have a question regarding the local process through the county. What are you seeing as far as the timing of applications being processed and going through the appeals process at the local level? I'm interested in what you're observing so far with that.
My personal observation, this is Mike MacArthur, Chair Grail, Community Renewable Energy Association. What I've seen is that many of the processes that the FSEC is bound to follow are able to be expedited at the local level. I don't have a strong record on understanding the appeals process, but I do understand that those appeals periods can delay projects significantly. And I think it's worth taking a look at the time that is required or is allowed for an appeal to go forward. But developers tell me that the local process is quicker, including appeals.
And Vice Chair Howe, I'll jump in as well, just to share some reflections we've heard from local governments, that one of the challenges with the appeals process, not only is there that issue of time that potentially gets added, but that in particular in a small community like the one I live in Lake County, county commissioners who are in a very tight-knit community are required to make decisions that inevitably make someone upset. But then the appeals process may come through either through LUBA or through other venues in the state. And then that overturns a decision that the county then feels like, well, we had to make this, it caused strife in the community, but ultimately we didn't have the control to make and stand by that decision as well. So I think that that's a thing to consider as well, as not only the timelines, but the relationship impacts of how the state process and local process interact.
Cindy? Cindy Condon, thank you for the presentation today. I am curious, it certainly takes longer, it sounds like it takes longer, I'm not sure it does, it'd be interesting to see the evidence of that. But the FSEC projects tend to be larger, and do you not see that the larger projects may take just much longer? And is the time for the process that the process takes under FSAC lengthened due to developers taking the time in their application materials? Or do stakeholders sitting at the table point to FSAC or other reviewing agencies?
Well, I think you've,
You know,
Chair Grail, Councilor Condon, I think you've got the experts sitting right there at the table. I mean, Hanley's been through the process both ways, and I think would have a lot more expertise on this than I do. And it just seems to me that because the FSAC tries to do the same process for every kind of project, counties don't necessarily need to do that. So that can expedite the process.
Chair Graham.
Yes, Ann.
So thank you to Verde and the organizers. This is Ann Byer. Just first, thank you for having the transmission subcommittee, because I think that is a huge issue for us all to think about. But also recognizing the tension between streamlining any process while still providing opportunity for public involvement. And that's something I know FSAC struggles with, making sure we get comments while still keeping projects on track. So it's just something we need to all be cautious of as we move forward on these, as someone said, very complex issues. So thank you for your efforts.
Other questions, comments? Patrick?
Oriana, this is Patrick Rowe with the Department of Justice. You mentioned that the group is looking at legislative concepts that might include measures for expediting permitting. Is there a particular of the subgroups that you've broken out into? Is there a particular subgroup that is looking at that, or are you doing it as the largest group?
Yes. There's not a specific subgroup that is looking at that particular issue. It is something that is coming up in a couple of the work groups. One on the local process side of the conversation, and also in land use, where we're talking about how do we reduce conflict in the siting process, and how do we help expedite process when something like siting in a renewable energy zone or a place that community has indicated is a lower conflict area, that could be a way to get expedited process. We're also talking about in the value system groups with regard to community benefits agreements. So it's coming up kind of across the board. And there are a number of different strategy ideas that I think are starting to percolate in different work groups, which is one of the things that I find heartening in this process, is that there is a clear set of issues that are coming up, some of which have been discussed today, that are coming up in multiple work groups, which means there's a lot of resonance and that these are potentially very durable strategies. And I know Diane's got a camera on, so I'll see if she wants to jump in and perhaps had some things to share about the length of the FSAC process and some of the barriers that might be associated with that as well.
Thanks, Oriana. Yes, Chair Grail and members of the council. Sorry, I didn't jump in during I didn't find my camera button quick enough to answer to Commissioner Condon's question earlier, but I thought that Mike MacArthur offered a very good explanation. And I'll just add that, referencing back to the April presentation that we made to the council, is we did look at some of the timelines that renewable projects follow or take. And, comparing the large versus small, yes, there probably is some element to that of the timeline around how large of a project, supply, finding workforce, all of those things. However, I think it would be worth, and perhaps there's an opportunity in the FSAC review process coming up next year, and in the survey that just went out to stakeholders, of comparing what actually is different between the county and the FSAC process. From our understanding, the difference is quite significant in the permitting timeline. And I'd have to ask for some more input from our members to feel confident in giving that assessment. Also, however, I can say with confidence that the other implication is the costs of going between the county level permitting versus the FSEC process. The cost difference is quite significant. But I don't want to downplay the difference in issues or the issues that both small and large projects face in terms of interconnection, transmission, and then also the community outreach and engagement piece of it, and making sure stakeholders have an equal voice or a sufficient time to interact. Those are cross-cutting between those two. So I just wanted to add a couple more thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Marcy Grill. I just have a question because I don't know. So one of the things that I know we get pressured with from the public is we didn't have time to review. We didn't have enough time to look. So as you offer those comments, I'm just curious if local processes have, such structured requirements. We have very specific ones that we're mandated to do. And if any of you could comment on that, I'd just be curious.
So
This
Chair
is
Graham.
Stanley. So generally, renewable energy applications go through a conditional use process. There is Department of Land Conservation Development, LCDC administrative rules for solar projects in the exclusive farm use zones and for wind that are specific. And they do have specific criteria for reviewing those applications. But my experience is that you get one bite of the apple through a conditional use application process. And if you don't like, you don't get as many opportunities to review an application or the intricacies of an application as you do through the FSEC process. And the elements of the FSEC process are more comprehensive. And they're intended to be. And I think that's very relevant for large scale operations. It's, the system that we have for the FSEC process is based on standards. And you're required to meet certain standards, where a conditional use application is based on compatibility. Is it compatible? And so I think there's a different way of looking at applications at the local level. I do think Kent's point about the appeals process at the local level, where you go through the Land Use Board of Appeals, and then you go through the Court of Appeals, and then you eventually can get to the Oregon Supreme Court. Where our process, if you have an appeal, it goes to the Supreme Court. There is the contested case process in our process, which refines the evaluation and the issues that are raised. And we've observed how that's worked with the transmission lines. And I think that's been very valuable to go through that process and sort out the issues and the parties. And so we're at the local level, that wouldn't happen.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Chair Grail, I do think each county is different. Some counties have very explicit standards for renewable development. I think the standards, for example, in Cook County almost parallel the FSEC language, though we don't have standards for some elements. And I also think there's that element of having the local decision body there to involve the community that's most affected. So while FSEC has hearings where there are projects proposed, I think with the local process, you sometimes have more community involvement because it's the decision makers that you've appointed. But I think we had one appeal in Cook County that's probably 3 years into it, through LUPA, Court of Appeals, back again. So each project is so different, and it's hard to design any one system to reflect all those differences. So, but again, thank you to Verde and the other participants for taking this on and doing the soul searching that we we do need to do, but there's a reason there are these two different processes, both at the state level, reflecting the broader state interests, and then the local conditional use process.
Yeah, I think Ann brings up a good point. While there are LCDC rules for renewable applications, not all jurisdictions have adopted those rules. And so there is a lot of variability between county review applications, review of applications. So.
And counties can always be more stringent than the state rules, so.
Dr. Rios, thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Ann, for your
Yeah, for the record, talking that. So, you know, to kind of throughout this process, you know, I've heard a lot of the conversations, you know, state versus local, more expensive, takes more time, yes, on its face. But you need to dig deeper into that because that's a very generic sort of statement and it kind of goes exactly what's being said here today is you can't just sort of say one is more expensive than the other. You know, you have to look into what the standards require, what the process require. That's where I think the evaluation needs to go to say, is this needed for these projects? And that's a legitimate conversation, but you can't just say it's harder here and it's easier here. And so, but that's where oftentimes the conversation stops, and that's a misrepresentation very much of exactly the differences between the two processes. You compare, you know, something that like one county does on cultural resources versus what the council does. They are completely different. County may not do hardly anything related to cultural resources, you know, or, you know, subsurface archaeological resources. And we have a significant process related to that. So again, you need to dig deeper. You can't just say this thing's on a surface level because that creates a false, I think, reality of what it is. And the last thing I would say is, you know, probably just because solar is really what we're seeing most. There's going to be a little bit of wind, but it's really solar, you know, and again, the sort of need for these facilities, totally agree with that, but I just want to kind of reiterate where we're at as FSEC. So operational, there's 50 megawatts of FSEC approved project, you know, solar project that is in operation. 362 megawatts is in construction. 812 has been approved, but is not yet beginning construction. 3 of those have requested time extensions because they've indicated there's no power purchase agreement for their facility. And 2.5 gigawatts under review of solar projects in FSEC. So again, these are needed, you know, and when people talk about the need for projects in the future, I totally agree with that. But you need to look at how much are currently under review, you know, either by us or by the local governments. And I would encourage everybody, you know, on this call to look at the Land Conservation and Development Commission Farm and Forest Report, because that gives an assessment across, you know, not just FSEC, but across the local governments about the number of projects, solar, wind, others that have been approved. I think that helps frame up, you know, what we need to do moving forward, in addition to what exists right now, or what's available to build right now.
Thank you. Other comments? I would just like to say that I have, in my day job, working for the IBW, I've participated in some of these calls, and the conversation has been fascinating. People are engaged. They're coming from different perspectives. The one thing I'm still not completely sure is what the interface and how engaged the Public Utility Commission has been. Because when we start talking about transmission capacity, obviously the investor-owned utilities have their integrated resource plans, and it goes into like a whole nother rabbit hole of things. Are they participating with you, Oriana?
Chair Grail, the Public Utility Commission did come and give a presentation about how the resource planning process works. They have indicated that they want to be a little bit less involved for 2 reasons. One, that they're deferring to the Department of Energy for the most part, and feel like Department of Energy will tag them in or indicate that they should start participating if things come up that feel like they fall more within Public Utility Commission purview. And also because there have been a number of proceedings at the Public Utility Commission related to the condemnation docket, or now related to Boardman to Hemingway that have felt like the commission would like to have a little bit of arm's length to this particular public process in order to protect the integrity of that particular space as well, and ensuring that they have the right venues and that there are not questions that are coming up or comments that are coming up that feel like that may be influencing that process. So that's been a factor as well, is that there are concurrent things, but we're in close conversation with the Public Utility Commission regularly and keeping them updated, as I believe the Department of Energy is as well.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, then we thank you all for your participation today and providing this information. I think it will be helpful for us as we continue our work, and we look forward to collaborating in the future. Thank you. All right. Well, we are ready to move on. If you all, welcome to stay at the public meeting, have at it. But we're going to continue on with our agenda item. We've already taken a quick break, so I think we'll continue moving past that. And that gets us to our public comment period. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment. Items closed for comment include the Weston Solar Project draft proposed order, the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project proposed order, and the Protected Areas, Scenic Resources, and Recreation Resources Standards rulemaking. The time is now 10:35, and we are opening public comment. Nancy, do we have anyone wishing to comment? Or is there anyone in the room wishing to comment?
I don't receive any comment. I will make note on how to actually raise your hand. So if you are on the webinar, you're going to hover your name to the list. Or hover your mouse, excuse me, over your name, and it will raise your hand. Click on that icon. And when you are finished speaking, you can click on the icon again to lower your hand. If you are on the phone, you're going to press *3 to raise your hand to make a comment, and *3 to lower your hand after you.
Thank you. So if you wish to make any comments, please let Nancy know in the way that she's just described, or if anyone in the room wishes to do so, please complete a card indicating so.
Sure, at this time I do not see any hands raised, and we have not received any public comment.
Thank you.
Oh, now we do have one.
All right.
So we have a call-in user with your hand up. I have unmuted your mic. I cannot tell what your name is.
Hello, council members. This is Max Yaklik, in-house counsel for New Sun Energy. And I just wanted to add a little bit of the developer's perspective to the conversation that was just had. And we've been participating in that policy work group with Oriana and everyone, and are very thankful for all the work that has been done there. But just in response to Director Cornett's comment about looking at the amount of energy that's been applied for at FSEC, Mike MacArthur mentioned that the overall projected need to build meet HB 21 is somewhere approaching 50 gigawatts. So, you know, the 2.5 gigawatts that have been currently approved is far below what we need. And I just also want to reiterate that as we're looking at that element, that we also need to consider the projects that are approved versus what actually ends up getting built due to constraints like power purchase agreements. So that's all I had to add. And thank you so much for convening and giving Oriana and the group an opportunity to talk about that process.
Thank you for your comment. Do you see anyone else, Nancy, wishing to comment?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Well, we are going to close the public comment period at 9:38, or excuse me, 10:38. So next up, we have the Weston Solar Project. This is council review of the draft proposed order. This is an information item. We have Helen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, ready to present to us, looking all cheery and bright for the holiday season. Logging in, but I think if you want to pass the ball, I'll share the presentation. Okay. I'm right here. Just bear with me here. Oh, nice. How embarrassing. Okay. Good morning, Chair Grail, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst at Oregon Department of Energy. I've been here for, over 6 years or something, and I missed our Hanley send-off, but I just want to start unrelated to this agenda item for Councilmember Jenkins. Thank you so much for all of your service and help to Odo staff and to the state of Oregon, but also to other council members in your tenure here. I know that you have given us rigorous feedback on our materials, and you help push us to do better, and as well as teach new and ongoing council members the scope of council jurisdiction and standards, and your understanding of the FSEC process is going to be really missed, as well as just your presence on the council. So thank you. Stay in touch, and thanks again. So let's see. Did the record part. Oh, that's well and good. Today I'm going to be, today is council's review of the draft proposed order. I'll kind of go over what led us to here, but just last month we were out in Hermiston all together. So I think that it's all pretty fresh in our minds of how we got here, but I will remind us of that. In the room here behind me, we do have Rob Krula, who flew fresh in out of Southern California, and then their representatives, we have Sarah Stover Curtis, came in from Portland. So they are here today, which thank them for being here to represent their project. So I'm going to move forward. Maybe, okay, and then I'm running the PowerPoint because as need be, I have other materials pulled up, so I may leave the PowerPoint to go look at, say, the applicant responses to DPO comments, etc. So that's, I'll be ready to do that today, so bear with me as I'll lose track of my notes, and we'll just get through it together. So the presentation overview today is I'm going to do an overview of the facility, which council also received last month. I'll do a quick overview of the procedural history of how we got here and how long it took. And then I'm going to go through each of the council standards and go over some select facts and select conditions, recommended conditions of approval. Certainly not going to go over all of them. So if council has any facts or conditions or findings that they want to touch on that maybe aren't in my presentation or the staff report, we can totally go over those. And then I'm also going to go over the issues raised in the DPO comments from the applicant, reviewing agencies, and council's comments.
And since we've had this time in between the last council meeting, the department's actually prepared to talk about recommendations that would, for the proposed order. Which sometimes, you know, we can do it at a pretty high level too, to get direction about what we want to see or what council would like to see in the proposed order, on how to address those. So, this, I kind of just went over this. That's what we're going to do today. I do want to comment that the record is closed, right? So that's why we had council provide comments while the record was still open, because even though this is consistent with the council's rules, it does raise this awkward moment of that really where council's first time of seeing and commenting on an application for site certificate or a draft proposed order, the record may have already been closed. So, so I just do want to make note of that. And then after council reviews the draft proposed order today, the department's going to issue the proposed order. When we issue the proposed order, we also issue notice of a contested case. This is for a new application for site certificate. It's going to be an automatic contested case. If there's no petitioners that submit a petition, the hearing officer will basically open and close it and it'll be done, but it is automatic. This is compared to an amendment. If there is an amendment, there is a different threshold for the contested case, and any petitioners have to request counsel for, there's an opportunity to request a contested case based on a different threshold to get into the contested case. So the applicant here is EE West End LLC. It's a subsidiary of Eurus Holdings Solar. The proposed facility we're talking about is a 50 megawatt facility on 324 acres. So as we kind of noted, this is, as compared to what council's used to seeing, this is kind of a small facility. And we went through the discussion of, well, why this is actually below the acreage threshold for some of the facilities for council, but it goes into the definitions of what is considered high value farmland. And this facility it basically gets under council's jurisdictions because it's in the AVA area. Nevertheless, we're here. Also want to note that this, because this facility is below 100 megawatts, that the applicant requested, and this is being processed under the council's expedited review rules, which are largely the same, except an omitted kind of scoping notice of intent phase in the beginning. So the solar facility it includes solar modules and associated equipment for the solar generating equipment. This includes approximately 25 or a maximum of 25 inverters and 25 step-up transformers. And the related or supporting facilities I'll touch on the next slide. Of note is this facility does not include a proposal for a transmission line. Their proposal includes a connection to one of 3 existing transmission lines, 2 that cross over the site and one that is a UEC, Umatilla Electric Cooperative transmission line that runs on the road, on Edwards Road, which is just directly east of the facility site boundary. So related or supporting facilities, and this is a little small and hard to read, but this is a revised figure provided by the applicant. So in here, the applicant proposes battery storage, which would be a maximum of 200 battery storage units. I'll talk about this later in noise. This is an interesting place where really the total amount of units of battery storage may matter. And the applicant's proposing 2 potential layouts for those battery storage units. The applicant's proposing a substation as well as a switching station. The switching station would be where the interconnection with one of the existing transmission lines would happen or occur. You can see here that there is a setback avoidance area along the existing transmission line corridors. Functionally, the applicant's requesting that the site boundary be the micrositing corridor, so facility components could basically be moved around anywhere in that area. Related or supporting facilities also include interior access roads, and then there's an access driveway off of Edwards that's also included along with gates and construction staging areas. But the applicant is representing that functionally the whole site be treated as a permanent impact. Here's our procedural history of how we got here on this blissful journey. And I went through this last time. I'm going to focus here. So in November, we had the hearing on the DPO, and in response to council comments, the applicant requested to leave the record open for an opportunity to them to respond to those comments, and requested a deadline of December 2nd, which the hearing officer granted. And to which on that date, they did submit a supplemental response to DPO comments, which leaves us here on December 16th for the council's review of the DPO. So on that note, council has, because of kind of the duration of this period, oftentimes council may just receive one staff report of here's an overview of the DPO and the comments received thus far. But because we've kind of been now a little bit longer, council has received 3 staff reports. So one was in preparation of the council meeting last month, which went through each of our standards with select facts and those conditions. And then we sent one on December 2nd, I believe, which was an overview of comments, including the applicant's comments and department recommendations for how those should be responded to in the proposed order in that staff report. And then on December 9, we provided an additional staff report that focused primarily on the applicant's supplemental responses to the DPO comments. And so we're going to touch on all of those today to try to button that up. Button it up. Okay, we're going to start with the council's general standard of review. The most interesting standard, I think. I think when council gets to a final decision on this project, I always think that this standard should go last after all of the review of all the standards, because this is the standard that it's either the umbrella or the bucket that captures everything. It says, does this facility and the applicant comply with all of council's standards, applicable laws and statutes that are applicable to the facility? So I think that it's a really fascinating standard, and functionally in council's final decision, it is based off of language from this standard. However, underneath the general standard of review section in the draft proposed order, that is where there's other conditions that live. So there's conditions that are associated, the mandatory and site-specific conditions. Of note, general standard of condition 1, and these are kind of very, very typical. There's some variation in between projects, but these are very typical conditions that council sees in the general standard of review section. The applicant, because again, this is a smaller facility, the applicant represents a pretty short construction period, which would probably be feasible because this is a smaller facility. However, as the department is aware, and things change in the future, and supply and demand and pandemics and wars and gas prices, there's a lot of things going on. I know that council's reviewed some other facilities where access to some resources is very limited. So the department is actually recommending a longer duration of up to 24 months to be able to complete the construction, just to contemplate some of those changes that may occur. General standard of review, condition 3 is one that's really interesting, and we've really been trying to focus on lately. It is the condition that requires the certificate holder to design, construct, and operate and retire the facility substantially as described in the site certificate, also in compliance with the council's rules and statutes, I'm paraphrasing, and in compliance with all permit requirements from other state agencies. So this comes from a mandatory condition, but what we've been doing with this is really kind of focusing on the site certificate and making sure that we describe the facility real well in that description, so that we can, later on, if there's a variation in that, we can look to it and be like, well, yes or no, it's substantially as described in this. So this is, which functionally that site certificate is pulled from the front end facility description of the final order. and then kind of, reformatted with a narrative or a table. So that's an interesting aspect. But what we also are doing, which you'll find in this draft proposed order, is we have a section that describes like general construction activities and retirement activities. And I feel like those are pretty well done throughout all of council's orders that council sees, because we have a retirement standard where we unpack that pretty thoroughly of what retirement entails. And we really talk a lot about construction underneath a lot of the standards, because there's a lot of impacts associated with construction, albeit temporary. However, what we are missing a lot of times are these operational components. What are expected operational and maintenance activities? And so we really kind of are bolstering on that to give council, the certificate holder, and also our compliance program a better idea of what to expect when we go out there in routine checks and maintenances. This is also reflected in some of the conditions I'll talk today. We're really trying to dial in on having a better understanding of routine operation maintenance inspections and reporting. Also within the general standard of review lives the condition under OAR 345-026-0080, and this is the condition that addresses the construction reporting, the biannual construction reporting, and also the annual reports. Again, we're really trying to dial in on the operational compliance aspect of understanding what's happening out there at the facility. And to us, the annual report, and like council has indicated, and like council's getting these compliance updates, it's all tied together. Just basically, you don't get, construct your facility and then go out on an island and we get a report. We're trying to have better information in that report that really highlights things that we should know. So I don't have that condition pulled up here, but in the annual report, some of the requirements in rule is a discussion of the facility status, reliability and efficiency of power production. That's for mostly electric power plants, but the status of surety information, monitor reporting, the compliance report with this all site certificate conditions. They have to provide a compliance report with that. And then a facility modification report. So those are that's what's from rule and what's required in those annual reports. And then peppered throughout some of the conditions in the order, we also tack on, also, hey, include this in the annual report. That said, the annual report functionally already does that by requiring the compliance with the site certificate conditions, but there are conditions that reroutes it. Basically, be sure to provide this information there. And that is the general standard of review. General standard. Okay, council's organizational expertise standard.
Just quickly, just in terms of the process today. So if you have any questions, want to dig into anything before we go from one to the other, please ask the question. You can deliberate, you can wait to the end. So, this is about you and your process and evaluating the draft proposed order and the comments. So again, wait or, throughout the specific standards, your choice. But I just want to make sure you weren't just waiting for the end.
Thank you.
Interrupt me anytime. Oh, and do we have council member Chuck too on the line or not? No, okay, I just forgot to check with him. Okay, but he's not there, so not checking with him. Okay, so organizational expertise. Quickly becoming the second most interesting standard ever, maybe third. I don't know, competing here. Okay, so I'm just gonna read from the rule here. So, okay, so to issue a site certificate, the council must find that the applicant has the organizational expertise to construct, operate, and retire the facility in compliance with council standards and conditions in the site certificate. To conclude that the applicant has the expertise, the council must find that the applicant has demonstrated the ability to design, construct, and operate the facility in compliance with site certificate and in a manner that protects public health and safety, and has the demonstrated ability to restore the site to a useful, non-hazardous condition. The council may consider the applicant's experience the applicant's access to technical expertise, and the applicant's past performance in constructing, operating, and retiring other facilities, including regulatory citations. So it's a paraphrase up here, but that's just what the first sentence says of the standard. Okay, so our applicant here is a project-specific LLC, where is it? Applicant, oh, it's a subsidiary, okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't actually have the name of the applicant up here. But so, the applicant is a subsidiary of Eurus Solar Holdings LLC. And as indicated in the application, they have their articles of incorporation, which demonstrate that they are that the applicant is the sole member, and that the project-specific LLC has been, properly developed or in those articles of incorporation. The parent company, so Eurus Solar, has experience also in Oregon of developing and operating several different types of energy facilities, particularly renewable energy facilities, including solar. So that is interesting. On that note, I'm trying to find here, like my notes here. So, and where we want this to go. Let me just check, because I kind of changed some things. Just give me a second here as I bumble around. All right, so, okay, go back. So in the applicant's comments on the DPO, they raised and took issue with the department's organizational expertise condition 5, stating that the department's recommendation of requiring its contractors' compliance history may be overly burdensome. And as indicated in one of the department staff reports, the department disagrees with this, and for other projects, we do have examples of applicants and certificate holders that have provided this. So the department recommends maintaining that condition. So.
May I interrupt you?
Please do.
Just a comment. That's something I think we've discussed numerous times throughout multiple reviews, is that especially with the name changes and parent holdings and this, that, and the other, I think that's just one way that we all can easily look at. Are they upstanding? Are they good? So I just want to put on record, I think that's important to know.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good comment. This comment, and I don't, do I have that condition all the way in front of me? I believe that this one was specific to the construction contractor. Yeah, so this is just related to construction, whereas I think your comment, which I think will be captured more in this part of the discussion, is talking about the applicant, right? So if the applicant or a parent company changes, how do we track that they're still like a reliable, good actor? So I think that this part of the conversation is going to cover that more, but that part was just the construction contractor.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, because we want to make sure that they're, choosing good construction contractors, which I'm sure they would, but not necessarily the lowest bidder, but that is up to them. So we have that part of that condition. So in November, Councilmember Condon expressed some concerns about the project-specific LLC, the articles of incorporation, and in its responses, the applicant provided more information back. Some of it is what is already included in the application, and then they had these representations. And then in the staff report, the department provides, I guess it's like we provide red line of conditions, but I'm just kind of gonna talk through, this is more, we're not like that, we're not bound to that, but I want to talk through the concept here, or the idea, because the applicant doesn't provide copies of insurance, or that the project-specific LLC has assets, because it's difficult if we think about a new application for site certificate, they don't really have that. And again, even though this is not in the application, but in the conversation, if we were looking at, say, an operational FSEC energy facility, that's functioning under its project-specific LLC, that company has the assets because the asset one is the energy facility on the landscape, and it's getting revenue because it has its PPA or whatnot, and it gets its bills. Say, for instance, the bill from the county, its tax, bill, which is several $1 million, and so it's paying its bills out of that. In that case, it's almost like the organizational expertise standard is easier because they're like, look, see, right? We are demonstrating that we are operating our facility in compliance with the site certificate conditions and in a manner that protects public health and safety in the environment. With a new application, it's a little bit difficult. So I think that is, well, one, applicants are providing what our Division 21 rules say to provide. And really, they don't have that project-specific LLC doesn't have the ability. They have to rely on their parent company because it doesn't really have anything to prove yet or to show. Anyhow, so that's that. So in the staff report, the discussion and kind of where staff has gone with this, because I know in the draft proposed order, we had attached this parent company guarantee that I think has some issues with how it was worded in between the applicant and council, and there's been some issues with this, and really the conversation has gone to where really in these operational circumstances where maybe there's issues with the operation, or an applicant, a project specific LLC is not able to maintain the facility, or something's happening where the facility is not able to function in a manner consistent with site certificate conditions and in a way that protects public health and safety, then in operation, and if the facility was retired, we have retirement over here, right? Like that's kind of straightforward. But what do you do in those operational circumstances? And I feel like where we have gone is that we think that there is an answer in the existing site certificate conditions and rules that surround and empower council to have, compliance authority. So in the staff report, it says under ORS 469-430, the council has continued authority over the site for which the certificate is issued and may inspect or direct the department to inspect or request another state agency or local government to inspect the site at any time to ensure that the facility is being operated consistently with the terms of the site certificate. And then further down in council standards and in the conditions, council has mandatory conditions that basically give opportunities, and Todd and Sarah would be able to speak more to this, to issue notice of violations of the site certificate conditions. So it's in general. And so in the staff report, I'm listing out, we list out all these conditions. Some of them are recommended conditions that we're recommending that have some sort of reporting, monitoring, or maintenance component, right? Because that's what we're talking about. During operations, some if happening and the certificate holder not taking care of the facility. So really, if we make sure that if our conditions cover those instances and that there's a way for the department to become aware of them, then there's all of these other avenues for the department and the council to be able to intervene. That said, do I have it up here? Oh. That said, well, I don't know if I have another slide for this. So that said, what the department recommends to kind of go, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, Councilmember Khan. Be real direct here. So really where the department is, what the department is recommending, and we don't need to like dial in on specific language, but the concept here is that we have the organizational expertise condition 3, this is a bigger build out condition, which there's some other organizational expertise conditions, right? So condition 1, any matter of non-compliance underneath the site certificate's responsibility of the site certificate holder, any notice of violation issued under the site certificate will be issued to the certificate holder, this condition. And then we have condition 2, which is this notification of occurrences. And so these are just like occurrence, kind of like these generalized occurrences. But then organizational expertise condition 3, it's reporting instances or circumstances that may violate terms of the condition, or conditions of the site certificate, of any other council order or any other order. It's to initiate and complete appropriate action. It's also to submit a written report. So we want a report submitted within 30 days of that incident. And so what the department has recommended is that part of that is that we want, since this is reporting component functionally is like one instance or circumstance, let's say they spilled some transformer oil and are reporting it. So that would appear in this report. It would also appear in our annual report too. So there's some duplicative nature of this, but this gives us a more immediate notice that something has happened. But really, as the condition was written, it's kind of like a one-off incident, right? Like was spilled transformer oil and then we cleaned it up and then, the report, whatever. So what we've done is we've added an aspect of this you need to tell us of these repeat things. We want to know, because we want to know, are there these repeat things happening? So in our compliance program, depending on who gets it, they can kind of see and, raise it to council, like, all right, so, we've actually, in the last 6 months, we've had 5 transformer oil spills. This is an issue, right? And that may raise it and we need to, increase our compliance, our site visits, whatever the outcome is, how to do it to corrective action. But what we've done or recommending is tying this condition and that part of it to account for, to give the department and the council the ability that if we're seeing these not only violations, but instances or a circumstance that raise these concerns, it gives the council the ability to kind of open up the retirement condition and adjust the contingencies, or the future development contingency, to be able to maybe to adjust that retirement total and the retirement bond in the idea and in the overall protection that if the facility, if the project specific LLC is not operating it and that facility goes defunct, or if council through its other rules can basically withdraw the site certificate, functionally retire the facility, then you have that bond with an increased contingency amount to adjust. So.
Kelly, just one thing on the slide up here, it says recommended condition 4. I think staff is 3.
Yeah, this is erroneous because we deleted, like in the proposed order, we got rid of that parent company guarantee condition, which renumbered them. So this would be 3 now.
So as Kelly's describing this, if you want to actually see the language of the proposed condition itself, you would go to staff report page 8. And you would see it in condition 3.
And I'll also pull it up here. So, baby, where are you? There. So now this I have it kind of pulled up here. So you have a version in your staff report. We have, and again, we can dial in on specific language, or we can talk about the concept, and as Secretary Cornett does so well, is he captures the idea, and then we reflect it, and then council looks at it later. So what I have here, so now this is a little bit, we're in a version control issue here. So maybe since Patrick just pointed you there, I'll pull up the language in the staff report.
Yeah, so actually the language in the staff report will be a little bit different than what you just showed on the screen.
Yeah, and which is a little bit different from than what you, you also emailed. So let's just look at, I'm just gonna suggest we look at just the staff report and we can kind of go and just have a conversation from there for simplicity's sake, if that kind of, oops, works.
Yeah.
Make that bigger.
So this is what's in the
Staff report.
December 9 staff report.
Correct.
But we're actually going to be proposing a slight revision to that language, presenting.
Well, depending on what council wants to do, but yes, yeah. But consistent with how I captured it, Patrick's recommended language that kind of opens it up to not just violations, but also, instances or circumstances, which maybe kind of opens it up a little bit more broad.
Okay, so the language, this is Hanlon, the language you're proposing is in subpart 6, identify instances of repeat or multiple violations and.
Let me pull up what Patrick sent yesterday. We haven't. So this is.
Eliminate the navigation bar, that would increase it.
Just gonna go.
So the language on top is what is in the staff report, and then I had suggested, and you can see, I explained the rationale for it.
Oh, I took it out, but your rationale, sorry.
No, it's still there. It says as drafted, it seems to suggest council could only adjust the RFA. It looks like it didn't all completely come over. The idea is, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So the idea is, as a facility is being operated, what we've been seeing over the last several months is that there are incidents that are occurring at these facilities that if enough of them happen, we don't, but if they're of a certain nature, it might call into question, is the financial assurance mechanism, our estimate of how much it's going to cost to retire this facility, is that still valid? Or are we seeing things that are happening on the ground that causes us to question whether we want to revisit the amount of the financial assurance mechanism? So the intent of this condition is to say, if we're seeing incidents, doesn't even, I don't want it to have to be a violation. I don't want to have to get into a dispute with the certificate holder as to whether or not there's actually been a violation. If council or the department believes there's things happening out on the landscape that cause us to question the amount of the financial assurance mechanism, this condition would give us the ability to revisit that.
Cindy Condon. The 5-year period seems long to me. Is there, they report annually on other things. So can you just explain a little bit why 5-year?
Well, we wanted to, if these facilities really were looking at a long life, they represent generally a 30 to 40-year facility life, but really with, repowering later on, these facilities potentially may be on the landscape for a while. And it, I guess it's like, say that there is a violation or, with Patrick's recommendation under here, or just something reportable or circumstance that is like maybe something minor, like oil spills. We don't care about that, sure, but maybe if it's like, it happens 16 times in a year, like then we care. But if it happens like once a year when, during some maintenance but maybe something like really egregious happens and it's this one-time thing and it comes to council and we talk about it and deal with it and it's addressed and cleaned up, and that would be captured in that annual report. But and then say it's like new staff and new council members, right? But then the same egregious thing happens the next year that only really shows up in that one annual. It gives a way of getting a longer term perspective on how is operational, are there these reoccurring things that if you pull back and look at a bigger span of time, that we're seeing this pattern, not just a blip in a year? And 5 years is just we could make it 3 years, 10 years.
Well, and I think there might be a misunderstanding. We're not saying that we're only going to revisit this every 5 years. We're saying that when you are aware of some type of incident that might be a violation, tell us, and then also tell us everything that's happened over the last.
And we already have that information, really, and are we tracking it? So it would be somewhere here, this is just an additional, you'll do a 5-year, or you'll report for a 5-year period.
Yeah, and I know that Wally has been doing work with the incident reporting, and the compliance program is really kind of morphing into something, more comprehensive and immediate and responsive, and we're changing how we're tracking. But is there something, we don't have a matrix, like right now with our staff, because your staff has been here, all of us have been here for a while, we have the institutional knowledge of knowing. We know what projects, what happened when, because we remember. But if something happened, hopefully it's that we all win the lottery. Or if one person does, everybody shares it, right? Okay, agreed. Deal. So, but if we're all gone, it provides some sort of resiliency. So if we have all new staff that doesn't have the last 5 years of annual reports from all of our operational facilities memorized, because we don't have a database that actually compiles all of that at this time, in the 2 or 3 years, and maybe we would, and that would be valuable, and then maybe this would be, anyhow. So yes, it is potentially duplicative information, but it's a bundling that comes in with an incident, with a incident report, or like what is the reporting thing?
So just a second, let me interrupt you, Kellen.
Please.
The focus shouldn't be on the reporting. The focus should be on whether or not you're changing the amount for the retirement. And I think that's the important part of this, is that it's a reevaluation of whether or not there's enough money there for retirement.
Right.
So it's not a fix, either on a 1 year or a 5 year. We need to look at whether or not we're going to adjust this fee.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. Like, say there are multiple oil events. So we have one in 2022 and 2023. As I read this, it's a multiple event every time it happens, and then I have to report over the 5-year period.
Yes, so it gets reported every year.
Yeah.
It gets addressed every time it happens.
Yeah.
Well, within each incident, I would have to report the incident within 30 days.
Sure.
I'm just trying to work through this. 30 days, and now I've got my report, and then it says, and report the multiple incidents over 5 years. So I'm doing that every time.
Every time
There's
report incident or circumstance that may violate the terms or conditions of the site certificate. And there's other to that, but that's this.
Okay. Sorry, I just need to get this straight in my mind. Submit a written report within 30 days of discovery to the department, okay? And then let's say it's a multiple incident. It's my third incident. So I identify instances of repeat. So, okay, this is a repeat. So now I have to go back 5 years every time I report within 30 days. Is that, it seems like there's going to be.
It's a moving 5-year period.
Exactly. It seems like there's going to be a lot of reporting. And maybe that's what you want if there are a lot of multiple events. I'm just trying to get it straight in my.
Well, yeah, and it's all, I do see what you're saying. Because also, I don't want to be dismissive, but there may be some things that we just don't care about, or is not right, I don't, like your electrician came out to rewire a widget and his head gasket is leaky and there's a, 5-inch diameter oil spot on the ground, so I don't think that that would reach the threshold of this, because then we would have to be like, go back to our site certificate condition. But I actually do think we have a condition that's reporting, spills, but it's as it impacts soil. So if it's on gravel. Anyhow, I do see what you're saying now. In the first version, we make, so that's one advantage of maybe having it be, violations of the site certificate is this kind of raises the bar of what's done. It's less, you may get less of the piddly things that just occur on a site that maybe we don't care about. And I'm sorry if I'm saying that in a dismissive manner.
I'm gonna interrupt for a second. So I'm trying to read it from the applicant's point of view. And try, what am I gonna be responsible for?
Yeah.
Not what you might dismiss, because I'm not sure I want the applicant, or I think the site certificate holder should be deciding what's dismissible. And
Well, it's all based on the, that list of site certificate conditions, right? So this is all what's required in all of the site certificate conditions.
Right, but it's one thing for you to say, oh, that's small, maybe we wouldn't dismiss it. It's quite another for the site certificate holder to do.
So if I may, what is the trigger point to do the 5-year look back? So I think that's the clarity that's missing in this language. I think Hanley's spot on that the real important piece here is that once we have 5 years of history, we can make this adjustment to the retirement bond if we need to. And that's the real gem here. It doesn't change any of our other reporting requirements. It just authorizes the department to kind of look at that financial guarantee, but look at that 5-year language and say, so what triggers it? I get my certificate on day one. Is it a 5-year look back from then? Or is it a rolling thing, which would be awful for you all to track and awful for the applicant to track? So what starts that 5-year clock? Is it the first incident, or is it the issuance of the certificate? What puts that on the calendar? I think that's the confusion here.
And I think that could be resolved relatively.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I want to make sure, and that we're clear on the record, is, are you suggesting that you want to build in, we will not revise the financial assurance until at least 5 years has passed?
No, and so that's the tension, right?
Yes.
So how do you craft language that says, because if somebody does 15 things in violation of the conditions in the first 2 years.
For 6 months, yeah.
Yeah, we want to be able to say, wait a minute.
Okay, so if I may, so as a group, we all agree that the timeline of the 5 years is relevant to the financial piece. That's not what our driver is.
So I think the way you say it is at least 5 years, but you may do it more frequently based on circumstances.
Meaning you're going to look at compliance history at least every 5 years?
Right.
But you want the ability to require an adjustment to the financial assurance mechanism at any point in time.
Yeah.
If circumstances on the ground warrant.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so we don't need to come up with that language now.
No, the concept is.
Yeah, and I only questioned it for somebody reading it.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
and
So,
what my responsibility is, so that's, and it's new.
so to me, this is triggered by the report of the incident,
Yes.
which is on, in November. And it just goes back, if they're only operational for 6 months, they only have 6 months.
Yeah.
If they're operational for 3 years, then they would be going back and doing that whole 3 years. It's all based on the date of this report. So really where this becomes a little bit wonky is, so now we're operational for 10 years. They would only be going back 5 years from the date of the incident report. Because it's a bundle, which I don't,
presumably you'll have done it in 5 years, the way we were proposing the wording. So now you
Well, I'm not,
take another snapshot in the next 5 years.
so I guess I'm not evident, it's not clear to me, were you, it's not, are you suggesting we're modifying the retirement condition or this reporting condition? Because this condition, we tied this to retirement because of the reporting aspect. Council's retirement condition focuses on how to adjust the bond, and that is done annually. And I believe there's already, is there language in there that council can adjust it? Anyhow, so we have condition down there. So it's like you could, it's a little bit weird. The certificate holder has to adjust the bond annually, which is, and I'm looking over at Sarah, which is not connected to the annual report. That's on a separate, based on the site certificate issuance date.
I for a second to think Todd has some clarifying.
Yeah, I think, so for the record, Todd Cornett, I think there's still some confusion that different people have about what this is. Is it sort of prospectively, every 5 years, we're going to look at this and then do an evaluation?
Yeah.
No, that's not how it's designed. It's meant to be some sort of a trigger event that it may be that we never do this for a certificate holder because there's never any issues that justify it. But the idea is that there is a trigger event. Say, since we're on the transformer spill, we'll do that. Say we get a transformer spill, and then we look at the last 5 years. So we get this incident, we get the response, then we say, well, we should probably look back and see what's happened on this facility, and is this a repeat? And if it is a repeat, that's the trigger event. And then as written, doesn't have to be going back 5 years. It could be going back through the life of the facility, more or less. Then we're looking back to see, is there a pattern and practice associated with this type of incident? And does that result in a necessary change because of, I don't know, whatever that occurrence or pattern of occurrence could result in a change in the decommissioning amount for that facility. It may not. It may be, we look at the transformer failure, and even we look back and say, well, look, they've got 10 of those in the last 5 years, but that in of itself, those were all done, they were all cleaned up, they were all appropriate. That doesn't change anything in terms of the decommissioning. It's just the ability to look at that to make sure. So it's, again, it's not a prospective, every 5 years we're gonna do this. It's a trigger event, again, as designed, and then what do we do with that? And who has, and kind of to your point, who has the responsibility? Do we look at that information based upon the notification of the incidences that we've received? Do we put that on the certificate holder to provide, some more information? I think that's sort of the questions. But again, I want to make sure that we're all thinking along the same prospective versus reactive standpoint.
So if I may.
Yes, Ann.
I think your language about trigger event is very helpful. And I think the notion of a pattern and practice is very helpful. The 5 year time frame is arbitrary, maybe, but it's triggering incident that has the department perhaps looking for that pattern and practice to see if there's oh my goodness. So in re-evaluating that language, that's, I think, the concept we want to see, if I can speak for others, but.
Just one more aspect to this. It could be one incident, and that one incident itself justifies the need to change the bond letter of credit. So, it can be the pattern of practice, but I think it could be just that one individual instance as well.
And does the council have the ability to reopen the financial insurance today if there's one big incident?
Yeah, we believe we have.
Okay, that's.
Well, it really helps with the new language that staff has recommended, not in the organizational expertise standpoint, but in what this language up here, which we haven't looked at yet.
I view them, this not as a triggering event, what we're talking about, this 5 year deal. It's this language way important.
Yeah.
That that gives us the right to do it at any time.
Yeah.
What I was, the period for is, what's the reporting requirement? And how often, and it just seemed to me, oh my gosh, this could be a lot, so I had separated them. One was not a trigger.
Yeah, I guess, so getting back to kind of record keeping,
Yeah.
you know, we move forward as we talked about, and we're trying to, you know, look at these compliance issues in a much more sort of consolidated, consistent way. So prospectively, we will have better, sort of more, you know, kind of joined together information. But we have all the incidents in the past, so we can go back.
Yeah.
It may be more difficult, but we can go back into those incidences that were reported previously. Those are in our records.
Yeah.
Not as easily to access, not as clean, but we have access to that.
So, we added this in conjunction with the organizational expertise, that condition, the incident reporting condition is the triggering that triggers tell us what happened, but then also do the look back so that we can have the big picture for if it, for however long it applies. Now, this is, this is worded in a way that it isn't, it's to adjust the contingencies as appropriate and necessary to ensure, so this is tying it to the public health and safety in the environment, right? So really, because we want to be fair to the developer too, if we get a council that maybe just doesn't like a particular development, right? Like, it's fair to them. It can't just be that council just wants to open up the retirement and kick up the contingencies. So this is intended to be, more narrow and tied to council's standards to provide kind of clarity for future council, this council and future council of what the guardrails are, and also for the developer. So that said, and I'm gonna go back to wherever I was. Okay, so here, because this is kind of going back to Ann's comment, Chair Byer, sorry. Right, this is the triggering event. This is the condition it lives in. This is where we are notified and have the look back. And again, why we have to keep in mind, under organizational expertise, that standard, what are we looking at? Again, why does this make sense in the context of the project-specific LLC, the certificate holder having the organizational expertise to demonstrate that it can operate the facility in a manner that protects public health and safety in the environment? Because we already have the site restoration under retirement. And so we're looking specifically at circumstances that are, around public health and safety in the environment, and their expertise to be able to operate the facility, one, in compliance with the site certificate conditions and in a manner of public health and safety in the environment. So, so that's why it's kind of like being able to have a glimpse, looking back to ask ourselves that question. Are they doing that? Are these instances in some way making us weary that they're demonstrating that they're not doing that, in which case we want to protect the council and the public more by adjusting that contingency.
As I read this, I don't see it as a triggering event. I see them as standalone, and tell me what ties it to as a triggering event.
Sorry.
I think the requirement for appropriate and necessary to ensure the cost, that there's some evidence of that. But I don't see what ties it to that reporting standard. And we don't have to belabor it, but I don't see the time.
So this is.
Go ahead, Pat. Excuse me, Catherine.
Yeah.
So one thing that I can share with my thoughts on when council should have the ability to adjust the financial assurance mechanism. Sometimes it should be because of what you're seeing on the ground. And this condition is really talking about these reportable incidents. But sometimes there might be something that has happened in that is not related to that facility, but it's something that's happening out in the market. For example, taking a wind turbine and disposing of it at a landfill. Maybe landfills have now decided we're going to charge a lot more for that than what staff based their estimate on in 2022.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with an incident that happened at the facility. It's the second standard, the retirement financial assurance standard, that would allow council to revisit that regardless of a triggering incident.
Yeah.
So for clarity of the record, I want to make sure that at least in my thought, yes, a triggering incident for reporting purposes, but under the retirement financial assurance language that has been suggested, council could adjust it based on something that happened on the ground or anything else.
Yes,
If you
yeah.
think it's
That's,
necessary.
yeah, we aren't changing the financial assurance standard.
There is language
Yes,
that would allow you to revisit the
Yes.
financial assurance
Yes.
if circumstances merit warrant.
yes, yes. But we aren't changing any of our current authority.
No, you're just clarifying that
Yes.
in this condition,
Yes, yes,
clarifying what you would do with your existing authority in the
Okay.
condition.
under the expertise standard.
Under two different standards.
Okay.
It's two different.
Yeah.
It's two different standards. So, but we're connecting them, we're creating a pathway to contemplate these circumstances. Now, Councilmember Connie, okay, so organizational expertise, condition 3, right? It's, so A, and maybe this is a product of, A and then sub I, anyhow. So A, we're reporting the incidents, right? So report it. And then B, like, do something about it. And then C, we want you to tell us, right? So the important part, because one, we don't want to wait 30 days for you to clean up your oil. Just do it. Like, tell us, but then clean it up. But then we want a picture of like a bigger picture. So once you've looked into it, what happened, tell us more, but it's all related to the incident that initially they reported in A. So the C is right. So the C, which we've included this as part of that report that's triggered by the event. So
I got that.
okay, but your question was, how is this a triggering?
A triggering event for the change of the financial security. It's a piece that might be considered or whatever, but as I read it, the financial security can be amended when council sees a need and a need to.
Well, it's that it should be related to the violation of the site certificate, or if there's something that is not, that's public health and safety in the environment. Right? So in Patrick's example, we actually have a waste minimization condition that we asked them to tell us where they ultimately dispose of something. So, but I think that let's say that wasn't there, and that is something that we find out about that does, because that could be, in a matter of public health and safety in the environment. It just is to have the guardrails up. It can't just be because we feel like it, or there is something.
But how about a bankruptcy of the parent company? For instance, I'm just saying, as it reads, we have the right to do it, which I think is the fundamental question. And it was just the reporting, just that process of reporting, which didn't make any sense to me.
So I think we're all clear, this is Marcy, I think we're all clear that this is not willy-nilly for things to be done. I think we're clear that there's something, whether it's environmental, whether it's site, I think we got it. I mean, are you satisfied that that your concerns?
I'm hoping it's clear.
So
It's very clear to me.
I wrote down some language, and this isn't perfected language, but in that sort of the triggering event kind of concept. And so what I put was, based on a reported event, the department will evaluate if that event justifies changing the amount of bond or letter of credit, or if that incident in combination with prior incidents justifies changing the amount of bond or letter of credit. And the department will recommend any proposed changes to FSEC. So it's, it's reframing. Again, I think we would need to massage that, make sure that works, but it's kind of gets back to what triggers that look and what sort of justifies that recommendation to change it?
Well, to me, that's very limiting. Actually, I prefer what is written.
No, this was going down. So
Or
scroll to the
what
other
we
one.
had before, just in the,
This,
in the financial, in the, financial, assurance.
what I was reading would be sort of a change to this one.
Right, and to me, the language, the amended language, proposed language in the financial assurance condition would capture what you're saying. And it's more
Broader.
open than, it's broader than that. And I believe that we need a broader perspective, not willy-nilly. I don't, that has to be necessary and.
I do believe this one's needed.
So this is what it says in the retirement condition. I guess to me, there does need this is not really a great condition for a trigger or for reporting. This is an avenue to open it up for council, as appropriate. This can be tied to other conditions, as it is raised to council in the department that there's an issue. This opens it up broadly.
Yeah.
But the other one is intended to have a triggering event that gives the department and council the ability to have a bigger picture look back of instances.
Right.
But this is associating with the reporting, just in case things get lost. I mean, there's all turnover and it's hard, and nobody's really tracking these.
I get the triggering event for the reporting. That is clear. It was when language was used for a triggering event for the amendment of the security instrument. That's what was separate. Does that make sense?
No.
No, I'm not tracking.
So there's a triggering event happens, an incident that, if there are multiple, you report the incident like you just discussed, report the incident. And then if it's a multiple, if it's more than once, there is a reporting event or a reporting required and says, tell us all of them for 5 years, which we already know about. This is just a more, concise, I would say, easier report. And that in itself might require adjustment, will be considered for adjustment, but may not. And so, but no differently than some other event that happens that isn't in the 5-year report. They're just two very different things to me.
Well, and I think as the combination functions with that revision to retirement does allow the department and council, in Patrick's example, if there is this circumstance that for some reason is not captured in this, but that the council and department become aware of, I think that the language in that retirement condition does give council the ability to do the same thing if we found it here.
No question.
Okay. Well, then,
So I'm still struggling with kind of the feedback and the mechanics of this. And I'm gonna be blunt. Keep this, but change it or get rid of this. That's what I'm not hearing. I'm hearing a lot of discussion about the other condition, or the language, but we're trying to get feedback from council and I'm trying to figure out what you're asking us to do.
So this is handling. What I would do is eliminate the 5-year threshold.
Yeah.
And just do it based on whether there's triggers there to do.
That's clear in this sub 4, I think.
So keep it and change it.
I keep it because it's in addition to
Yeah.
what you already have
Yeah.
in the retirement condition.
Yeah, and I think this is fine and specific, but as long as it's not, as long as the ability, I'm presuming we're keeping the language
Yes,
in the financial assurance
Yes.
as
Yeah.
amended here, as what we've just reviewed,
Yeah.
that allows the over, then that works fine. And it's a bit redundant, I think, but it works fine.
So just a reminder that this is in the context of one application, and maybe we want to keep this in our brains for the next application.
And that's really the way I've been taking this
Yes.
discussion, is that we're working this out in the context of this
Yes.
application, but presumably we would carry these conditions through to other applications.
Yes, yes.
With regard to this particular provision, however, remember the comment that I made, which is I would rather not have to demonstrate a violation of a site
Yes.
certificate condition.
So it's the incident.
And would rather have it say something like if there are incidents or circumstances.
Sure.
And I think that we can pull that into here, and I think that we can, I do think that, I do like the related to public health and safety and the environment or other resources protected underneath council standards, because it keeps them, keeps some guardrails up. And it aligns with that retirement condition.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask everyone what can't Ethan, they should really.
Just a suggestion, and I don't want to have this go further in time, but starting that with the to account and start with to account for any impact of adequate decommissioning.
Okay.
Associated with, and then stop that and go up to instances of repeat multiple violations and blah, blah, blah. And then drop. Put a period there and drop within the 5-year period.
We did, but it took out, I think, to weave in what you brought in, it's getting rid, I feel like we heard that and we can go listen to that on the record, because I feel like I can do that right now, but then Patrick, I feel like we can change this front language up from violations to capture the instances, circumstances that you proposed. But I think that I'd recommend to retain, because I think what you did kind of took out the public health, safety and environment and other resources. I would retain that. But so council so then how is the applicant gonna know how long, if we take out the 5-year period, how is the applicant gonna know what to tell you about repeat? What if they just choose to tell you the last year? Or what if
I
they?
guess that we would need to rely on our own records.
Yeah, because you're giving it a.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would look at that.
And so I don't believe we need to rely upon the certificate holders at that point for this information. We have this information.
Okay.
We can ask them
Okay.
to, supplement, because if we evaluate that and come to the council with a recommendation to change the bond or letter of credit, they're obviously going to be interested in probably providing their own information as well.
Yeah.
But I think we can rely upon our own record.
Okay, I understand it. Got it. Okay, I'm not going to reflect, because we still have all the other standards to go. So, but I think that, I'll let you take it over, but I feel this has been really good. And I feel like I understand better, and I want council to feel good. And again, this goes in, keep this in mind though, as we're going through all of these conditions today, right? Because this is council's, let's have some good conditions that make sense. They're within council's standard. It makes sense for the applicant. Is it doing something to protect public health and safety in the environment, or the resources of council standards? So I feel like we got that. I don't know, Secretary Cornett, do you want to do a?
I don't really have it kind of captured in language, but I have the concept captured.
Okay, but is council voting?
I mean, you can, but you don't have to. So essentially, you're all, generally in agreement, and we've captured the concept, then we're good with that. So you can vote. I think really the only place where vote is valuable is if there is a real sort of disagreement on where to make recommendations to staff.
No, this one's done. I mean, what we were just talking about is done, but I do have another comment just about the organizational expertise.
Okay.
Which isn't spoken to here, but when you went into the difference between, for instance, an operating project, this is new with an LLC that is new, that is not operating and doesn't have anything to rely on, doesn't have any assets, doesn't have a PPA, doesn't have anything to it. other than the application itself. And I realize it's, takes some wherewithal to certainly even do a notice of intent and then all of the pre-application work and whatnot. But what is still missing to me from here is the organizational expertise standard does require us to find that the applicant has the organizational expertise. And I continue to struggle with what the evidence is that connects the applicant and the parent company, and which parent company. In this case, there's a chain of parent companies, to say, yes, the applicant meets this standard. So I just want to mention that it's still a miss regardless of, I appreciate the responses from the applicant. And I've certainly talked about, possible remedies for it to certainly bridge that gap for me. And one might be an affidavit from the parent company. We hear from the applicant saying the parent company will do this. But if there were memorandum or something, some document that says the parent company will provide the resources, certainly until there are assets or whatnot. So that's still a miss for me in this. And that comes from my comments at the last meeting as well. So.
Well, and how I understand it, the project LLC, project specific LLC structure is part of the business development aspect of it for a project specific LLC to get funding, because that's actually the necessary component for funding. So, so it's like that quest for requiring that is like maybe conflict with that aspect of it, like that financial business aspect of it. But and the organizational expertise standard does say, the council may consider applicants' experience and the applicant's access to technical expertise. Right, so it's like, what do you do in these circumstances where, thank you.
There you go. And I get that access to technical expertise. We don't have financial statements from the parent company. We don't have other documents. So, and no affirmative statement from the parent company.
Marcy, this is Hanley. I think there's an opportunity here to reevaluate the rule.
Yes.
And I think you ought to explore that at some point in the future. How do you make that linkage?
Right.
And apply the responsibility to the parent company. And I think we should do that through the rule.
And no, I'm not trying to do it here. I'm trying to, here's a foundation, it's a miss for me, and it is rule. It is a problem with the rule, but because there's no tie in the rule. And so unfortunately, I've got the rule I've got today.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
And you've had this problem with multiple applications. And so I think there's an opportunity here to make that linkage.
So Chair Grail, I agree totally with Hanley, because I looked at the word applicant and it means one thing. And when that rule was adopted, we probably didn't have these corporate structures that we have today. So we could just earmark that for our discussion of rulemaking this afternoon. And until then, if there's some way to define in our findings for these applications that we're interpreting applicant or somehow relying on the parent company to provide some of that structure for the applicant, because we know this is a legal creation solely to manage this project, and we don't have the history. So we're relying on the history of the parent company to say, these guys know what they're doing, basically. But I think clarifying the rule is the only real way to address Councilor Condon's issues.
Well, and I
Thank
think,
you.
yeah, and I think that that would be good because it, you know, the rulemaking process allows the stakeholders, so the development community can also have an opportunity to explain so that,
Yeah,
so that
so we
everybody
don't-
better understands
Without
this
burdening,
structure.
without burdening, knowing that this is the structure that's used by multiple projects.
Yeah. Oh,
No, thank
okay,
you.
okay, moving on. Okay, so, now it's, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to
Yeah.
just do a time check. So we have lunch here. This, I don't know how long it'll take, probably not 10 or 15 minutes. It'll probably take, half an hour plus. So we could either break now and have lunch, or wait a little while. But I think, again, we probably may want to break, have lunch before the end of this agenda item anyway, just because we go on for more time.
I think that is a great idea.
Yeah, I think we're doing a quick mention and I can just keep on going as they're eating, because I think that we are a little bit
Yeah, we
behind.
had it designed as a working lunch as well.
Yeah.
All right, so everyone would take 15 minutes, grab your stuff, use the restroom, whatever you gotta do, then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Are prepared to resume the meeting. Colin Hardyweather will continue leading us through the DPO of the West End Solar Project.
Thank you, Chair Grail. For the record, Kellen Tardyweather. I'm going to continue with council's review of the West End Solar Project draft proposed order. And I'm starting back off with the structural standard. We're still in the, we have a lot of standards to go. So I'm going to kind of go quickly through some of the standards where there really are minimal impacts. So this is a smaller site and with a lot of respects, it's, and just as a summary, it's well cited. It has pretty minimal impacts to resources protected under council standards. So the structural standard requires that the applicant characterize the site for seismic and non-seismic hazards. The applicant in Exhibit H has done that. There's a map up here of historical seismic occurrences as well as faults, and there are very few of them, so there's a low seismic risk at the site. And then the other non-seismic risks looked at underneath the structural standard are risks for erosion, flooding, shrinking, swelling, soils, landslides, etc. The evaluation and the orders recommends that those are low based on the information provided. Nevertheless, the applicant represents and the department recommends structural standard condition 1, which is pretty typical from what council sees with these. It's our geotechnical, our pre-construction geotechnical condition, where they're going to go out there with geotechnical engineers and coordinate with Dogami and the department, and they're going to do some soil testing and geotechnical testing to make sure that everything, the facility components are sited on, in stable locations with stable soils. That's structural. Okay. Soil protection is becoming a more and more interesting council standard to look at. Council looks at the impacts to soils, taking into account mitigation, that they are not going, that the construction operation retirement of the facility is not going to adversely impact soils. Oh, there I am. Okay, so there's two primary soil types at the site. We're going to talk about this also in land use because it matters there as well as it matters here, because the types of soils indicate the permeability or how well or not well soils drain. That has to do with how susceptible to erosion they may be. Also, well-drained or sandy soils also are more poor for agriculture and crop production because you don't actually have soils that can retain moisture and hold roots of plants. So these are we have a Atkins fine sandy loam and a Quincy, it's cut off at the bottom. Quincy fine sand, there you go. Okay, and these two soil classes are class 4 and class 6. What's interesting for this facility, again, what council sees for the vast majority of its other facilities,
is that applicants often submit a 1200C NIFTI's permit, which has an erosion and sediment control plan as part of it. This is a DEQ permit, and the applicant, which is a federally delegated permit, but applicants submit it to support an evaluation under soil protection to say, hey, we're gonna do all of this as per that permit, and to use that for findings underneath soil protection and as part of the application. What's interesting here and in learning about it is that there's, and I'm going to super paraphrase here, but there's kind of two triggers for that DEQ permit, and one of them is the acreage impact, the acreage impacted from construction, but also, excuse me, whether or not there's an interconnection with waters of the state. So this has this nexus with wetlands, which is really interesting, which is going to be one of our last ones. But basically, there's no wetlands on the site. So the 1200C permit doesn't actually apply to this project. So this is interesting because we don't have that then as part of this application. But what the applicant does do is they recommend an erosion and sediment control measures, and it's included as attachment I-1, which addresses not just construction related impacts to soils, but also operational impacts to soils, which is also something that isn't captured in that NIFTI's permit. And for other facilities, we usually end up doing a different condition for operation to make sure that, again, those operational activities, when you go out to a site to do maintenance, or if you have to retrench something, that then you have coverage that these are still going to apply for those operational activities. Okay. Soil. Okay, moving on. All right, so land use standard, council's familiar with it. Council must ensure that the facility will comply with Oregon's land use planning goals adopted by the Land Conservation Development Commission, or LCDC. And then if the facility does not comply with one of the statewide planning goals, the council may find that the facility qualifies for an exception under its land use rules. And then the other part of what is evaluated under land use is compliance with the applicable substantive criteria, which is provided by the Special Advisory Group, which is Umatilla County in this circumstance. And then, so there's that, the evaluation of what is applicable substantive criteria and whether or not the facility meets it, and any conditions that would go underneath associated with that as well. So speaking of the criteria, here, the table 2 I have up here is old. Well, no, it's not old. It's the one from the draft proposed order. But the applicant in its comments basically said, well, there is in the land use condition 2 and in the DPO, we drafted findings, which were based off of the county identifying its criteria, that they said that UCDC section 152.562 includes design details for the parking lot associated with the O&M enclosure. So, and this is a kind of a cool aspect of the council's rules, is that the record closes at the close of the hearing on the draft proposed order, but council's rules do contemplate that there may be some outstanding questions that happen from there. So council's rules does allow the department, we call it agency consultation for the proposed order. So we can actually go out to reviewing agencies and ask some questions and do some, reviewing. And so we've done that in a couple instances. One is with Umatilla County on this applicant comment, to which the county did write back, and they said, what did they say? I'm trying to say whatever they said. That the UCD, the development code in question consists of design details for parking lots. And since the solar project is not a business open to the public where members of the public would visit and required a dedicated and improved parking area, the parking lot design standards would not generally apply to this project.
So we are our recommendation is that in the proposed order, we're going to strike out and remove that from this table along with the evaluation in the order, and we're going to footnote to kind of tell that story, for the future. But then there was a provision of that in land use condition 2 that would also be struck out. Okay. So the goal 3 exception in the draft proposed order, we make findings underneath 3 of the reasons. One of them is locational dependency, minimal direct impacts to ag within the subject tracts, minimal indirect impacts to ag within the surrounding area, and then minimal impacts to resources protected by council standards. The recommended land use condition 6 is recommended to support the evaluation under the locational dependency, because the department does recommend that this is a unique site because there is no transmission line and it is located in a manner that is advantageous to tie into one of those existing transmission lines. And land use condition 6 basically says, well, hey, tell us which one it is eventually, when you pick, paraphrasing there. So that is that. And then the next part is kind of what the bigger discussion was at council's review of the draft proposed order. So, and in our staff report, we've paraphrased Councilmember Jenkins, Howe, and Byers' comments, tried to capture them. And I feel like the applicant did I'm gonna peel away from here and I'm gonna open up. Well, there's the county's comment. Gonna open up the applicant's supplemental responses. So in Exhibit K, Councilmember Howe and Jenkins provided feedback and raised good questions because it identified a discrepancy in the application. I'm going to again try to paraphrase and capture Councilmember Jenkins, your comments. But what Councilmember Jenkins observed is that in the application, we had a figure that showed adjacent plots not within the site boundary as having the same soils, but the applicant in the evaluation of the kind of the impacts to adjacent ag discussed that, hey, but there are peas and corn and potatoes being grown over there. And so Hanley's comment was, well, but that figure also says that those aren't irrigated. So how can you be growing those over there without irrigation, but you're saying that you can't do the same here? So at the hearing on the draft proposed order, this was raised, and both of the landowners came in, and Arthur Pryor, specific to that comment, is one of the landowner of subject tract 1, I think, yep, which is on the east square side, which I'll pop up a figure here. And he confirmed that indeed, that figure was wrong. And since that figure had been provided, they actually were then part of an irrigation district, entered into the irrigation district, and those parcels are irrigated for him to be able to grow those crops. And in his testimony, he explained that, there's minimal water rights out there. And so when you have a minimal water right when you're farming, you move it to where it's going to be the most beneficial. And he indicated not only is there not a water right on his parcel part of the subject property, but there's also not infrastructure there, and it's just not the best land to move a water right to, even if he could. Again, that's paraphrasing based on his testimony. Now, in the applicant's supplemental responses,
they provided declarations, and I'm pulling these up here from both of the landowners. And in the staff report, I start with, so I'm talking about Art Pryor because it relates to the discrepancy in the application about whether or not those adjacent parcels are irrigated or not. So the applicant provided evidence, one, his declaration to back up his testimony, also to back up the landowner letters in Exhibit K, that evidences that, one, yes, those are actually irrigated because they were recently added into the East Irrigation District, I think, EID. And that also, well, that kind of like wraps it up for him. But then he also, in his history, like he has farmed the area, he has limited water rights, and the concept of applying it to where it would be the most beneficial. And then they also provide the testimony of declaration of Steve Scott, who is the landowner of the subject tract 2. And so he's the gentleman that went out there and tried to farm that land. And he tried to do dryland wheat on the land. And so his testimony reflects his efforts. Now, what it does do, which we talked a little bit some at the DPO hearing, but it kind of gives metrics and data to evidence and support, you know, his words, which is he basically says how much they were able to yield in 2013 and 2015. And then he gives an estimate of how much revenue they made. And then he also talks about how much the costs were to actually do the farming. And then it turns out that it's a loss of about $8,000. And so when we're talking about ag, I mean, it has to be somewhat profitable for somebody to farm it. And what the applicant also provided was evidence that from the USDA that shows how much like average bushels per acre, which demonstrates that what he was yielding was pretty way below what the average would be a bushel per acre. And so, then the questioning at the DPO hearing was went into, well, what if you could, you know, get water rights? Can you get water rights on there? To which the applicant has, at the hearing, they provided a map that indicated that the subject properties are in the Stage Gulch Water Conservation area. I might be saying that. Anyways, the stage, I don't know if it's a water conservation or critical area of conservation. So they provided a map, but then in their supplemental materials, they also provided the final order indicating here. I'll just go there. Final order. Here we go. The final order before Water Resource Department in the matter of the determination of critical groundwater area in the Stage Gulch area, Umatilla County. This is the area where the subject tracts are. This is the final order that says, because this is related to like well water for ag, and again, paraphrasing, it says no more water, and those areas are in there. So that kind of shuts down being able for groundwater. And then the applicant also provided this attachment 3. They provided this at the hearing and then resubmitted it in their supplemental information. I don't know how much this matters, but for record purposes, because these are really lengthy documents, I've consolidated the record to only include one, because functionally this does get attached to the DPO. So anyway, we love records. So they provided this copy of the landowner's notice of the East Improvement District, which is an irrigation district. And what the applicant highlights is that the 2 tax lots for the subject tracts are not included in this East Improvement District. But those parcels that are Art Prior, so this is also to back up Art Prior, are included in it and were recently included, which hence is his irrigation. So also in the department's agency consultation with Oregon Water Resource Department, we, functionally asked, confirmed these two, which they, verified with the Stage Gulch area. Area of critical concern, no groundwater. They confirmed that. And then they also said, yeah, there's, it's possible to move water rights around in the irrigation district, but it would have to be triggered by a process, and there would have to be, it may not be possible because there would have to be like infrastructure on those sites, which there isn't on those sites now. So that is what we're also going to recommend in the proposed order. I think I'll stop there. Councilmember Jenkins, was there another aspect that you raised and Councilmember Howe in your DPO comments?
Sure.
That was maybe missed in my all over the place summary?
So let me go through my evaluation of where we are with the evidence that we have before us and the standard that's required. First of all, these properties are in an exclusive farm use zone by Umatilla County. And we've identified two soils, which is the Atkins Fine Sandy Loam, about 235 acres of that's in a class 4 designation, NRCS soil designation, when not irrigated. And I think, it's been shown that this property is not irrigated. The Quincy Fine Sandy Loam is probably the poorer of the two soils. There's only about 87 acres of that. Again, it's not irrigated, and it's a class 7 soil when it's not irrigated. So this is kind of the worst of the worst. It's not rock, but it's not very good stuff. Both soils are about 7 feet deep in thickness, and they're flat, 0 to 5% slope. So, these are flat grounds. The analysis area is predominantly comprised of arable soils, which is the Atkins Fine Sandy Loam. And I think that's very important to recognize that this isn't rangeland. These are arable soils when not irrigated. Sure, they're class 4, but they're still arable soils when not irrigated. The tax lots around these two properties, this 320 acres plus, are all being farmed. They are all being irrigated, but they are all being farmed and have similar soils. Mr. Scott's dryland farming on his property in 2013 and 2015 showed poor production and dryland activities, dryland wheat. The applicant has, I believe, adequately argued that without irrigation water, there is really no opportunity for high value crops. And I think the applicant has adequately shown that irrigation water is not available through groundwater source or through the irrigation districts. But I asked the applicants at the last meeting, I said, okay, but you haven't shown me that this property can't be used for dryland production. One landowner wasn't successful for 2 years, and the other landowner did not even attempt. And so my concern is that the Energy Facility Siting Council's Goal 3 requirements for a reasons exception require that there's a demonstration that, quote, reasons justify why the statewide policy, in this case, the statewide policy is protection of agricultural lands for agricultural use, should not be applied. And I think simply saying that one landowner couldn't make a profit over a 2-year period without irrigation, and the other landowner hasn't even tried to farm their land, could be an argument or reasons for about any land that's out there that's not being irrigated. And so my concern was that I believe that the goal 3 acceptance process requires justification to demonstrate with reasons why this land is no longer going to be available for agricultural production in an exclusive farm use zone. And it needs to be property specific. I thought if we could show other non-irrigated properties in the area were not being used for cropland or grazing purposes, and that water was not available, we could justify no longer protecting this land for farm use. I think we've only gone halfway there. We know that water is not available, but we haven't been demonstrated that there are other properties in the area that aren't being used for agricultural production that are in a dry land situation. And so my concern is that, okay, the land is not available, is not available for high value crops, but we also don't know whether it's viable for non-high value crops such as dryland wheat or livestock grazing. Without knowing whether these properties can be used for other economic viable agricultural activities, I can't support a Goal 3 exception for this property at this time.
Thank you. All right, and to clarify, for that reason, because this is under the minimal direct impacts to the subject tracts.
You know, I don't, my concern is that in order for us to accept the Goal 3 exception, we need something more than just it's more valuable for solar. That the issue here is not whether it's valuable and the landowners are going to receive more economic benefit from it being a solar facility, but we're taking this land out of agricultural production. We basically are taking the zoning off of this property and saying it should be used for something else. And I think we need reasons for doing that are specific to this property. Not just, I didn't farm it and it wasn't successful 2 years that I did. So.
How many years do they need to demonstrate that they're losing money?
I'm not sure that it's the individual practices of the landowners. It's what's going on in that area. Is that, so when I drive across Interstate 84, I see a lot of land that isn't irrigated in the Pendleton area. Well, Pendleton's different than Hermiston. Okay, and when I get all the way to Boardman, you're not growing anything unless it's irrigated. But I don't know what's going on in Hermiston unless I'm shown that. And I see a lot of land that is farmed in that area that is not irrigated. And so that tells me that there is viability there for agricultural use, unless, but I don't have the information. I haven't been provided the information that it's not viable for agricultural use unless it's irrigated. I've just been shown that it's not irrigated and there's not an opportunity for irrigation. And I've been, so in order to bolster that, I asked for a more comprehensive assessment of the area. And we didn't get it. It's not in the 187 pages of supplemental information that we got. And I don't understand why it's not there, but I think it needs to be, we need something that is specific to that parcel in order to take it out of agricultural protections.
So Madam Chair.
Yes, Ann.
I agree with much of what Councilor Jenkins has said. I may come down on differently on whether or not they've met their burden of proof. But this discussion of goal 3 exceptions is something that council needs to take very seriously as we see more and more and bigger and more complex projects. So this is kind of, since I've been here, this is the first test case on a goal 3 exception and what that burden of proof needs to be. And we are to some extent setting a precedent, so being very thoughtful about this is going to be critical as we look at other projects. I worked as the Umatilla Basin Watershed Council Coordinator in the way back, so I'm somewhat familiar with this area and the production capabilities. It's an odd parcel. It's a 2 tax lots with these mixed soils, and one is a class 7, which is by definition under LCDC rules, non-arable. And, it's hard to tell from these maps what that looks like on the landscape. Is it a pocket of non-arable? Is it threaded through? Is this really impossible to put crops on without water? In this area, maybe we just need a bigger aerial map to show what's irrigated and what's not around the area, but we don't have that in the record, to see if there are non-irrigated parcels that are being cropped in this area. We don't have that information. I sort of look at this parcel and I think, well, if it were really good farmland, it would have been farmed by now, but that's not one of the criteria, right? I think looking at the other criteria about impacts to surrounding agricultural parcels, we didn't get any negative comments on that. But it's whether or not the applicant has met their burden of proof. And I'm sort of on the fence on that.
Well, I do want to remind council that the analysis area for land use is the site boundary and 1/2 mile from the site boundary. So, again, it's one of those things. So that's what is, that's what's evaluated. And so saying, looking at, like the regional assessment, how far out. So, exactly. Like you articulating exactly what you were looking for, to me, was more clear than what was said at the DPO hearing, which was a regional assessment. How far out, what exactly are you looking at? So I think that, wherever you land, but just, part of the comments in the last few applications have been, hey, development community, do better. And I think that these are good, there's good information, because also, again, the department to require it, we have the project order, which we can adjust the analysis area in, but it has to be something, a pathway that's evident for the application or for the applicant to then do that evaluation. So we're still within the scope of what they're being requested to represent. I also, wanted a part of the aspect of the, this evaluation is those existing transmission lines over the parcels does also have, it's an outside imposition that minimizes its, viability to use it for ag, because there is this existing infrastructure there that they have to go around.
Yeah, so this is Henley on that point. This property is surrounded by irrigation land. It's in central pivots. And it's not inhibiting the adjacent land. Those transmission lines aren't inhibiting the adjacent lands. So, I have a difficult time placing much emphasis on the fact that the transmission lines, the limit. It's the limiting factor for irrigation of this property is it's not available. There's just not water. And I think that's very important. But what I was asking for was a demonstration that you can't use it for dry land production.
This is Ken,
Go ahead, Ken.
and I am not going to duplicate, but Hamlin very well articulated. But, you know, under goal 3, it's a very high threshold to take out of Oregon's agricultural inventory land and change it to another use. And the definition of farm use is the planting, I'm going to paraphrase here, planting, growing, harvesting, and management of crops and livestock to make a profit and money. And we have some indication that for a couple of years, half of the property did not when it was farmed, the other half we don't know. It's just incomplete. It's not a thorough record that for the high standard of removing this land from agriculture, I think is what's needed. And yeah, so I'm not convinced at this point.
So Vice Chair, how many years does a farmer have to lose money to demonstrate that it's not viable for dryland wheat?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. We've got a couple on half of it, but we don't know the other. Don't have any information on that. So, and then you look at in context, it's surrounded by agricultural land making a profit.
Irrigated.
And I understand that this isn't irrigated, and so that is really hampers their ability.
To be blunt, this is Marcy. So I mean, just putting out there, did you try something different? Is it not, maybe you didn't make as much money as you want? Like, there's a lot of reasons, there's a lot of things, and I don't know land like them, so I'm listening very intently. But, you know, in my day job, what I get concerned about is when I make a decision, it's going to follow me forever. So are we attempting to lower a threshold that we are then going to be held to, and we can't justify other than to say this impacted these two people individually? In my world, in the labor relations, human resources space, it is focused on the position, not the person. So because we had these two people come before us and tell us their individual stories, which were, you know, the stories are great. If you take them out of it and somebody else were on that land, would somebody else try a different crop that might not be high value, or somebody, or do we just get to the point to say nothing grows? And to not put words in your mouth, what I think I hear you saying is you're not convinced that all avenues have been exhausted to deem it not, that it should still be, not still be deemed exclusive farming at that high value. Is that fair?
Yeah, this is Hamlin. So I guess to answer you and Kellen, it's not the individual landowner. And what I wanted to be able to try and do was provide an avenue for a successful demonstration that they met the reasons exception requirement. And that's why I felt, rather than evaluating failure on these parcels, evaluate successes on whether there are successes on adjoining or nearby properties that aren't being irrigated. We didn't get that information. I asked for it and we didn't get it. And so I always try to find a way to get to a solution. And that was my way of trying to get to a solution on this. It wasn't to say, gee, you didn't do a good enough job on farming this property. But my concern is that we have three categories of agricultural land. We have high value, we have arable, and we have non-arable. And the LCDC solar rules were designed to incentivize development on non-arable lands. And so the threshold in order to be successful in making an application on non-arable lands was lower. Larger acres, the threshold for requirements was lower. Now we're talking about arable lands, lands that could be farmed for crops, but probably not high value crops. And my concern is that we're going to see more and more applications on arable lands. And we need to make sure that when we process a reasons exception application for those, that we have sound reasons for taking that land out of agricultural production. And certainly, you know, the threshold is much higher for high value farmland soils. And LCDC's even addressed those as a part of their administrative rules on the west side of Oregon. And so, you know, I think we're now being asked to evaluate arable lands and whether or not we should be allowing solar facilities on there. And I think we need to be very clear about what is needed in order to meet an Energy Facility Siting Council Goal 3 exception. I'm not asking for an alternatives analysis, which is what's required in the LCDC rules. I'm asking for an evaluation of this particular parcel and reasons why it should no longer be available for agricultural use.
And very clear.
I think Hanley, this is Person Buyer, I think Hanley has articulated the information we've received and what we need to make a decision on Goal 3. Grazing is an issue. Just even knowing in the community if grazing is a use in this part of the county, that wasn't addressed. And then just having a better idea of where dryland agriculture has occurred in this part of the community, as opposed to whether a particular farmer was successful. So, and again, it's the context of looking at other projects and really saying we need a minimum burden of proof to make a decision on this.
Okay, thank you, council members. That was all I had for land use. Yeah, just a little bit.
Just all.
Just a squish. Okay, all right, thank you so much, I appreciate those, good rigorous conversation here. The council's protected area standard, now we're gonna move kind of quickly, well, we're gonna go fast and then we'll slow down. Yeah, I think we're pretty good though. Okay, protected areas, council's familiar with this because we've done some rulemaking. The protected areas standard kind of lists out the protected areas that are protected underneath council standard. I have a figure here, pretty hard to read. This is a visual impact assessment, but again, it's just kind of hard to read on this scale. So really there's 12 protected areas. The analysis area for protected areas is 20 miles. So it goes out pretty far here. I'm just gonna pause. We do and remind council of the very interesting administrative document that we have. It is the project order. This is something that the department issues in the beginning of the process, that it basically goes through and it kind of walks through Division 21 and it says it's a guide rather than reading the rule. It helps the applicant get to a more complete application. The department also, we've really tried to move, because it used to just be really, a regurgitation of Division 21, and we're really trying to have it be more helpful. Like if the department on every application, we're asking for, letters from all of these public service providers and exhibit U for public services, like we put that in there, because if we're gonna ultimately ask it, then just put it in there. But the project order is also where we can modify the analysis area. And so for some projects, and maybe for this one, because it's interesting, this was an expedited review, which means there's no notice of intent. So for a regular application, it would be notice of intent. And then we issue a project order, and then they look at that and go, that they use that to draft their preliminary application. But in an expedited review, no notice of intent, they actually submit their preliminary application, and then we do a project order that tells them what needs to be in the complete application. So it's a little bit weird. Anyhow, this was a project, and talking about it, we would have shrunk because it's small, and the area and the protected areas around, we would have shrunk that analysis area, and I feel like that would have been appropriate. So this is just an example where that would be appropriate. Now, kind of going back, I know we moved on from land use, but I think that this is a really good thing. That's a tool that the department has to expand the analysis area for, you know, in the project order, which gives us this, and, you know, it gives us I don't know, for lack of a better word, a hook, a way to expand it, to look more regionally and be more specific about how far out we're going if we want to look further out than the half a mile, which is set in rule. So, or just anyhow, so, but for this project, because they basically submitted their preliminary application and just used the 20-mile rule, we just went with the 20 miles. So cast a wide net. Anyhow, there's 12 within 20 miles. We can see the closest one is 2.4 miles away, which is still, you know, a pretty fair distance. Most of what we look at, you know, with protected areas is there a visual impact given the location of this area and proximity to the protected areas? There really wasn't a visual impact. The other resources or impacts that we look at underneath protected areas is noise and construction traffic. And due to the proximity, you know, and distance, the noise would not be anticipated to be an issue at the protected areas, and the same thing with construction. Any just additional congestion from construction of the project wouldn't be anticipated to impact the protected areas. That's protected areas. Okay. Now we're going on to retirement and financial assurance. We've kind of already touched on this. We've kind of been talking about it a lot. You know, has the applicant demonstrated that that the site can be restored to a useful, non-hazardous condition? Should the applicant or certificate holder stop construction or the facility cease to operate? And then it has the obtain a bond or letter of credit in a form and amount satisfactory to the council. What, it takes some focus, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so as per usual, we have a really long table in retirement where we really break out all of the, you know, it's kind of reverse construction. Whatever you put in the ground, we got to take it out of the ground. We got to contemplate that there's going to be crews going in there, demobilizing and taking everything out. So where we landed was at about $5.7 million as a reasonable estimate. And then there was a letter from Sumoto Mitsui Banking Corporation, which is a council verified, what is it called? Council has confirmed it as a financial institution. And then we go down to our retirement and financial conditions, condition 4. So this is the one that we looked at that we're making recommendations that tie it to that organizational expertise. So there's a revision there that I feel like we talked about that. And then the other kind of interesting aspect, this condition is pretty, I would say, kind of template that we see because it just has kind of information about, you know, how to adjust your bond, etc. But what we did is because every year or periodically council goes over the forms satisfactory, right? You have a form for a bond and a form for a letter of credit that council has been looking at, and then council like agrees to that. And we have those. And so what we actually did is attached them. And so an interesting little, you know, we don't change the condition very much, but what we changed it is we said, you know, like, and use the form approved by council. So, and so it's interesting because as council reviews those, they may change, but since we're attaching it to this, that's kind of like the form that they will be using that will carry forward. So there is some, you know, dynamic aspects of that, but that was an interesting thing. Any comments on retirement?
Go ahead, Cindy. Just really put this Cindy Condon in the letter from SMBC, just regarding the financial capability. How do you perceive the last sentence of that? last sentence, the second to the last sentence of that letter. Furthermore, any arrangement for the final letter of credit is a matter between EEAC and the bank, and we assume no liability to third parties or to you if for any reason we do not execute said letter of credit. So does that, I mean, to me, it's not meaningless, but is it kind of consider, well, if they don't get the letter of credit, then they don't start construction?
Well, they can't.
Right, I know, but
That
I
to
mean,
me,
what's that sense mean?
that to me, well,
To you?
to me, it is a typical liability language that financial institute, right? Like, you can't, it's saying that letter is, it's a comfort letter. It by no means can be a thing that forces the bank to issue the bond. The bank ultimately retains its ability to choose to issue the bond later. To me, it's just this letter is not a binding document type of thing.
What is of concern to me is that the applicant isn't mentioned in that paragraph, and we don't have to go further. It's just, it's not related to the applicant, so I'm
Mhm.
not really sure
Yeah.
what it means. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. I mean, on that note, ultimately, the bond or letter of credit is going to be issued to the certificate holder and the applicant. And if it's not, then they can't. That's right. So they can't go
I
forward.
understand that if not,
Yeah.
that we're going forward on hopefully some idea that they're gonna get security instrument. So it just doesn't provide me much comfort, but we've heard that before, and so we can move on.
It's okay. Okay, so council's fish and wildlife habitat standard, functionally requires compliance with ODF and W's, fish and habitat, mitigation policy. Council's pretty used to talking about this and seeing it. We work very closely with ODF&W, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, on all of our projects. ODF&W has kind of a hierarchy of the categorization of habitat, and each categorization of habitat, the lower the number, the higher the quality, and also the higher, mitigation obligations. So I just check what do I got here with my slides? So I have a table here and a figure that really kind of breaks out the habitat categorization that was originally reviewed and kind of approved and signed off by ODF&W. And so that's what this is. And then we have a habitat mitigation plan, the HMP, and we also have a kind of an executed agreement for the habitat mitigation area. Now, because the highest quality habitat was, 3 and 4, which is still kind of pretty low compared to some other facilities as far as habitat quality. The HMP is intended to, and the mitigation representations in the HMP for work at the habitat mitigation area are intended to mitigate for those that are represented in the application. ODF&W did provide a letter, which we provided to council, which kind of started off a little bit confusing. And then we had more conversations with ODF&W, and really what they're saying in their letter is that, basically for the habitat 3 and 4 as it's provided, the HMP and those, what they're proposing to do at that mitigation area doesn't quite meet muster. However, really the habitat on site isn't a habitat 3. It's more like a category 5, and that's how we understand it. And so what the department's recommending is that we want to kind of leave, because we want to tell the story, right? Particularly because ODF&W agreed initially, and then there's this comment letter that really, based on the disconnectivity of habitat and the ag use, like it really isn't
great habitat out there. And so we kind of want to leave the story in the proposed order, but we want to kind of revise the HMP to provide an opportunity for, prior to construction, the applicant to go back out and coordinate with ODF and W on evaluating what the habitat categories are, and then adjust the HMP as appropriate and the mitigation obligations at the HMA. That's that. Okay. Threatened and endangered species, we look at Oregon designated by ODF and W and the Oregon Department of Fish, Oregon Department of Agriculture. Threatened and endangered fish and wildlife and plant species. Now on this note, so did surveys, we talk about that. I'm gonna focus here. The applicant in their DPO comments had, you know, requests and a basis for modifying some of the condition language that we put in, particularly around the Washington ground squirrel or WAGS surveys. And the department is recommending to adopt the applicant's amendments, because they are correct and those are consistent with with other projects, how the department understands and in coordination with ODF and W, how these surveys should be conducted. One of them is, you know, paraphrasing, is there's this buffer for protocol level surveys to go out from a suitable habitat, but you know, we can't really require them to do, they have to get land access. So if there was a landowner that wouldn't let you on their property, you know, we can't, you know, so just kind of making sure that that wiggle room is in there, so we don't impose conditions that functionally a certificate holder can't comply with. So yeah, so we're recommending to adopt the applicant's requests. And that's what I have for T&E. Okay, moving fast. We're going, doing great. Okay, scenic resources, looks at scenic resources designated as significant or important in local land use plans, tribal plans, or federal management plans. State management plans can also be looked at underneath this standard. The analysis came up with 6 important or significant scenic resources underneath the standard. Do I have the table there? No, those are the plans. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, okay, yes, I do have it. Okay, and then, so the closest, but the important and scenic resources, you know, as evaluated in the draft proposed order that would be protected underneath the standard, are more than 6 miles away from the site boundary. So we're kind of going back to the protected areas, because protected areas, scenic and recreation are very similar. A lot, we look at visual impacts, we look at construction, you know, impacts from traffic, and then noise impacts. So, you know, we said kind of, and it's not a one-to-one because these are different areas, but a lot of times there's a lot of overlap because of, like, under recreation, a lot of people recreate at protected areas or scenic areas. So it's kind of, sometimes they're the same, similar areas. But these are more than 6 miles away. So for the same reasoning as underneath protected areas, basically due to the distance, the department's recommending that there are minimal or no visual impacts, traffic impacts, and noise impacts. Okay. Okay, historical, cultural, archaeological resources, which is usually quite a lot to say for a lot of other projects. Wait, we don't got a lot to say here, which is like pretty cool. But the council standard looks at under sub 1, we look at resources that are likely to be listed or are listed on the National Register of Historical Places, or NRHP. And then there's a, you know, that's A, and then there's a B and C of the standard, which looks at archaeological sites and objects on private and public property.
so the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, or CTIR, did provide a comment. We gave that to council. You know, it indicated that they had looked at the inadvertent discovery plan. Inadvertent discovery plans, kind of, I would say, again, are typical, it comes with every project. It really kind of covers the protocols that will be in place during ground disturbing activities in case there's important archaeological objects or human remains uncovered. And so it's a lot of it's very similar. And so there is an it's an IDP, it is included in a condition. We also have an operational IDP. So in one of my scenarios of earlier hypotheticals, they're going out on site and have to retrench bury some underground electrical. There's actually an operational IDP in place. So, because a lot of times it's just focused on construction. So even if maybe it's not used very much, it's there, it exists. But the C2IR commented on just updated contact information. So we're going to do that. We will, open up and kind of convert that IDP attached to the order into Word, do in red line, reflect those contact information changes, and attach that to the proposed order. It's in coordination with SHPO. With SHPO, they are recommending, because the analysis area for cultural resources really is like the site boundary and rule, but in our project order, we are extending it out to, we say, we want you to look at the site boundary, for the direct impacts, but go out a mile for indirect impacts to, resources that may be protected underneath the council standards. So for instance, with tribal resources, and this is specific to above ground historic resources, right? So if you have a historic structure or building, SHPO's interested in seeing an evaluation of historic, buildings and structures within a mile, and doing the evaluation to see if they could be important or eligible historic structure, and if so, what would be the impacts. So the applicant did that. And I'm skipping ahead to my next slide, so I guess I'll just talk about that, and then I'll go back this and talk about transmission lines. So the applicant did this supplemental evaluation and, went out on site, took pictures, did an assessment. You get to learn quite a bit about how old homes renovate and update. But basically, SHPO provided a comment letter, which is woven in, and that they concurred that there's no historic above ground resources that would be impacted by the construction and operation of the facility. I'll go back to the slide I was just on. Sorry for jumping ahead. It's interesting because it's those operational transmission lines, because of their age, are actually historic resources that could be protected by SHPO. So it's like, well, what do you do? Now, what do we do in some of these situations? So, so we have findings in the order that kind of contemplate this, because also the applicants, like, as we saw in that site layout, there are setback areas, and the pole, they may tie into it, but they're also operational, and this is a permissible activity. So anyhow, and the right of ways would be maintained, but that's also just one of those interesting head scratchers. Oh, what do you do? It's great, there's no transmission line, but now you're impacting a historic resource, but it's operational. I don't know. Anyways, love what we do. Okay, and that was historic and cultural resources. Feeling good? Okay, we're gonna move on to rec, which now we're looking at recreational opportunities that result in or impacts to important recreational opportunities. And then there's sub factors that we evaluate to look at whether or not they are important. Again, this is, one of those ones that's hard to read. Let me catch up to my own notes here. All right, so there were 4 important recreational opportunities identified. Again, a lot of these are overlap with the protected areas and scenic. And again, the closest one was 2.4 miles away. And so due to the proximity, the department's recommending that direct disturbance, visual, noise, and traffic impacts would not be significant. And also, we address in our findings that the the measures the applicant's taking to reduce visual impacts, as well as measures such as their traffic, best management practices, over, under public services, et cetera. All of those contribute to minimizing any potential impacts at these recreational or scenic or protected areas. Okay. Now we're on to public services. Here, let's see. I think I'm just gonna talk about traffic and fire. Oh, so these are the ones, that's right. I'm like, these are the ones I'm not gonna talk about a lot. Mostly like with water, I'm gonna touch on it with water rights and solid waste management. We have a waste management standard, so I'm kind of, those are duplicative, so I'm not really gonna get into housing, police, healthcare, schools and sewer. So I'm just gonna kind of jump into traffic. Traffic is kind of one of the real important things that we look at, into kind of a rigorous evaluation to the extent that information is available. It's kind of hard because the Umatilla Traffic Management Plan, I don't think I'm saying that right, TSP, Transportation System Plan, is a little bit old, right? And so it actually gives us road count data, but it's kind of old. But it still gives you an idea of the level of traffic on some of these county roads. The applicant provides, and ODOT gives good information. There's up-to-date information about traffic flows on bigger highways, which is kind of straightforward. You know, adding on a couple hundred cars commuting is probably not going to impact the overall experience of I-84, but it very well may on county roads. So really, even though we look at this, most of what we focus on with traffic safety under public services are impacts to, you know, county and local roads. And a lot of this is, we do the evaluation, but a lot of it is functionally addressed with the traffic management plan, which has the best management practices, that would, right, of like using pilot cars and speed limits, and you know, maybe including trainings on training the employees on site of abiding, you know, traffic speed limits, maybe included later. But then one of the interesting aspects for most facilities, which is very common, is a road use agreement. And we really like these road use agreements because these are where the certificate holder with the county and the road superintendent or whomever go out and they do an assessment. They're like, these are the routes we're going to use. The roads get assessed. So it really kind of doesn't, you know, this is what the county says the road conditions were 20 years ago. But really prior to construction, they're going to go out and they're be like, this is the condition of the road. If roads need to be improved to facilitate construction or operation of the facility, that will be done. But also the roads after construction and during construction, if damaged, will be maintained and you know, fixed post-construction to make sure that the county isn't left with, you know, damaged roads as a result of the construction or operation of this facility. And that's in recommended public services condition 1. Fire protection is a little bit different. Are you excited today, council? Because I'm excited. You're excited? It's coming up. I think it's coming up here pretty soon. We have a new standard, and this is the first time that council gets to see its new standard evaluated. That said, poor public services and all the things we did for fire underneath public services before has kind of moved over to live in a different standard. So, but don't worry, fire protection, public services, you're still a thing. We love you. You're there. So underneath here, we have letters from the Umatilla County Fire District 1, you know, that basically represents that, yes, that we are the fire service provider that will provide services in that area, and we would like training and a site orientation. And so those are captured in the public services condition. But again, so we're going to talk about fire more underneath the wildfire, which is next. Oh, how snazzy. Okay, I left all the words of the standard up here, but I'm going to walk through this. So this has been pretty interesting, and so I did it with West End, and I'm working on it for another project now. And so it's kind of, it's just kind of a fun activity. You can tell that we're dorks with what we do and we're like, this is really exciting. You know, and I know that Chris Clark worked a lot on this rulemaking with you guys. So I've been kind of, you know, we talk about these things, but it's interesting because it's kind of where we think a lot and working with applicants, we're trying to channel the organizational expertise and the goal exception of like better information and better applications. And we really want to have a good examples, because we know that other developers look back and see like, well, what do they do over there? So anyhow, so I feel pretty good about Weston's wildfire, although, you know, it is its own, and I think that other projects is going to look a little bit different. So the best way to explain it is, and it's again, for lack of a better word, but the A through D, I'm going to just call it more of like an academic exercise. Right. But this is using online data points and data layers from the, you know, Oregon Explorer, but some of it is like, just go in and describe the topography of the site. And all of this is because it kind of builds on the way I look at it is we're really trying to characterize what the wildfire risk is as a baseline right now with no asset on the landscape. Because once you put an asset on the landscape, your wildfire risk is now going to change, right? And so I'll kind of like talk about that a little bit later. So this is, in short, baseline, seasonal. Based on those, there should be areas subject to heightened risk, and then high fire consequence areas. So I'll kind of walk through those. Maybe. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what is evaluated in baseline? Topography. Oh, so, and this is what the applicant did. Council structure or standard says topography, vegetation, infrastructure, and climate. And so the applicant evaluated topography, vegetation, infrastructure, fire history, active fires, burn probability, and regional climate. So all of this is like baseline, right? Things that aren't going to change. Your topography is not going to change too much. Which generally out of that, it was minimal fire risk, or minimal to moderate. Seasonal the applicant looked at precipitation, fuel moisture content, and flame length. Underneath seasonal, council standard requires precipitation and fuel moisture content, which is a little bit, talk about academic. It can get real technical, real fast with that. So, so that's what was evaluated under seasonal. Now, the information that comes out of both of those is then okay, no, I don't have that. I'm going to go back to the language of your standard, which I know it's real wordy. But so no, what's that? Oops, no, oops. Okay, baseline, seasonal. Based on those, you have these areas subject to heightened risk of fire. Now for this site, it's not super, the areas of risk of heightened fire risk are basically those transmission line power poles. There's not infrastructure on the site. Like the kind of direct answer to this is what infrastructure is around. Whatever infrastructure is around are going to be the areas subject to heightened fire risk. That's that, which we don't, see a lot of in this area. If there were like forested areas, those would be infrastructure, forested areas, more things that would burn hotter and more and spread fire. So the high fire consequence areas, these are areas, so now we're looking at residence, infrastructure, recreation opportunities, timber, fire sensitive habitat. So there's a little bit more that's looked at for this particular site. C and D are basically the same. So I really wove those together in the findings because there's nothing that comes out of D that isn't in C. So they're basically overlapping. They're those existing transmission pole areas in the site boundary. So let me go, and then this is the aspect, and so that is what is like evaluated. So the way I look at it is like, that's what's going to go into the final order that characterizes the site at this moment in time. It's like capture, before there's infrastructure, like, energy facility on the landscape. But then based on all that information, the applicant, proposes a wildfire mitigation plan. And so these are the components, and I know real wordy here, and I'll kind of come back to it. But this is a really kind of cool standard because, you know, as my brain goes, it connects all of these dots of things that maybe were kind of missing in our plans before. And so to me, and like this is Kellen's summary takeaway of what the wildfire mitigation plan that maybe is kind of peppered out in for other facilities or in other site certificates, but it has this whole aspect of what are the inspection and maintenance schedules for facility components and vegetation, which is pretty specific. So now we're getting into, you know, those operational activities. So in their wildfire mitigation plan, which is embedded in their emergency management plan, they have so they have this procedures, standards, timeframes that they'll use to inspect facility components and manage vegetation, right? And then they identify preventative actions and programs that they'll carry out to minimize risk of the risk of facility components or vegetation causing fire. So they have a whole vegetation maintenance program. They talk about inspecting facility components, you know, ones that may cause a fire risk. So that's wildfire mitigation plan. So we talk about, all right, so this is the characterization. Okay, so overall, I recommend that based on the applicant's assessment and then my kind of going over it, that the wildfire risk in the analysis area is moderate to low. And that, and do I have another one? Okay, I'll go here. So in now other projects that council may see that may have a separate standalone wildfire mitigation plan, as the applicant kind of, as we worked on this together and as they proposed it, it was kind of this standalone one, but then had aspects of other plans that they were already going to do. And I said, you know, kind of Councilmember Condon, like one of your questions of like, well, how are they going to do this? And I'm like, you know, are you already going to do a plan? You know, you can include it in something you're already going to do that has these, because a lot of these are kind of typical measures, right? They're safety measures, they're operational maintenance measures. So they included all the provisions necessary for the wildfire mitigation plan into their emergency management plan, and it's called the Emergency Management and Wildfire Mitigation Plan. So, which, you know, does weave in aspects with the fire department. So, and looking at council standards, which are kind of modeled off of the Public Utility Commission, there's this aspect of having it be updated that I think the council standard, you know, asks. Well, maybe, you know, maybe not directly, but it kind of references. So to be responded to that, which also makes sense, that's the whole idea, right? Is that wildfire's changing, our climate's changing, things are changing on the landscape. We want them to go back and look at it. So because this site has a low to moderate wildfire risk, you know, in there we have like go back and look at wildfire risk at the site every 5 years. And then, you know, let us know what changed and if you're doing anything different. Again, paraphrasing. So what's interesting about this that I haven't highlighted so much, which I may go back and look at in the proposed order, is really focusing on that, all of that stuff, that front end evaluation is the that'll go out in the final order is capturing the site right now with no facility on it. Because what council needs to be prepared for is that in 5 years, that 5-year update is the wildfire risk is going to increase, but that's because they're likely going to use those data layers, and data layers look at assets and infrastructure. And that automatically, so because the wildfire risk is going to be, it's now going to go from low to moderate to, you know, moderate to high perhaps. It's not because the facility is going to be more, it's because everything's going, oh, well, there's now an asset and the risk to that asset increases the wildfire risk. So I just want to make that clear so that if, in 5 years, council gets this, like update, if it's increased, that is likely one of the reasons why it did so compared to the baseline. But as a record, we have, documentation in the final order of what it was before there was assets on the landscape. I know, it's gone. We're almost there. Oh my gosh, you guys are doing so good, but I just wanted to take some time because that is the first time you've seen it. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Waste minimization. Gonna minimize waste. We went with a little bit different of a condition because usually it's like, have a recycling program and recycle these things. And we're like, what do we care about? We really kind of want to know. We want to know, which kind of goes back to what like Patrick was talking about, even though this is a solar facility, but we kind of want to know, like, tell us where you're putting these things. Like that would be, tell us, because, those programs may change, etc. That's waste management. Okay, now we're into other applicable regulatory requirements. Okay, so noise is pretty exciting for a little facility here, and I think probably because it's a smaller facility and in the area that it's located is why we're having, why it's more interesting here. So as with noise, we model maximum noise output of the maximum number of equipment that's included in their proposal. So here we got like the inverters, transformers associated with the substations, battery storage units and the maximum. Now, because they are saying that the battery storage, those 200 units, could be in a distributed scenario or in a centralized scenario, they modeled both, which I'm going to pop up here. We can see here on the right is the centralized, where the red portion is just in one area that reverberates out. And on the left with the little red dots all over is the centralized. The Noise Council is making a decision on DEQ's noise rules because DEQ does not administer or fund their noise program. But it still is a Oregon rule, so that's why council is finding compliance and does so with other facilities. The noise control regulations have 3 parts. There's a maximum allowable, which is 50 dBA, okay? And then there's the anti-ambient degradation standard, which is that in any 1 hour period, the dBA cannot increase by 10 dBA, and that involves measuring a baseline. That's where the quietness of or loudness of the surrounding environment matters quite a bit. Anyhow, at one noise sensitive receptor, they exceed both, and so this is an interesting pickle to be in. So what the department recommends is that basically underneath this maximum, again, it very well may be that there's not 200 battery storage units or 25 inverters, but basically the department is saying you can't do in that maximum scenario the centralized, because it's under the centralized, or I'm sorry, no, the dispersed battery scenario, that there's that exceedance. Underneath the centralized, they meet both of them. It's fine. It's just underneath the dispersed, they exceed both of them. So the department's basically saying you can't do that, or you have to demonstrate prior to construction that you got a facility design with your maximum of whatever you're building out there that does meet it, and provide that facility design. And that's what these noise control conditions say. And then we have noise control condition 2 and 3, which have addressed like a noise complaint response system. Okay. Removal fill, I touched on it under soils. But it's interesting because we're like, okay, well, there's no wetlands. And I coordinated with DSL and got them to do something that they said, we don't usually do this. We're going to do this again. But they gave us this off-site determination because we don't really encounter it very often
for our projects, because everybody does a wetland delineation. And what the applicant did was they did a whole evaluation that functionally is all the stuff that would have to go into a wetland delineation, but just didn't go into, because they're like, there's nothing to delineate. So we got this determination from DSL, but then because, we just really want to shore everything up, and we don't want to be silent to the work that the applicant did, is that we actually just went through and did an evaluation of the hydrology, of the hydrophytic vegetation, and of the soil assessment, because the applicant provided that. So as just a way to bolster the recommendation that there's no wetlands on site, because this also supports the no 1200C from DEQ permit. And it also just means there's no removal fill. Okay. And water rights, approximately 10 to 12 million gallons of water will be used during the construction period. And then during operation, they're representing that about 1.6 million gallons of water would be used each year, mostly for solar module washing. And this is the condition that we see in most site certificates, but we're basically asking them to confirm prior to construction what your water needs are. And you need to demonstrate to us that you have a service provider, because they're representing that the city of Hermiston will provide water for the project. And so we ask them to, demonstrate that that entity has the ability to provide that water. But they don't need a water right. But there you are. You did it. It's super short. Oh, boy.
So first of all, Kelly, I just appreciate you a lot, because you at least are very entertaining. We did a little extra lunch cruise.
Oh, yeah.
But I will say this, sir, that some of the folks who were on the phone earlier and talking about our lengthy processes and things, the amount of work that she just went through, that apparently the developer or, that everybody does to make sure that all bases are covered. That's what they don't see. And to Todd's point, everything is different. There's not a one size fits all. So I hope that somebody stuck around on the phone and witnessed some of this, but thank you for your efforts. Questions, comments, things, presentation.
Appreciate council's engagement. This has been really cool, and I'm really glad the applicant's here too to listen to that as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, this was just an information item for us. I know we asked a lot of questions and we had a lot of comments over the last whatever period of time. So does anyone have anything final? Run. So it's 1:39. How are people feeling? Everybody ready to keep? Yellow says go. This is his last party, so we are rocking and rolling, man. All right, so we are not taking a break because we've done that. And then the next item on our agenda is annual election of officers. This is an action item, and our council secretary will be taking over. Oh, Ken.
I was wondering if I could just make a couple of comments, less than 5 minutes, and then I won't be that adjourned. And so I'd like to speak to this very briefly. I want council to know that I haven't been discussing this in the background. I felt it was more appropriate to have a front public discussion. Secretary Cornell asked me if I'd still be interested in serving as vice chair, and I said I'd be honored. But I kind of feel that a conscious policy that council intent this, rather than just by default, is warranted. I'm not wanting to make anybody uncomfortable here. You'll understand, I think, as I go on. In my experience, the annual election of officers is an opportunity for the vice chair to move up to chair, and the council will select the next vice chair to be in line for chair at the next annual election. And I think rotating the chair is an opportunity for the councilors to experience the role, of chair, and the rotation allows for diversity of how different councilors would chair the meetings. My comments here are not about how Chair Grail has run the meeting. She's been exemplary, dependable, articulate, knowledgeable, and well-spoken. It's about just our policy on annual election of officers, continue reappointment or rotate the position through the council. So I just wanted to open that up. I'm fine either way, but if the council chooses to stay the course, I'd be honored to continue as vice chair if so nominated.
Thank you for those comments.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And just going to the rule, which is referenced there, and I pulled the bullet points out from the slide. There is nothing in terms of policy about it. It just simply says annual election of officers. That's a requirement, so there has to be a chair and vice chair. In terms of, whatever policy around that, council would like to or not like to set, it's entirely your discretion. So.
Anyone else have any questions, comments?
Well, just Cindy Connick, just really quickly, I guess I see that there is some benefit for serving for more than 1 year as chair, just kind of to get into the rhythm and you kind of learn the process and whatever. And so I see benefit of serving for more than 1 year, but I would agree with Councilmember Howe that as terms roll off, it would be a shame if newer members just were introduced to that as, and not particularly ready for it, but, so.
And if I might, I can recall there was a time, when Hanley stepped down because, you were supposed to be done at some point, and he didn't want to maintain the vice chair because he said it didn't make sense. So I think we've discussed with whomever we've had around at any given time to figure out what needed done.
Yeah, this is Hanley. I would encourage you not to set a policy. I think you have to respond to individual circumstances. Marcy's going to be on for another year, so, I think, and it's worked out well between the two of you. It's run a number of meetings. And so I think, you just have to evaluate it on an annual basis and see what the individual circumstances identify. Hard and fast position makes it hard to respond to individual circumstances.
But just as a newbie, the meetings have been so well run with both of you kind of tag teaming. It makes it really easier for council members, so, yeah. But I think I agree with them that if you do a policy, you kind of lock things in and it can't meet people's needs. But these have been really well run meetings for both the chair and the vice chair, and then of course staff has done their bit as well. So, yeah.
It is a lot easier doing it in person when I can look across the table.
Yeah, get the body language that goes.
Thanks. That's just what I wanted. Just kind of, we got it out there, and I agree with what folks said. We don't need to have a policy. Let's take it later. Thank you.
All right.
So I would just indicate there is potential motion language for joint election of chair and vice chair or individual. And so it will be up to council discretion or any council member to make a motion for open meetings. I guess the question is, and I know the answer to this, but I'll throw it out there. Are there willing, people or council members willing to serve in these roles? Had a conversation with Chair Grail, who had indicated she's still interested, and Vice Chair Howe, but that's the extent of my communication about interest in serving.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Yeah.
And we can do it together. I move that Chair Grail continues for another year as chair and Vice Chair Howe continue as vice chair for another year, at least.
Second.
So I just have to ask, do we not vote on ourselves? It's with our personnel numbers on the.
You can vote for yourself in a presidential election.
It's been pretty consistent that council members have participated in the vote. Well, you don't have to.
That's a good one, Patrick, yes.
Multiple times.
Okay, well, when we have, and in a second, further discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for stepping up again.
Yeah, thanks for the nomination, I guess, and I guess, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Henley Jenkins,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Gray.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for trusting us to continue on. I'm sure next year will be just as entertaining as this one. Okay, so that gets us to our next agenda item, which is protected areas rulemaking. We have senior siting analyst Christopher Clark. This is an action item. And Chris, long time no see, not really, but so, and I've got to get a drink, so don't pay me any attention. Go ahead and get it.
And Nancy, I'm gonna let you steer, but if the council wants to see ruling, which I will make that share my screen, so I'll get it signed off. Yeah.
Does this presentation hinder rulemaking efforts?
That's really up to you.
Depends on the vote today.
Oh, no pressure.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Grow, council members. For the record, this is Christopher Clark, senior siting analyst and still one of the backup rules coordinators for the council. So today we are going to discuss the comments that were received on the extended comment period for the protected areas, scenic resources and recreation rulemaking. And then the council could potentially make your final decision. Nancy, you can switch to the next slide. So I will give a quick background of the rulemaking and procedural history. At this point, it's not that quick to give the procedural history. I'll give a summary of what is in the proposed rules. I'll just give an overview of the new comments that were received in response to the amended notice of proposed rulemaking that we issued in November, as well as staff's recommended responses. I do just want to comment that I'm not planning on covering any of the previously submitted comments. The council reviewed those in July and October, but if you do want to review them or see our recommended responses or discuss them further, you certainly can. So after I give my presentation, then the council will be asked to consider the adoption of permanent rules. If you do go forward with this, I just want to remind myself as much as you, if we file the rules, they will become effective upon filing unless you specify a different effective date. So that's just one piece that I want to flag so we remember that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this rulemaking has been quite the process. We've been at it for more than 2 years. As this slide shows, well, I'll go through the details anyways, but we're at the last step now, which is the adoption of permanent rules. We did have a formal public comment period on this in July and August, and then again last month. And next slide, please. So to give the background on the purpose of this rulemaking, as you all know, the council is statutorily obligated to adopt standards for the siting of energy facilities, including standards to address areas designated for protection by the state or federal government, including things like monuments, wilderness areas, wildlife refuges, scenic waterways, and similar areas. The council also has mandates to adopt standards addressing impacts to the facility on recreational opportunities and scenic and aesthetic values. The council has adopted standards for all three of those things. The protected areas and scenic resources standards were last updated in 2007, and the recreation standard was last updated in 2002. Next slide, please. So when we started this rulemaking, the scope was kind of left pretty broad, and that was to address any issues related to those three standards and the associated rules. We had an initial set of issues. We worked with our stakeholders to scope out some additional issues. The council's also raised some. We've addressed many of those. There's still a couple that are outstanding that we'll also be looking at in future rulemaking. As we were going through the issues and evaluating the different alternatives that the council could pursue, our objectives were to ensure that the standards clearly identify the resources and values of the three standards are intended to protect, to ensure that all the standards are consistent with the state siting policy in ORS 469310, and to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the review process, of the council's review process procedures by resolving ambiguity, lack of clarity, and inconsistency in the rules. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this rulemaking's been going on since 2020, and really some of the issues and things that we've been addressing are much older than that. But we went through a pretty lengthy scoping process and preliminary feedback process where we got written feedback from stakeholders and went through that review throughout the fall and spring of 2020 and 2021. Then in the summer of 2021, we conducted a series of rulemaking workshops. And finally, after those 3 workshops and an initial round of public comment, I think we came back to you with our preliminary analysis and recommendations for rules in February of this year. Once we got feedback from you, I think upon request of some stakeholders, we sent those out for another round of informal review. And then if we get the next slide, brought you back draft proposed rules in April of this year. You reviewed and approved those proposed rules in May. We issued the notice of proposed rulemaking in June and held a hearing at the June council meeting. There was a public comment period, which lasted through July 21, 2022. There were 77 written comments received during that initial public comment period. The council went through those comments at your July and October meetings. Next slide, please. Some of the comments that we got on that initial notice of proposed rulemaking raised objections to the fiscal impact statement. And so we came back to you with a recommendation that the council appoint a fiscal impact advisory committee. You approved that recommendation and appointed a committee at your October meeting. We convened the committee and had the meeting on November 14th, and then issued an amended notice of proposed rulemaking on November 18th. Consistent with the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. We had a 20-day extended comment period on that amended notice of proposed rulemaking. That comment period ended at 5 p.m. on December 8th, which brings us to today, where you will be reviewing the comments we received, and we received 2 comments on that amended notice of proposed rulemaking. And now that we have gone through all this, you can, after fully considering those comments, you can consider the adoption of permanent rules. Next slide, please. Okay, I won't go through this in too much detail, but there are changes, somewhat significant changes to the protected area standard and the scenic resources standard, and not as many to the recreation standard. But for protected areas, the big changes are that we're asking applicants to identify the managing agency of a protected area in the applicable study or analysis area for the project, as well as a mailing address and other reasonably available contact information, so that we can provide a public notice to that managing agency. The requirement to provide that public notice isn't in rules now. We are planning on looking at the public notice rules in a future rulemaking, so we would like to make that more formal later. But for now, that is, we're just asking for that additional information. Second, we would be removing the effective date for protected area designations that can be considered by the council. Currently, it dates back to 2007. We want the council to be able to consider protected areas designated after that time. Finally, we're making a lot of changes to the definition of protected areas. Those changes are generally recommended to just simplify and clarify the list. We're removing specific examples that have become out of date and replacing them with statutory kind of references. We are also making some substantive changes there. For example, there's a category of protected areas that includes BLM designated, administrative designated areas of critical environmental concern. We're broadening that to include similar areas designated on Forest Service land, although we deal with a lot less projects that are close to the national forests. And then finally, there's some kind of technical changes to the exception for when a linear facility may be located on a protected area that was raised by a council member, and so that issue is being addressed here. For scenic resources, we are kind of clarifying what the process is for conducting a visual impact assessment and trying to make the rule spell it out a little more clearly. But I do want to say that we're not making specific recommendations about what methodology needs to be used in a visual impact assessment. We did get requests from stakeholders that we do that in rule, and we agree that it may be helpful, but it was just too big to bite off during this rulemaking, so we recommended that be included as a future rulemaking package. I will say that is not something that's currently, I think, appears on the rulemaking schedule, and so yeah, if you have feedback on that, I think be welcome to hearing that in the next agenda item, or it'll be incorporated into a future update. For both the scenic resources and recreation standards, there's really a technical change that will be removing the reference to analysis areas that's in the standard. The information requirements still only require information about resources in an analysis area, but the rule is being changed so that if somebody were to say, well, there's a recreation area that is 6 miles away from the proposed facility and the analysis area is 5 miles, the council would be able to consider that through the contested case process. The council could already do that by changing the analysis area, but this kind of streamlines that process. We are also proposing, the council has proposed a few administrative and organizational changes, including moving the definition of protected areas from its current location in the standard to the definitions rule. And then there is also a applicability clause in each of the affected standards specifying that the rule changes that you're considering today would only be applicable to applications or requests for amendment that are not yet deemed to be complete. So I did do a quick count today, and it looks like there's about 8 active proceedings before the council. I think 3 of those are complete and far along in the process, and 5 of them are at various stages of the early stages in the process, from the ACRO project, for which we just have an NOI, to I guess the EMT project, which we have a preliminary request for amendment for, which we got in 2018, but we do not yet have a complete application. So these rules would apply to those 5 projects, but not to the 3 that are towards the end of the review process. All right, so as I kind of went through, we've had a lot of process for this rulemaking, as you all know, and we've had a lot of opportunities for public participation including the rulemaking hearing. 3 people provided comments at that rulemaking hearing. There's a quick summary of what they said in your staff report. As I said, we got 77 comments on the first comment period, and the council reviewed those at your July and October meetings. And then you got 2 more comments on this latest amended notice of proposed rulemaking. All of the comments, all the written comments that we received are online on the citing docket. You've also been provided with exact copies of those comments in your packets. So I didn't resubmit the existing ones, but those are in your October packet. And then the 2 new comments were given to you as part of this packet. Next slide, please. Okay, before I get into the substantive part of what's in those comments, I just take a pause to see if there was any discussion or any questions about what it's taking to get to this point. So no? Okay. So the first comment we received is related to the statement of cost of compliance on small business. The point of the Fiscal Impact Advisory Committee was to get input on what the potential fiscal and economic impacts of the proposed rules would be. We did hear from several industry representatives that they did feel like there would be economic impacts, but we came to the determination that there would not be a significant impact on small business. And that is in part because of the small number of small businesses that could be potentially affected by the proposed rules. Based on information from the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association, there's 12 to 15 energy developers that have fewer than 50 employees. So kind of small enterprise developers operating in the state. So that's kind of the maximum universe of small businesses that we think could be affected by these proposed rules. I will say that there is still some legal ambiguity about whether or not the way that energy developers structure their businesses leaves them as qualified to be small businesses under the ABA. But for the sake of our analysis here, we did indicate that those could be potentially affected businesses.
Christopher, can I interrupt a second? So I don't know if it's the same. This is Marcy for the record. For my experiences, a lot of times you have these out-of-state organizations come in, they do what they do, and then you're left with maybe 2 people, 3 people left on these sites. And so I think it is important to be able to get to the crux of who are we really saying is the small business, because you end up with independent contractors. I know that some of the larger utilities are gonna get to the point where they either probably start doing some of these things in-house, or they'll keep doing them through subcontractors. And I don't know who will ever end up following the rules if you carve it out so largely. So it's just a comment from my own personal experience.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Well, is Cindy Condon, and coupled with that, and I think you referred to it, is so the definition of small business. I know there must be a definition for that. But if we have a applicant who is an LLC with no employees, so fewer than 25, and no assets, no money, I mean, is that a small business?
Well, the definition for, and this is just for the purpose of rulemaking, and it's the definition that applies to basically notices of proposed rulemaking. So we're pretty esoteric, but the definition is, to paraphrase, a for-profit entity with 50 or fewer employees and independently owned and operated from all other businesses. So we've, in our original notice of proposed rulemaking, came to the conclusion that an LLC that is a subsidiary of another company would not meet that definition, even if the entire outfit had 50 or fewer employees, because of the multiple businesses being linked together through common ownership.
So this is Hanley, Marcy. My comment would be, you can't have it both ways. You can't be an independent LLC for the purposes and then not be linked to the parent company.
Right, which makes the linkage much more important. It does, yeah, and I was wondering what the advisory committee, you know, as they talked about it, is fiscal impact to small business includes.
So, sure, yeah, and the folks that participate in the advisory committee are some of the same folks that commented, so, I mean, I feel like they've made their opinion clear. I will say, I'm gonna punt on legal interpretation to the extent possible. I mean, I think our statement speaks for itself, but one of the comments, the next comment that we'll review, they did ask for the council to issue a formal statement of what the legal interpretation is. And so if the council does wish to do that, we can work with your council and potentially the Small Business Advisory Committee or other, I guess, authorities to kind of come up with something, come up with a more formal position. But
Yeah, this is Hanley, this has been going on a long time. And I think that the parties that would be involved in the special advisory group have spoken.
Yeah.
And so, and we have a statutory definition of small business. I think we're in pretty good position with what we have.
It's just a.
So part of the Fiscal Impact Advisory Committee was also asking the committee, we asked the committee for their advice on what, if any, steps we should take to reduce the impact on small businesses, and the recommendations we got are up there on the screen. We came to the conclusion that none of these actions would be consistent with the regulatory purpose of the rule. For example, well, I will say, so the actions are either inconsistent with the regulatory purposes of the rules, so exempting small businesses from compliance with council standards, or these specific changes in the council standards is not something that I think is appropriate. In this fact, all applicants should be treated by the same measure and the same standards. There can be differences in the types or in the application of standards based on the type or size of facility that's proposed, but the kind of underlying business that's putting forth the application should really make a difference on how you do the review. The second recommendation, which is to exempt small businesses specifically from the requirement, the information requirement to provide contact information for protected areas managers. That's something the council could do, but it would essentially result in the department doing that work for the applicant and then charging it back to the applicant because we're statutorily mandated to recover the costs we do for the review. The third is to provide a mechanism to assist small businesses with compliance with the rulemaking. That is something that all applicants actually, they can seek assistance from the department. We will provide advice on how to provide the application. We work with applicants pretty closely to try to help them put together a good application. We are also working on a kind of guidance document, specifically for this rulemaking for the protected area standard that would collect some of the readily available contact information for the most common protected areas managers that we're hoping to have ready to go soon. It's not quite ready yet. So those types of things are there. And then I just also want to point out there is a mechanism in the rules for applicants to request waiver of information requirements if they have good cause. I don't know, what or if any of these information requirements will be suitable for a waiver, but there is a opportunity there. So all that to say, we're not recommending any changes based on these recommendations. We don't feel like they're appropriate, but we do defer to the council on whether you would like us to, well, whether you want to make any changes. Proposed base direction. Not hearing any, I think we can move to the next issue. Okay, this is similar, but rather than being specific to this rulemaking, the Oregon Solar Storage Industries Association made some general recommendations that they believe will reduce the impacts on small businesses for the council's rulemakings in general. That is one, to issue a report kind of explaining the number of small businesses that have applied and how they've been affected. Two is to convene a special advisory group specifically to examine standards and process changes that could reduce burdens on applicants that are small businesses. And if you can get the next slide. Prepare a guidance document, basically telling us how to do the small business impact analysis. And like I said, providing that legal interpretation of the definition in 18310. And then for directing the department, I guess, to prepare rulemaking and legislative recommendations to alleviate burdens on small businesses. I would say that except for the recommendation to just generally get input on how we can reduce impacts on small businesses in our rulemaking, and I'd say that could be part of rulemaking in general. We don't think any of these recommendations are necessary, but we do, again, defer to you also.
It does sound as if you're doing a guidance document to help with this particular rule.
Yeah, for this particular rule, and I don't know if that's what they've asked for in this comment, but yeah, we are.
Go ahead, Ken.
Chris, is there a correlation, do you of these small businesses with the more local county applications as opposed to FSEC applications?
That was what was indicated during the Fiscal Impact Advisory Committee, that a lot of the smaller developers are working on county level projects. And
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just to note that when we look at fiscal impacts, it's really the delta between what you're doing currently versus what the new rule would require. And I think, based on the comments, that wasn't necessarily considered. That the fact that you now have to come up with a list of agencies really shouldn't take that much time or energy. So I think when people think about fiscal impacts, they think about nothing and everything as opposed to just that delta, that change. And I think it's important to be aware of those fiscal impacts, not just for small business, but for big business, right? And for the public, but it really is only that small delta change. But thank you for your work on this point.
You guys are on fire. Okay, unless there's other discussion here, I think we can move on to the next. So Friends of the Columbia Forge requested another extension to the comment period to allow for more review of the amended proposed rules that were included in the notice. We will note that we, as I've gone through, have provided, I think, ample opportunities for public participation in these rules. And I think we've substantially complied with all the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. So we do not feel like this is required, but again, it's the council's discretion.
This is Chair Grail. I think we have been more than gracious and mindful and respectful and every other adverb that fits in there. I'm not in favor of extending.
I agree.
This can't, I agree.
Thank you, council members. Next slide. So finally, I'll just say quickly, Friends also recommended that the proposed definition of protected areas is still not what they want it to be. They do not believe it's adequate to protect protected areas and resources. Specifically, they pointed back to their July 2021 comments and asked that we take another look at that. I think council's already reviewed those in pretty good detail. And made specific changes to some of the proposed language, I think, to better clarify your intent. The Friends also recommends, again, that national trails be included as protected areas. We had that discussion, I think, at the July meeting. So unless you want to revisit, I'll just say that that was what was in the comments. Okay, so. There was a comment that we misinterpreted comments related to including protected area managers as reviewing agencies. We do acknowledge that we did misconstrue the Columbia River Gorge Commission's comment as them requesting to be specifically added as a reviewing agency, whereas their recommendation was also that any public agency that manages a protected area in the analysis in the study area be added as a reviewing agency. So we did misconstrue their specific comment, but we did address their substantive recommendation. Similarly, Friends actually, they said that we had also misunderstood their comments because they only recommend that public agencies be added as reviewing agencies, whereas in our response, we respond to comments that say public agencies and other organizations. The language that we cited was actually from 50 other comments that we received, not Friends comments. So we kind of treated those in bank because they raised similar issues, but Friends did only recommend public agencies. That said, we got feedback early in the process from federal partners and others that they did not necessarily want to be appointed as a reviewing agency without some level of coordination, and that they would prefer just to get the notice and then have the option to decide whether they wanted to become more involved in the process. And we still think that's appropriate. Specifically with regards to the Gorge Commission, we do think that they should receive notice whenever there's a project within the analysis area that whenever there's a project that's analysis area, I guess, includes the Columbia Gorge National Scenic Area. Todd mentioned the Columbia Renewable Transmission System during the Secretary report. That's one example where we intend to give them the notice and then give them the opportunity to become a reviewing agency if they think that's appropriate. So we do want to work with them, and we will do our best to find a process that works well for the commission. And certainly regret any miscommunication that happened through this process with them. And then the comment was that merely providing notice is insufficient because it doesn't guarantee that costs will be reimbursed. That was also included in the comments from Friends. And I just want to state for the record that being a reviewing agency doesn't automatically mean your costs will be reimbursed. You have to have, there's other steps that need to be taken, and we can only reimburse state agencies, local governments, and tribal governments that have, I would say some tribal governments that have executed an interagency agreement with us. So I think there's been a lot of weight put on being a reviewing agency rather than just a public intervener. That is maybe a little bit of a false distinction for some entities. Okay, so that's that. Next slide. So finally, Friends comment, they recommended the council continue to identify that the council rules continue to identify the potential visual impacts of proposed projects and clarify that the assessments of impacts to resources must identify potential changes in landscape character or quality. You must assess the significance of any impacts. We did make a recommended change to incorporate language recommended by Friends in their July comments to kind of improve the consistency about requiring a visual impact assessment or an assessment that addresses visual impacts, I think, including but not limited to landscape character and quality. So that kind of construction is used throughout the rules now. Friends was correct that only the the information requirements associated with, I'm gonna forget the letters, but, the scenic the exhibit L requirements for scenic resources have this, requirement that you do the impact analysis of potential impacts, and then you evaluate the significance of those impacts, and that's kind of how it usually comes in. We didn't use that same construction in the other two requirements for exhibit R and T, which for scenic resources and recreation, or for protected areas, recreation, I'm forgetting. R is
scenic.
R is scenic, T is recreation. So
L is protected.
So L, okay, thank you. Wrote down the letters, but not the labels. So thanks for that clarification. At any rate, we don't think it's necessary, so we're not recommending changes here, but we did include some potential language that the council could use to improve consistency in the construction of the information requirements. If you want, if you don't want to look at that today, it's something we will look at when we're going through Division 21 and just try to make improve consistency more generally. So that's really up to you. I can bring up the language if you want, or if you're comfortable with the rule language as it is. I think that's okay too.
Comfortable. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Last slide, I think. Oh. Yeah, okay. So we covered this. So final slide. Of course, I did label things there.
You're doing great.
Okay, so our recommendation then is that the council adopt the amendments to the protected areas, scenic resources and recreation standards and associated rules as provided in the draft permanent order included as attachment 4. I'll notice, I think in your timeline, it says adopt the rules as presented in the notice of proposed rulemaking, with the clarification that refers to the amended notice of rulemaking issued on November 18th. Those two sets of rules are identical. The council may make additional changes to the proposed rules in response to public comments received during either the initial or extended comment period if you want, but otherwise you can adopt the rules as presented. So that is my presentation. So we'll leave it to you for your deliberation.
So Chris has presented the work of the protected areas rulemaking. We've been at this for quite some time. And anyone have any comments on what has been presented before us? I would just, I'm sorry.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to make a motion. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that this is Marcia. I think it's important that people realize just because they made a recommendation doesn't mean that we're wrong or that we didn't listen if it's not adopted and included. The idea is that this is a formal opportunity to share your views and opinions, and they get discussed and processed, but it doesn't mean they're dismissed. It doesn't mean it just, we didn't accept them. And I hope that we can continue having such robust conversations so people realize that they are looked at, they are taken into account, did present them. We just elected not to pursue them.
Madam Chair, just for the record, it's also important for the public to know how extensive the public comment period has been.
Yeah.
And to fairly last minute, open it up for this fiscal impact analysis and to really get at the heart of some of these issues or perceived issues. So kudos to the department and helping the public understand that no, we give opportunities, and as Chair Grail pointed out, we listen, we weigh the pros and cons. So kudos to staff on this one.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Kim, Madam Chair, I move that the council adopt the proposed rules as presented in the notice of proposed rulemaking. Did you say dated November 18th?
Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second from Hanley. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Andy Jenkins,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Ann Meyer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Connell.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chris, you did it. You got it.
Thank you, Councilman. Thanks for all your advice too. That's been.
Thank you for your efforts as our rulemaking coordinator. We look forward to you in your siding analyst. And with that, we will bring Tom over and he gets to dive in as we get to our agenda item H, which is our last item on our agenda today since I has dropped off. We have annual rulemaking prioritization. This is an action item. We have Tom Jackman, Rules Coordinator, to present. Welcome, Tom.
Welcome, and thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, for the record, my name is Tom Jackman, and I am the council's new rule coordinator. And we saved the best for last. Yeah, go ahead and control that. So during this presentation, I'm going to provide a quick refresher on the rulemaking process. I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but I think it's just important to reflect on, all the various steps that we go through to actually perform a rulemaking. And then I will review the 2022 rulemaking activity that's taken place this year before proceeding to propose the 2023 to 2025 schedule. I welcome council's questions and feedback on individual projects as we go through the proposed schedule, but this agenda item does include an opportunity for public comment so that our stakeholders may propose modifications to the schedule. So I will request that the council does not make any final decisions on the schedule as a whole until we get to the end. As part of its deliberation and decision on the schedule, the council may, of course, approve any modifications or reprioritize, remove, or add any rulemakings as you so desire. So next slide. So, this is a nice little flow chart here. The top half is kind of more of the informal, adaptable portion of the rulemaking process, and then the second row is kind of the rulemaking process that's more rigid and formal. So once a project is included on the schedule, we start to conduct an analysis of the issues in the project, scope it out, determine how we would do the rulemaking, how we would conduct it, and what the objectives would be. We then present these recommendations to the council and request that the council initiate the rulemaking, which is the first blue diamond on the chart. Based on that direction, we begin a process of obtaining public input through a variety of means, depending on the complexity of the rulemaking, which could just be a request for advice or a public workshop. But more and more, I think the trend is to do a rules advisory committee or a RAC, because you can kind of cut off or eliminate a lot of back end discussion and confusion by just clarifying issues and getting feedback from stakeholders earlier in the process. So let's see. However, that of course does make the process take potentially be more time consuming, and it certainly can be a challenge to get the adequate RAC members involved. So once the department has drafted the proposed rules, it presents them to the council for consideration. We generally provide our draft statements of need and fiscal impact at this time as well. If the council approves the proposed rules, staff issues a notice of proposed rulemaking, which begins the more formal phase of the rulemaking proceedings, which is shown on the second line of the chart on the previous slide. So this phase, like I said before, is largely governed by the Administrative Procedures Act, and it always includes a public comment period. Hearing isn't required, but we try to schedule at least one as part of the regular council meetings as a good practice. And again, as a reminder, which we kind of just discussed, the council has to fully consider all the comments, but doesn't have to directly respond to each comment specifically. Once the rules are adopted, they become effective upon filing a permanent administrative order with the Secretary of State, unless a later date is specified. Sorry, next. Yeah, that was on 2 pages. So. That's okay. Okay, so, yeah, here's the 2022 schedule. This should hopefully look familiar. The wildfire prevention and response rulemaking and the implementation of HB 2021 and 2022 carbon monetary offset rate update were both completed in July. And you just had consideration of permanent rules for the protected areas rulemaking. So those three are the ones that were completed this year. The radioactive waste materials project, which is implementing Senate Bill 246 from this 2021 session, is also moving forward nicely. And the fourth rulemaking, we just had the fourth rulemaking advisory committee for that project in November, and it was a productive conversation. And ODO staff and the RAC are continuing to work through the rule concepts and specific language options. And we expect to present those sometime in spring. So the site certificate amendment rulemaking was initiated on October 28th to develop proposed revisions to the rules governing the expiration, amendment, and termination of site certificates under OAR Chapter 345, Division 27. And as the first step in this process, staff has been authorized and will issue a notice seeking public comment to assist in the review described under ORS 183 for permanent rules adopted under Administrative Order FSEC 1/2020. The timing of that.
We already did that.
Yeah, we initiated on October 28th. Yeah. But the timing on how we're going to proceed at this point is going to be subject to our, your decision on our list of priorities going forward. So we've initiated the rulemaking, but whether we prioritize that versus some other rulemakings, will be up to the council. So let's go to the next slide. So we've got 7 rulemakings here, and that we're proposing to the council for 2023, which can be kind of divided into 2 main categories. Next slide. So these first 3 here, we're proposing to complete in 2023, and are ones that we're hopefully going to consume minimal staff resources. The first one, we've already, we're hopefully approaching the end of, and is being handled largely by the Nuclear Safety and Emergency Preparedness Division. The second item relates to research reactors. Oregon State University and Reed College both operate what are called training research isotopes and general atomic class nuclear research reactors. And like other nuclear installations, they're operated under federal licenses by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And as the council's involvement is, we provide monitoring and oversight of those, and we want to make sure that our chapter that OAR 345 Vision 30 is updated so that the reporting requirements are similar to the federal requirements, so that there's no differences. And then the third one, as you can see, relates to standby generators. In 2021, the legislature enacted HB 2063, which prohibits council from requiring a person proposing to construct a standby generation facility from submitting an exemption request. And we're just going to update the rule to reflect that. That bill. So should be straightforward as well.
But you need a rack for that?
Yeah, no, I was thinking, that should just be request for written advice. That's going to be pretty simple.
Yeah, none of those. Well,
Well, the first one.
the first one,
Yeah.
the other 2.
Yeah, sorry, the other one should say. But yeah, the first one has a rack, but yeah, is nearing completion. So those 3 should be, shouldn't have any issue knocking those out in 2023. So that brings us to these 4 proposed large projects. And these are going to take significantly more staff resources, and is where we're going to need some guidance and direction from council in terms of how you want to proceed, how you want us to proceed going forward. So we had a challenging time ourselves, kind of determining exactly what we wanted to recommend to you. And after some deliberation, we selected the bolded item there on top, the application process review phase 1, which was previously authorized by the council in August 2021 as the first kind of meaty, substantial rulemaking that we will undertake at the start of 2023. So the way that we're kind of thinking this is going to go is that we start 2023 on this rulemaking as a largely kind of internal study, and kind of a analysis on how we go about polishing and optimizing the application process review, specifically aligning the standards and processes so that they, make sense. Because the way the rules are kind of constructed, you've been in part of this process is we just kind of, I don't want to say helter-skelter, but it's just kind of one after the other. So it's, we kind of made the decision that now's a good time to see if we can't go about kind of polishing that up and maybe moving, just not changing the substance of rules per se or necessarily, but reorganizing them in a way that will hopefully make it easier for us to work with them and also for applicants to understand what's required of them and how they, what's the standard and what's the process.
So, excuse me, is this to align the standards with the administrative rules, with the statutes kind of that we talked about, or is this based on the survey work that's been done?
So for the record, talking about the former, it's to better tie the application requirements, I mean, ultimately to better tie the application requirements to the standards and make the process just more clear on its face. But with this first round, we're not looking to make any substantive changes. It's just sort of rearranging, repackaging things so that the next, phase 2, phase 3, which Tom will be talking about, would then be getting into more substantive evaluations.
So I think as we discuss this publicly, making that clear that this really is more of a procedural process.
Cleaning house, so to speak.
Yeah, so that we don't get interested parties all jazzed up, ready to talk about issues when it's really more structural than substantive.
It's certainly possible that we'll make some minor changes to language to just make it make logical sense. But I think the goal is to not make any real substantive changes and save those for, subsequent rulemakings. But this is going to be a really important rulemaking because it kind of will help us, I think, see what substantive changes need to be made, by kind of structuring it so where we have all of the the standards together and then we have all the processes together instead of kind of spread out. I think it will help us logically just be able to wrap our heads around, what we actually have to do to make it better.
I was thinking initially that this would be good to involve their day, deciding.
Yeah.
And then, no, not after that discussion.
This is how.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Certainly for like phase 2 and phase 3, absolutely.
Down the road.
Yeah. They might just get excited and then disappointed, as you said. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So I was going to go over these, but here's where we just talk about like phase 1 is to reorganize to create a clear separation between the procedural and substantive provisions. So we'll definitely want to involve public engagement, but being careful to make it clear to anybody who wants to be involved that this is not necessarily the exciting substantive rulemaking that they maybe think it will be. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so that brings us to the other 3, and what we were kind of hoping from council is kind of direction on another one of these 3 being selected as another substantive one. Each of these is going to have more initial external involvement just out the gate. So it kind of overlaps nicely with this one, which was kind of, or with the one we just discussed, which will kind of be more internal. And having council kind of select one of these 3 to be another substantive one we start the year with the remaining 2 that you didn't pick, to be worked on towards the end of the year when we hopefully have knocked the other 2 out. So I will go over that again in a future slide here if you didn't catch that, but let's discuss what those other 3 are in no particular order. So we have here the historic, cultural, and agricultural resources rulemaking. We currently have a rule that requires council to find that the construction operation facility doesn't significantly cause adverse impacts to cultural, historic, and agricultural resources. And we had tribal government reached out to us, the Confederated Tribes of the Brazil Indian Reservation back in 2017, basically expressing interest in ensuring that we were more, that we reached out to the tribal governments and that we involved them an appropriate time and an appropriate amount throughout the process with regard to protecting these resources. So we agreed with that. And this is just kind of one of those rulemakings that lines up with what the state wants to do in terms of, our commitment to engaging with tribal governments wherever we're dealing with matters that relate to what their interests are. But it just keeps getting bumped. So we've kind of said we need to have a hard stop on actually knocking this out. So this is why we selected this one as one of the other 4 for this year. So go ahead, next slide. Okay, so interest and participation in contested case process, which is what this rulemaking is going to be involved with, has increased in recent years. And as you guys know, we've had several high-profile contested cases recently, which have really caused everyone involved to, read Division 15 thoroughly. And there's been some kind of maybe some clarity identified that we could add to that division. And so this rulemaking project would make recommendations on how to improve that clarity and consistency with the Attorney General's model rules. And so things could include the process for appointing hearing officers, requirements for preserving standing and raising issues, which is always a big deal for these things, and the availability and use of procedural motions. So, this is like nuts and bolts for making sure that this contested process, which by nature is contested, at least everyone knows the rules of the game, and there's not fights about the fight. So this one is a priority given the recent B2H contested case proceeding, and a lot of lessons were learned. And there's definitely, in my discussions with the rest of staff, a lot of motivation to take the lessons we've learned while they're still fresh in our minds and do a rulemaking to apply those lessons to make this a better rule with regard to contested cases. Next slide.
This one involves,
Oh, yeah.
This would involve RAC or?
Yes, all of these 4 would. Yeah, these are all going to be significant rulemakings. The 4th one here is the site certificate amendment rulemaking, which was actually initiated by council on October 28th, 2022, to develop proposed revisions to the rules governing the expiration amendment and termination of site certificates under OAR Chapter 345, Division 27. So we've already initiated this, but again, like with the first, substantive one, it's just a matter of priorities about when we want to tackle this one. So this rulemaking is a priority given the number of amendments that we get, especially relative to applications. And also, we're about to get some feedback by the end of this year. Well, we already completed receiving that feedback? Yeah. Regarding the changes that were made in 2017 and then in 2020. So if we're going to have to review that, we might as well review that and then incorporate it into a rulemaking. So that makes 2023 an ideal time to take this. So between the contested case, the amendment, and the process review, 2023 is really going to be, what we're recommending is kind of like taking a holistic kind of review and really tackling some meaty stuff with respect to rulemaking and trying to, make this process. There's a lot of things we can't control, but we can ensure that at least our part of it is as smooth as we can make it. So next slide. So here we go. Here are the 4, with the one that we're recommending we for sure start the year with, and then one of the other 3, we would ask that council would select one of those, assuming you're okay with this proposal, to start the year with the remaining 2 being worked on towards the end of the year.
Chair Grell.
Yeah.
For the record, talk for a minute. And just to remind people, starting in January, we're initiating the long legislative session. So many people that we're going to want on the rulemaking advisory committee are also probably going to be involved in the legislative session as well. So I would expect for the first half of the year, not that we should prolong any of these rulemakings. I think we should, whatever your choice is for our priority, absolutely do that. But it also may be a little bit difficult for us to convene, rulemaking advisory committees because of just the nature of a long legislative session, the amount of work. So recognizing we will, move forward, we'll do our best. Timeframes may be a little bit longer than they would be in the second half of 2023 or in 2024, again, just because of the participation in the legislative session.
And the Capitol is still in disarray, and they're going to have a double of a time trying to gather folks, and tempers are going to quickly flare. My own personal opinion. So that is a good point, and I am not crying. I don't know why I spoke myself in that.
This is all really emotional for me too.
And I do apologize for stepping out.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so I would recommend that, we clearly start with the application process, phase one, to begin with, recognizing Todd's comment. Because kind of our process, that's where we begin in processing applications. But as a part of that, frequently now, we have the contested case process. And I really think that that should be number two. And then number three should be the amendment process. And I think that's the flow of how we deal with applications now. And then that, by its nature, puts historical, cultural, and archaeological resources as four. And I think that provides a process that also adheres to our review process of site certificate applications.
I appreciate the way you presented that. This is Marcy. And the reason being, I do not want anyone to think that we don't value historic, cultural, and archaeological resources. But with that said, if we don't get a handle on the contested case thing, we're never going to drop perception and be able to point to. So I personally concur with Pamela's suggestion.
Just can't, I need to.
Now, I do as well. Especially with the experience of B2H and the record that's been built there, to roll with that and get that going. Knowing that you can do the application process review, get our ducks in a row in-house with the session doing its thing over there. The site certificate amendment, my only concern there is that we've sort of kicked that process off, but nobody's like banging down the door, right? So I think the order that's presented, and, staff has done a great job interacting with tribal nations as applications come in, and that work can continue. And the interested tribes can hopefully help scope what that effort would look like, so that we don't end up in a 2-year protected area kind of discussion. I also wonder on that element, the State Historic Protection Office has been so understaffed and just trying to figure out what role. They've probably been understaffed for many, many years, but trying to figure out their role. So I'm 100% agree with Tammy's recommendation, but it's all important, right?
May we ask Patrick, because you have lots of things that we make work for you, obviously. Does that work with your world? Just
Yeah, putting contested cases second makes me happy. That'd be great if we could clean those rules up.
Then do you have any comments?
No, that's fine. This is a little bit of a facetious comment, I think, but I'm kind of wondering where the organizational expertise conversation is going to come in for rule making, because I'm hoping to still be on the council. But, that counts.
Well, let's finish this discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get to that. I don't know, we'll see.
And I think it's in the application process,
Well,
with you somewhere.
well, so for 2024, we currently have just 4 forecasted for now. Since these tend to spill over, and certainly those other 2 that we're gonna start at the end of the year are almost certainly gonna go into 2024. So we don't want to overbook 2024 and then all that gets pushed into 2025. So we just have the 4 here. And starting with the 212, which would be phase 2, and this would be where we would start to make some substantive changes, but mainly from a kind of a gap analysis where we want to ensure that we have kind of a one-to-one relationship between what the standard says that the applicant has to show and what the application process actually asks the applicant to provide. So to the extent that those currently don't match up, and we're asking for things that they don't actually have to, please give us this, and then it doesn't actually help prove anything that they, for a standard that they have to meet, that's not good. So that's kind of what this phase 2 is going to be envisions, and that's going to involve either filling some holes or deleting some stuff where it's like, well, why are we asking for this? So
I think it fits, Mrs. Hanley, I think it fits in phase 2.
Yeah, right. And we
Because it's
clearly that.
substantive.
Yeah, clearly. And there's a gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then we have R185, which would evaluate several outstanding policy questions related to exemptions, including whether council may impose conditions on an exemption, ongoing monitoring and reporting requirements for exempt facilities, and the process for the loss of an exemption. R182 was approved back in 2018, but is another one of those that just keeps getting bumped as other things kind of come up and is now being bumped to 2024. This rulemaking would focus on improving clarity and consistency of construction and operation requirements, and providing additional specificity for monitoring and reporting requirements and timeframes. And then 221 here would evaluate issues related to the financial assurance and requirements, a retirement standard under Division 50, and the other rules related to development, maintenance, and use of financial assurance instruments. So I know at least some people on the council are interested in that one.
I think we all are.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably everyone's number one, but yes, that's where that one currently sits. So then let's move to next slide. 2025, we have several projects that are still kind of in the early phases of development, including phase 3 of the application process review, this is probably where Verde would be the most interested, because this was kind of envisioned as the phase where we examine the possibility of adjusting the rules depending on the types of energy facilities. This was envisioned before, the state directed us to, go all renewable, but is kind of more relevant than it was even when we envisioned it. But yes, so that's phase 3, and then we have.
May I interrupt?
Oh, sure, go for it.
So what happens if their placeholder that they have sitting there right now, their legislative concept, what's out to something, will we have to accelerate and modify anything for ourselves?
Possibly. It depends on what comes out of the session. So, in the past, there have been, mandatory changes, to rules. Some of those were either, mandated to make those changes quickly. And if that's the case, then we would sort of reset, our priority, because, we would have direction from the legislature about that. Some may be mandatory, but we can just apply the statute directly. We're doing that right now with the standby generator. So even though our rules aren't consistent with the statute, the statute overrides our rule in that case. So while we don't want to have inconsistency, we're also not in as of a hurry. There also may be a study bill, so not actual directed, changes to rules, but could require pretty significant staff resources to participate in that study bill. So, it's all sort of speculation. I don't think anybody could tell you with any kind of surety what's going to come out of the session. It could be, any of those, it could be a combination, it could be none. But I know there's gonna be a lot of conversations. So it's a good question. I think we just have to, recognize that the priority, that you're gonna set today may need to be adjusted by the end of the legislative session.
That was my thought. And Christie's gonna come back and visit us regularly. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so, we're committed to staying nimble and flexible and doing whatever it is that we need to, and however we direct it. So, let's see, where were we? So we had a review of mandatory conditions and site certificates, and also lastly, a way to look at how the council addresses and mitigates natural hazards under the structural standards. So, next slide. So that brings us to pending 5-year reviews that we are currently on the schedule. Whenever we adopt new rules, it starts a clock for a 5-year review to determine whether the rule has, accomplished its intended effect, whether the anticipated fiscal impact was underestimated or overestimated, whether subsequent changes in the law might require us to either repeal or amend the rule, whether we should even continue to need the rule, and if the rule has how it's impacted small businesses. So, fortunately for me, the timeline on these is all a couple of years out. However, we are, as I discussed earlier, are interested in kind of addressing the review of the amendment of site certificates next year, because we are already going to get the feedback by the end of this year for that one. So, finish that ahead of schedule. Any questions so far before we go to, public comments?
Yes, Kent.
This morning, I can't remember whether it was state line wind or whether it was the sighting cable overview. We all made a comment that that's something for Tom to add to the rulemaking schedule, and I didn't write it down. What was that?
I just remember thinking I should go back and review
And
that.
I did that, and you went,
Well, I think it was related to the organizational expertise.
maybe so.
I think it was the West End.
Yeah. Sorry, organizational expertise related to SE.
Was that anything we were just talking about being in the phase 2 of the rulemaking?
Right, but what Kent was trying to remember was that general expertise standard.
Yeah, okay. We got it. Thank you.
All right. So that brings us to public comments. So if there's anybody, if you want to take over, Nancy.
So we are moving on. Participating on. With your speaking, you can. If you are participating by phone, press the star 3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand. Press star 3 again.
In there, I think it's up, look at text box. So you can click up near the top.
Do not see anything.
Maybe wait till 3 o'clock,
Yes.
Do not see.
just to give people a little more time.
We are taking public comments on the rulemaking schedule at this time. All right. Well, the time is now 3 o'clock and we are going to close the public comments section on rulemaking schedule. And so at this time, then we will continue on. Do you have anything else for us, sir?
Now with that, unless there are any questions, that concludes my presentation. Go ahead and go to the next slide. At this time, I would invite council to discuss any of the recommendations that were made so far. I know you guys already had some nice discussion, but if you have anything else you wanted to add or discuss before making a decision on staff's recommendations. And you can, make any modifications to the schedule beyond what's suggested there as you see fit.
Thank you. Questions, comments? You can't praise him yet. Let's get through it.
Just the presentation.
Right. Well, does anyone want to take any action on?
I'll move, Councilor Jenkins' order of the rulemaking project schedule for 23-25. You want me to go over those, or that's already been captured?
I can restate them if you want.
I got them here.
I think probably for the record, good to restate them.
Okay, 1 would be phase 1 application process review. 2 would be contested cases. 3 would be 2022 site certificate amendment rulemaking. 4 would be historic, cultural, and archaeological resources. 5 would be radioactive waste materials.
And
the other things like standby generators and research reactors.
We have a motion.
Oh, sorry.
We have a second. We'll take Hanley for his last.
Last second.
Thanks, Dan. And are there any further comments? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Graham,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yeah.
and Jacobs.
Yes.
The last word.
I'll be here, but you.
Well, Tom, we got through it, your first one. Thank you for doing a job in your delivery, and we'll look forward to working with you to get through these.
Exciting times.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, does anyone have any further final comments to make overall before we look at closing this out? The time is now 3:02 p.m. and the December 16th, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.
Merry Christmas.